Our tale ignites beneath a breathtaking sky. A monk leans close and asks, "Do you want to learn about Yunho?" Then the living Buddha himself, Master Musan, steps forward. A lanky scholar slams his notebook shut, vowing to unravel Yunho's story as he gathers every scrap of detail to carve out his legacy. The monk, his calm stretched thin and brittle, reveals that Yunho, hailed as the luminous martial emperor, he brimmed with compassion and unshakable honor. It felt like the Buddha himself had sent him to guide them. Electric with excitement, the scholar frantically scribbles every detail, declaring it perfectly matches his expectations, then leans in and asks for the inside scoop on Janho's daily life. The monk's calm cracks. Unease radiates from him like a shadow. Unable to hold himself together, the monk spits furious curses at Yanho and chokes out that he can't go on. The monk's curse detonates like a thunderbolt, sending the scholar reeling as his ordered mind shatters into chaos. Cut to the Hubei Peng clan. Its elders rise and banish the scholar, casting him out of their ranks. We confront Pengdojuk, the Hubei Pen clan's furious supreme elder, his wrath sizzling in the air. When Yanho's name dropped, fury seared him and he snarled, "What right does a wretched, despicable scholar have to ask about Yanho?" The elder barks for a sack of salt, and someone flings it in a ring around the scholar's feet. The scholar freezes, dread roaring as he watches every face mirror the same stunned terror at Yanho's name. Word reaches us of Yanho, the luminous martial emperor, a mythic figure who crushed an age of turmoil, a true nobleman, a soul larger than life, and a celebrated heroic warrior. His name rings around the globe. Some crown him the greatest ever. Others hail him as the perfect chivalrous warrior. The scholar surges forward on a burst of qigong energy toward his destination, wondering why everyone freezes at the name Yanhu. His historian's duty burned in him, forcing every memory to surface. Even the shadowed corners of history roar to be remembered. Today could be the day he rips the veil off the truth. We stumble on the beggar sect's divine mad dog. He bursts into manic laughter when he learns the scholar was driven out of Shaolin by the Hubei Ping clan. The scholar confirms, eyes cold. Everywhere he went, the reactions were nearly identical. And the moment he dropped Yanho's name, the mad dog cuts in, snarling that it was no surprise they'd react that way. Startled, the scholar snaps upright and strains to listen. The story bursts to life 100 years ago inside the Guangdong Y clan. Yanho personified utter disgrace. Meet 12-year-old Yanho, half asleep. He mutters a groggy vow that he'll become the mightiest. From the mad dog's perspective, a boy once burned with a single roaring ambition, to become the greatest in the world. Raised in a martial clan, they hammered the honor of warriors into his bones, and a fierce truth slammed into him. The fastest path to greatness. It roared with unyielding effort. Ironclad resolve burned in the boy. One tiny stubborn hitch stood in his way. The window slammed shut. Starting today was already impossible. Yonho sprang to his feet and locked his gaze on the blazing sunset. Drowned in a roaring sea of thought, he dives back under his blanket. He ground his teeth. Today was supposed to be the day he'd launch his rise to supremacy, so he vowed to rest hard tonight and unleash brutal training at dawn. Footsteps snap through the silence. Someone's coming, and catch sight of someone materializing in Yonho's room. "Listen up. I'm about to tell you exactly how to spring back to your feet." He roared at Yonho to get up again, his shout rattling the room. Yonho shoved himself to his feet, every muscle screaming as reluctance clung like lead. We slam into Guangdong's Wyclin patriarch, Yonho's father, a righteous, chivalrous swordsman, who locks eyes with Yonho and demands, "Do you know what time it is?" Yonho snaps that he saw the sun. His father snarls that the sun still lies on his bed. Yonho smirks and teases it's because the sun is still going down. Young-Ho's father snaps, "Do you even know how long you've been holed up in your room?" Yonho hesitated. 2 days or 3? Then snapped, 2 days. His father barked, "Useless brat. It's been 4 damn days. You've been wrapped in that blanket, rolling around for 4 days straight." Yonho's father barked, "Doesn't your back hurt from lying around that long? Even a bear would flip over from sweat after 3 days." Yonho cracks a nervous laugh and confesses that's why he keeps getting back up every now and again. At those words, Yonho's father snaps, rage flaring as he grinds his teeth. Yonho swears he tried to train today, but every time he forced his eyes open, the sun was already slipping below the horizon. When the sun sinks, you crash into sleep so you can spring out of bed at dawn and attack your training. She shrieked, hurling, "You freaking brat!" straight at Yonho. His father flips the bed over and snarls that today he's finally going to fix Janho's rotten attitude. Through Mad Dog's eyes, tossing a cheeky pun, he snarled that today in the great Y household of Guangdong, the sun was already sinking. Cut to Guangdong's Y clan office. The patriarch is a wreck, anguish written all over his face. We're introduced to Zhou Bang, Guangdong Y clan's sharp-edged administrator, who corners the patriarch and snaps, "You're stressed about the second young master again, aren't you?" The patriarch snarls, Who else would he be worried about? The administrator coolly replies, "Don't worry. Yanho will mature soon enough." The patriarch confesses, "It's all my fault." Listen up. This is the tale of Wai Zhonghan, the iron-willed patriarch of Guangdong's Great Wai clan, who set off on a twofold martial pilgrimage the year Yonghu turned 2. Enter the patriarch of Guangdong's Wai clan, Han Sang-a, the unborn child Wai Su Rian, the eldest child Sun Ho, and the second son Yan Ho. Wei Zhonghan thought the journey would last 2 years tops. Fate hurled him into one chaotic incident after another. Only after 8 brutal years could Wai Zhonghan finally storm back. He snatched the honorary title of righteous chivalrous swordsman during that time. Grief exploded inside him. He'd lost far too much. When he returned home, his once gentle wife erupted into a fury fiercer than a tiger, and his beloved son, the very one he swore would never be a problem, he'd morphed into a full-blown lazy sloth, drifting through days without lifting a finger. Now you can feel why Zhonghan let out that soul-deep sigh. The administrator snaps at the patriarch. "Don't worry, there must still be a way." The patriarch barked. "What way?" The administrator shot back. "Have you forgotten? He'll be returning soon." The patriarch snapped. "Who's he?" A thunderbolt of recognition strikes the patriarch. He realizes who he is. The administrator declares that in 3 years he will return from the academy. The patriarch's lips curl into a sly smirk. He's convinced Yanho is actually terrified of one person. Someone slid in behind Yanho, and a cold shiver crawled up his spine. Why is he suddenly feeling chills? The instant Yanho whips his head around, he catches sight of his older brother, San Ho, the eldest son of Guangdong's Wai clan, strides into view. San Ho snaps, "How long were you asleep?" And Yanho, all nerves, blurts, "When did you get home?" Sanjo snaps, "I asked Yanho first." While scratching the back of his head, Yanho's nerves flared, snuffing out every word. Sun Ho pins Yanho beneath a blazing, unblinking stare. Yanho freezes in panic and blurts, "It's not what San Ho thinks," swearing he trained at dawn, hammered himself raw, then crashed into a nap from sheer exhaustion. And he's telling the truth. San Ho leveled a question at Yanho. "Did you really train?" Yanho met his stare and nodded hard. "Yes." San Ho shouted for Yanho to unleash a technique. He cleaved the candle in 2. San Ho can't wait to throw Yanho into the ring and see how much he's leveled up in these 3 years. Clutching his sword, Yanho hesitates, then forces himself into a tense fighting stance. San Ho demanded, "Yanho, what are you doing?" and snapped, "Go ahead." Yanho scrambles for excuses, insisting they're indoors, and that stepping outside would be too dangerous. San Ho bellows he'll shoulder the blame and dares Yanho to show him what he's got. Yanho coiled, then exploded forward, his sword carving a lethal arc. He lunges forward, desperate to flaunt a jaw-dropping sword technique. The soaring dragon technique, feel the dragon roar. The candle refuses to react. Its flame stays eerily still. Seeing that, Yanho's heart lurched. He knew he'd just blown it. Bitter disappointment laced Sanjo's voice as he spat. 3 years have passed. 3's all it takes. Master the sword technique, then rocket to the next level. Yanho has spiraled into a far darker, more broken version of himself than he was 3 years ago. Cut to the Wai family's dinner hall. They're gathered around the table, plates steaming as voices rise and cutlery clatters through their meal. Yanho clutches his stomach, absolutely sure indigestion is about to strike. The patriarch leaned in, eyes like knives, and demanded of San Ho, "How's life at Martial Academy? And have you run into any trouble?" Sanjo shrugs, unfazed. If it wasn't brutal, it wouldn't be training. And he says those hardships are the hammer he needs to smash his old self. The patriarch roars at San Ho that he's endured relentless suffering while San Ho was gone. Sanjo snaps that his father suffered the most, torn apart by being gone so long, and the patriarch cuts in coldly. "Sanjo, any other issues?" Sanjo declares, "There is one." The matriarch leans in, voice razor sharp. "What is it?" Sano drops the bomb that it's all about Yanho, and everyone reels in stunned silence. Sanho's dead set on hauling Yanho straight to his martial academy. Hearing that, Yanho staggered as shock, panic, and pure terror slammed into him all at once. The scene snaps to the mad dog, snarling that even Master Musan in Pengoja grits his teeth the moment someone says Yanho's name. That was the moment the great history burst into being. Back then, nobody could have even dreamed what was about to unfold. They wrote him off as lazy. That boy would one day shake the world. In a heartbeat, they shoved Yanho into the martial academy, snatching away any chance he had to refuse. Tension crackled through the house as his family frowned. Then Surian, Yanho's younger sister, burst into tears and begged him, voice breaking, not to go. His father laughed, taunting him to come back only when he'd become a man. Yanho swears to his sister, "Don't cry, I'll be back." Through the mad dog's snarling, bloodshot eyes, San Ho and Yanho zipped through the journey, the road unfolding like polished glass beneath their feet. That's Yanho's reality. Yanho snaps at his brother, Are they almost there? Sanjo drops the bomb. Only 10 days remain, and Yanho freezes, eyes wide with stunned disbelief. Sanho teases they'd have arrived in 5 days if Yanho could ride a horse. From the back, Yanho shouts he's never ridden one, and Sanho shrugs it off. He wasn't blaming him, just answering the question. Yanho pleads with Sanho to rest and snaps at us. Do you know how steep this hill is? He's utterly exhausted. His back and butt feel like they're about to burst. Spotting people sprawled beneath a dead tree, Yanho snaps at Sanho to go over and points out they're just resting too. Sanjo's jaw drops as shock slams through him. Sanho vaulted off his horse as Yanho snapped, "What are you going to do?" Sanjo drops into view before the sprawled bodies. While checking them, Yanho snaps at Sanho, "What are you doing?" And Sanho shoots back, "We're too late." Every person sprawled there lay dead. Hearing that, Yanho freezes, jaw dropping, eyes wide. Sanho thrusts something into Yanho's view. He roared, "This technique is the flower-indulging palm. It was once the crimson flower palm. But when Sayo Jukai, a rapist who weaponized the technique to commit vile crimes, stained its name, everyone started calling it the flower-indulging palm." Hearing about a rapist, Yanho snarls at Sanho, "You're saying the rapist is around here?" Sanjo insists the rapist targets women who climb the mountains, and the bodies show Sayo Jukai ambushed them while trying to snatch a woman. Danger stalks a woman somewhere nearby. Sanho barked at Yanho to stay put, then tore off, vowing he'd return. Yanho roars at Sanho, "You're telling me to stay here with these corpses?" By then, Sanho had streaked far ahead. Frustration clawed at Yanho. He whipped his head, scanning the room with razor focus. He locks his gaze on the horses and the bodies, the sight slamming into him. He swears he's screwed. The sky snaps into ink black, ready to burst open with rain at any moment. Yanho roared, branded Sanho a liar, demanded what's taking him so long, and spat that Sanho should have just brought Yanho along. Yanho's pulse rockets. He's sure something's happened to Sanho. There's no way he'd be this late otherwise. Adrenaline punches Yanho. He has to move now, or lingering here will make him the tiger's next meal. A thunderstorm rips the sky open, and Yanho recoils as fear slams into him. The sky unleashed the first stinging raindrops. Yanho strides through the downpour, horses snorting and pawing the mud, bodies lying slick and lifeless in the rain. Yanho's blood ran cold. He knew he was utterly screwed. His mind screamed, "How did he end up like this?" Yanho grapples with the bodies, heaving them onto the horse's back. Frustration boiled in him. Abandon the bodies and they'd be tiger bait, and the pouring rain made burying them impossible. He scrambles for shelter as the horses suddenly ignore Yanho's commands. Thunder cracked like a gunshot, and a horse's hoof slammed into Yanho, and he careens down the hill, tumbling end over end. Yanho jolts awake, searing pain ripping through him. Pain ripped through his back as he tumbled, and he spat a furious curse at the horses. He bolts upright and realizes he's in a cave. Relief slammed into him. He was sure he'd found shelter from the rain. Then the horses thunder back into the cave. Yanho knots the horses to the post, jaw clenched, convinced he can't even land a single blow. Yanho glares at the mountain of filthy clothes, disgust curling his lip. That mess is exactly why he chooses to stay home. Yunho carves a bold mark into the rock at the cave's mouth, a blazing beacon to lead his brother straight to him. Indecision clawing at him, Yunho collapses onto the bed and lets sleep swallow him. After a long blur, Yanho snaps awake, heart slamming, desperate to know his brother wasn't hurt. It hits him. His brother is strong. He'll be fine. Yanho collapses into a deep, steady slumber, breathing even and calm as time quietly slips away. A blue light blasts into existence around you. Right there at home, a cobalt light coils around Yanho, inching him off the ground and hauling him skyward. A blade of light lunges in, snatching the sleeping Yanho and tearing him away into who knows where. A blinding beam of light shot out, snatched Yanho, and yanked him into an invisible barrier. Moments later, Yanho snaps awake. He whips his head around, scanning every shadow and face, desperate. Where is he? He freezes. The place is the cave he was in, but the layout's wrong. Yanho's panic spikes. Did he go deeper? Did he roll deeper while he slept? A voice booms, "Fated human!" Yanho hears it, freezes, then a raw scream tears from his throat. Then he plummets toward the wall. He snaps his head up to a spear of blue light stabbing the sky, and a voice booms, "Welcome to the fated place, successor of my radiant sword." Yanho Ass's voice explodes from the glittering object. A voice rumbled, "Yes!" He's ripped free from the body's chains and speaks to Yanho from beyond time and space. A disembodied voice demands Yanho accept his will and rule the world. Yanho erupts into a scream, howling that it's a ghost. A hollow voice claws at Yanho, urging him not to be afraid. It's already dead. Only his will lingers here. He forged this for the one who follows, so they'd accept his will without a shadow of doubt. Yanho's gut clenches. This scene slams into him with chilling familiarity. The cave yawned, untouched by any human footsteps. The old man's last will and testament. Yanho's face split into a sickening grin as he thought, "This is my fateful chance." He basks in the heavens' favor for his kindness, convinced that if he grows strong right here, he can skip the martial training hall. The old man's voice cracked. "There is no time. Inherit my sword and right the world's morals." And he promised to teach Yanho the radiant blade, ordering Yanho to train endlessly. The voice roared that with the old man's blood in his veins, Yanho should have the talent. Train relentlessly here for 30 years, and he could partly mirror the old man's power. Hearing 30 years, Yanho's jaw dropped. Shock exploded through him. He snaps that this fate isn't his, and tells them to find the next person, leaving the old man dumbstruck for a beat. Startled, they blurted, "Yanho, why?" Yanho snaps he'd rather let it all go than spend 30 years trapped here. Back inside Mad Dog's head, he growls that the fateful meeting is, watch how the loser Yanho clawed his way from nobody to an unstoppable force. Yanho glares at the old man and snaps, "This isn't fate. Find someone else." Yanho bolts, legs a blur as he tears away. The old man implored Yanho to wait. When Yanho looked back, he watches the light coil and harden, reshaping itself into a weathered old man. Baek Muhan bursts onto the scene. Spotting the old man, Yanho's eyes flashed and he barked, "I was right. He's a scammer." The old man roars, "How dare you call me a scammer?" And Yanho snaps that the man pretended to be one thing. Then, when the act collapsed, ripped off his mask to reveal his true self. The old man roared that he wasn't faking. He's a spirit who's already stepped out of his own body. Yunho sneers, refusing to buy a single word from the old man, and rocks him with a thunderous punch. His hand slid right through the old man, and the man crumpled to the floor, asking Yanho, "What is he doing?" Yanho's hand plunged right through the old man, and he shrieked, "He's a real ghost!" The old man thundered this was the spirit transmission arts, a skill only the highest martial artist can command, and Yanho scoffed, "They call them ghosts." Fury explodes from the old man as he screams at Yanho, bellowing, "I'm not a ghost!" Cut back to Mad Dog. He leans in, voice electric, and spins the whole tale to the scholar. That's how Yanho met his master. The scholar glared at Mad Dog and demanded, "Do the spirit transmission arts actually exist?" Mad Dog roars this technique belongs only to martial artists who've reached the absolute peak. The young scholar snaps, "Who's the one martial artist who can wield spirit transmission arts?" Mad Dog leaned in toward the young scholar, voice like a blade. "Do you know the Sword Emperor?" The young scholar snaps, "That's a given. The Sword Emperor is the strongest person in history, the unrivaled titan of the Thousand Swords Baek clan, a master who carved his legend into the annals of martial arts history." Mad Dog barks yes. He's naming Baek Muhan the Radiant Sword, and reveals the man later dubbed the Sword Emperor was the Radiant Martial Sovereign's master. The young scholar's eyes snapped open as he blurted, "Didn't the Sword Emperor walk the earth 300 years ago?" Mad Dog barked, "Exactly," and declared the Sword Emperor a relic from a forgotten era. Yet it was that same Sword Emperor who forged Yanho. The scholar's jaw dropped. "Unbelievable. Radiant Martial Sovereign Mad Dog, since you knew that, you must have begged to become the Sword Emperor's disciple on the spot, right?" Mad Dog snarled that it was the exact opposite, convinced 300 years had passed without a single descendant seeking him. The Sword Emperor's desperation flared. He needed a disciple, whatever the cost. Yanho casually asks the old man why he's throwing a tantrum, then flat out declares he can't learn from him and strides away. The old man snarled at Yanho, "You really thought I'd let you get away that easily?" The old man slams the cave entrance shut. Yanho bristles, irritation flaring hot under his skin. The old man burst into laughter and jabbed at Yanho, asking what he thought. The cave door towered as a monstrous slab of stone, impossibly thick, and with Yanho's current power he couldn't lift or break it. If he masters the old man's martial arts, he'll slice it like a sheet of paper and walk away. Yanho steels himself, mutters, "It can't be helped," then yanks his sword free. The moment he spots the sword, the old man snaps that he'd already warned Yanho. He can't cut that stone gate with his abilities. Yanho digs his nails into the stone, clawing deep grooves, and the old man goes mute, frozen in shock. The old man leans in, voice thin. "What are you doing?" Yanho snarls and drives his shovel down. "Can't you see I'm digging a hole?" Even the toughest stone can't survive Yunho's metal. He'll grind at it day after day, eating it away until he rips through in about a year or two. The old man fixed Yanho with a hard stare and demanded, "Are you going to keep doing this for a year or two?" Yanho laughs, scoffing that it's rich coming from the man who promised to train him for 30 years. The old man's face contorts with fury. He spits that this bastard's gone mad and seethes because he can't even beat him to death. The old man lingers at Yanho's side, insisting he at least try to learn and swearing he won't disappoint him. Yanho snaps that he hates the old man, and the old man says he'll only let Yanho leave after 20 years. Hearing 20 years, Yanho collapses onto the floor and snaps that 20 years is far too long. He'd consider it if the old man said 3 years. Rage flared in the old man's eyes as he spat "bastard" at Yanho. Then he smiled coldly and taunted him. So you expect to master the Sword Emperor's art in 3 years? Not even if Zhang Sanfeng rose from the dead could that be done. Yanho hauled himself upright and admitted, I guess we're not meant to be. The old man went beet red and hurled a blazing, rapid-fire stream of curses at Yanho so fast we couldn't hear a single word. Then the old man declares, 5 years. He seizes Yanho and snarls, Give me 5 years. I'll do whatever it takes to make you the strongest in the world. Hearing that, Yanho's blood ignited. He saw himself crowned the world's strongest martial artist in 5 years. Yanho had never even heard of a spirit this vivid. The old man's presence crackled with life. Snarling in disgust, Yanho figured the technique wasn't taught by words. The old man had only fed him half the truth, and if that's true, he might really be the strongest master in the world. Yanho seizes the chance and vows to forge himself into a martial master. Janho snaps, Fine, I'll try it. Back to Mad Dog, he snarled that Yanho couldn't have known the old man was the Sword Emperor back then. Fate had dealt the Sword Emperor a cruel hand. At the end of his life, the person he met was a lazy sloth, sprawled there as if it owned eternity. Rage explodes in the old man. He spits, You bastard, and grabs Yanho, shaking him hard while demanding he wake up. Yanho groans, I'm so exhausted. You don't sleep? Then his words die as he realizes the old man is dead. The truth slams into him. He's human. Humans need sleep. Didn't the old man know that? Baekmuan spits curses at the sky, the heavens, the earth, at everything. Then, into the train, he forces out an apology to Yanho. Yanho crashed into a sleep that swallowed the entire day. They only practiced the moves once during training, and the always angry poor Sword Emperor snarls that at this pace it'll take 50 years, not 5. Yanho begs, Is there no easier way to learn? The old man shrugs, It's already easy enough. Yunho figured the old man would be a lot less annoying if he kept his mouth shut, and he snapped, That's exactly why you need to meet a talented master. Baekmuhan flared crimson with rage, his chi teetering on the brink of deviation. If he even had a body. The Sword Emperor craves worldly glory and longs to pass his martial art on. So he traps his spirit like this, condemning himself to endure a living nightmare. If he had a body, he'd pummel Yanho into submission and then teach him. Yanho lies sprawled on the ground, rolling. Yanho blurted, Master! And demanded, How did you pull that off? The old man blinked and snapped back, What? Yanho snaps. If I drop that stone gate, can't the old man just puppet my body with that power and force his martial arts into me? The old man grins and says he simply yanked the string on a device he'd already rigged. Yanho fires back, How? You don't even have a body. And the old man spits that the whole thing has nothing to do with a body. He summoned a surge of chi and with psychic levitation alone, yanked the string through the air. No hands. Then the old man's eyes snap open as he suddenly grasps something startling. He erupts into a devilish laugh as the truth slams into him. Why hadn't he seen it sooner? The old man keeps cackling. Yanho snaps, What's wrong with him? Has he finally lost his mind? The old man confesses he'd been consumed by the belief that he had no body, that parts were missing after 300 years of keeping his spirit alive. But thanks to Yanho, he finally learned something good. Yanho barked at the old man, What are you mumbling about? Then something whizzed past him. At first, he doesn't even realize what he's staring at. His gaze snaps to a lone rock perched on the stone wall. He roared with laughter, thanked Yanho, and realized that even without a body he could command rocks to obey him at will. Terror rips through Yunho and he recoils as the old man presses on. And if he can move rocks. Rocks hovered around him as he smirked and boasted he could pull off something just like that. Yanho snapped for the old man to stop. He wanted to talk, but the old man suddenly hurls a savage hail of rocks straight onto Yanho. After that day, Baekmuhan and Yanho plunged into relentless, round-the-clock training. From dawn to dusk, Yanho hammered swordsmanship into his bones without a single break. They clashed in a fierce debate that raged through the night. Every time Yanho fell asleep, he dove headfirst into Baekmuhan's peerless dream mythic arts, straining to make them obey. Living forged itself into a sword. Life forged itself into a razor-sharp sword. Yanho couldn't waste a single second on laziness. 5 years blasted by in a heartbeat, gone before anyone could catch their breath. And when Yanho burst back onto the scene, he unleashed a shockwave that rattled the entire world. A day before he was released, Yanho slept when the old man's call sliced through the night. Hauling himself upright, Yanho groaned, I wanted to sleep a bit more. Shock slams into Yanho. His eyes snap wide and his jaw drops. The old man sat cross-legged like a mountain, utterly calm, and beckoned Yanho forward with a single, steady gesture. Seated, Yanho snapped, "What's going on?" The old man swore he'd forged himself in a lifetime of martial arts, and all he wanted now was to see it finally end. He threw his life into martial arts alone, and that obsession warped him into a crabby old man his clan kept at arm's length. Yunho's brow tightens as he thinks, what has possessed the old man today? This is so unlike him. The old man presses on, and it hits him why his clan never came looking. The old man deserted his children and family, throwing himself headfirst into martial arts. He swore he'd witnessed the end of martial arts. Everything would be laid at his feet. He miscalculated. Martial arts are what make us human. Refusing to walk beside others to witness the sword's final clash strips it of meaning. Yanho guided the old man to that realization. The old man rumbles, "I taught someone for the first time." Rage burned in his chest, and a sharp, prickling annoyance crawled beneath his skin. Watching Yanho blossom ignited a fierce, warm joy in him and taught him what true happiness feels like. And he discovered fondness, a quiet warmth that tugged at his chest. Ho snaps Master Yan and demands to know what's wrong, while the old man carries himself like this is their last goodbye. The old man rumbles, confirming it. "It's time!" Panic explodes in Yanho as he snaps at the old man. "What are you talking about? Do you really think I'd fall for that?" The old man thundered they must train for 30 years, and they've only clawed through 5. He has to endure 25 more years. The old man swears he said that. He slipped Yanho an internal chai, an elixir that let him live without eating in here, and it demanded brutal upkeep Yanho hadn't bargained for. The old man rasps, "I'm spent. It's time to say goodbye." Trembling with panic and sorrow, Yanho implored the old man why he hadn't told him. If he had, Yanho would have bolted off, found food, and come straight back to train. The old man confesses he doubts Yanho would ever come back if he walked away, then says he understands exactly how Yanho feels. The old man grins, says he savored every moment they shared, confesses he longed to watch Yanho chase the horizon and soak up the world's sights, and shrugs. This is fine too. The old man's eyes crinkle as he studies Yanho, fondness pouring from his gaze like warm sunlight, and in his eyes, you can tell he can. Yanho storms across the world, crisscrossing the map in a pattern you can't miss. The old man orders Yanho to go see the world and burn it into his bones. Do that, and everything else will follow. He implores Yanho to see people before he sees the world. The old man stares up, admitting he never noticed what lay at his feet, and warning Yanho not to repeat his mistakes. Even if the old man never lays eyes on Yanho again, even if nobody else ever learns he exists, Yanho flowed like liquid steel, his movements a blur and his swordsmanship razor precise. The old man dwells within them. As he faded away, the old man's parting voice sliced the air. It doesn't matter if Yanho isn't outstanding or great. Janho lunged forward and cried, "Master, I can't leave already! There's still so much I haven't learned!" Yanho pleads with his master, desperate for him to stay, if only for one day. As he vanished, the Sword Emperor Baekmuhan squeezed out one last plea that pierced the silence. "Be happy, Yanho." Tears ripped down Yanho's face as he shouted that the old man could have said something a bit earlier. Back to the present, Yanho seethes. "So that's why the old man left without telling me in advance." Yanho grips a cloth, glaring as he snaps, "When did the old man stack all this? He should have left quietly." Yanho screams, ripping the silence apart. "What the hell is this?" Just before he vanished, Baekmuhan frantically scrawled a desperate message across Yanho's clothes. Yanho blitzed through 5 years of training, yet his martial arts stayed half-forged. And when Baekmuhan vanished and Yanho refused to keep training, Baekmuhan branded a strange mark onto his body. Yanho gulped Baekmuhan's inner elixir and felt his martial arts begin to awaken. Not an automatic power-up, but a slow, relentless honing of his skill. If the martial arts Yanho is absorbing lag behind the lightning speed of the inner elixir, Baekmuhan would drain every spark of his inner energy, and Yanho would die. No sugarcoating, slack in training and he'll die. Fuming, Yanho snarled that the damned old man was up to no good. Another line sewn into the cloth urged Yanho to travel the world and see different things. Those sights will flood him with feeling, and those feelings will teach him. The old man warns him not to settle for being small in a small place, and Baekmuhan pushes him to behold great things and become a big person. Yanho's first stop is ruling. He must track down the world's greatest scholar and stay with him, where something fierce will ignite inside him. Yanho declares he's going home, but vows he'll come back once he's settled every last thing. Yanho steels himself, convinced he must do whatever it takes. He drops to his knees and delivers his final, trembling bows to his master. Yanho bolts for Rulin, resolve blazing as he disappears into the distance. Baekmuhan bursts back into view right at the cave's mouth. He erupted into a booming, devilish laugh. He snarled "bastard" at Yanho, warning that if Yanho doesn't learn about the world, he'll shrivel up like a mummy and die. What kind of martial arts lets someone end up like that? Baekmuhan won't let Yanho be left to rot in some random middle of nowhere. The world is too vast to give him that fate. Baekmuhan's grin spread with satisfied glee as he sneered that Jan Ho had wasted his martial arts. The scene snaps to Kai Feng, throwing him into the spotlight. We meet a new Yan Holm. Days of starvation have carved him into a walking skeleton. He strides up and halts directly in front of a beggar. Zhang Aile, the beggar's ex-branch leader, looms in and pins Yan Hao with a cold, puzzled stare, thinking, "Who is this mummy?" Yan Ho burst in, saying he'd come to ask something. Young El demanded, "Money?" And Yan Ho froze for a beat before asking, "Do I have to pay?" The beggar spat, "Nothing in this world is free." Zhang Ayol's jaw drops. Yan Ho's voice rings barely 20, but his face screams 50. And out of every beggar he's ever seen, none look like him. Zhang Ayal declares he'll do it for free. We're in the same field, but the rule here forbids that. Yan. He scoffs. Same field? Zhang Ayal says flatly, "Yes, we're both beggars." Yan Ho explodes. "How on earth does he look like a beggar?" Zhang Ayal snaps, "Because he is, plain as day." Zhang Ayal snarled that without cash he wouldn't cough up a scrap of info, shooed Yan Ho away, and told him to come back after scraping up money by begging. Yan Ho fired back, "Why beg? I'm not a beggar." Zhang Ayal's face went stone cold as he snapped, "It's not that beggars beg. Once you beg, you are a beggar." He could rake in cash just by plopping a basket at his feet, so why's he letting that talent go to waste? Out of the blue, Zhang Ayal shot the question at Yun Ho. "Do you want to work with me?" A mountain of cash towered in front of Yan Ho. Zhang Ayal bursts into glee, shouting they'll rake in half a year's operating costs for this branch in just half a day, and declaring the god of wealth has arrived. Young Ai will fix Yan Ho with a razor stare and cut in, "What do you want to know?" Yan Ho blasted out a rapid-fire list of famous scholars, their hometowns, hobbies, and signature specialties, then tore into a second list of famous blacksmiths, their forges, pastimes, and the crafts that made them legendary. Zhang Ayal snaps that he promised and will tell him. He asks Yuan Hao to come back in 7 days. Yuan Hao flops down, says he has nowhere to go and nothing to do, so he'll just stay here. Zhang Ayal snapped, "Fine." A few days later, regret gnaws at Zhang Ayal. Then a panting beggar barrels up shouting, "There's trouble." Zhang snaps, "What's the fuss about? What trouble could there be for some beggars?" The beggar croaked that he feared they were going to starve to death. The beggar hustles Zhang Ayal to the location. I'm gonna be stunned by what he sees." A passerby spat, "Bastards," and snarled that if they're going to be beggars, they should at least be on that level. A mummy materializes as Yan Ho nonchalantly rakes in a mountain of coins just by sitting on the road. Terror rips through Young Isle as a jolt of surprise knocks the wind from his lungs. Cash keeps pouring onto Yan Ho. He throws back a brazen laugh, declares making money child's play, and storms the beggar world to seize control. Yan Ho croaked, "I'm parched." He sprawls back and snaps at Zhang Ayel, "Bring me water." When they hand Yan Ho a bowl of water, he snarls that it's filthy. Zhang Ayel storms forward, pummels the beggar who delivered it, and barks for the water to be brought in a new bowl. Yun Ho sneers, "It's also lukewarm," as Zhang Ayel boots the beggars aside and snaps, "Bring cold water from the damn mountains." Flat on his face, Johan Ho sneers, "Nice! How nice!" And Zhang Aile erupts in furious rage. Zhang Ayal believes he's the branch leader of the beggar sect, but he's forced to grovel as a servant to that stupid beggar. If Zhang Ayal boots Yan Hao out, Yan Hao's men will rise up and strike back. Zhang Ayo swears the damn intel Yan Ho demanded is finally on its way. At this pace, they're all walking straight into the grave. One of the beggars sprinted up, grinning, shouting that the information is here. Hearing that, joy burst from Zhang Ayal too. He couldn't hide his grin. Yan Ho's eyes snap to the information, and it slams into him like a thunderbolt. Yan Ho barked at Zhang Aili. "Is that it? You'd really sell something like this for money?" Zhang Aili shot back, "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Ayal snatched the paper right out of Yan Ho's hands. His eyes lock onto the information, thought sparks exploding through his mind. Are those bastards trying to wipe them all out? This is only half the intel Yan Ho demanded. Zhang Ayel's jaw clenched. This was bad and he had to act, while Yuan Hao snapped, asking if the intel was incomplete because he hadn't paid them enough. Zhang Ayal spirits Yan Ho away to retrieve the information, and we spot a womanly figure standing there. She snarls, "Foxdog," and snaps that spotting Zhang Ayal here is almost unheard of. The scene explodes as Gui Nang Nang, the branch leader of House Sex Kai Feng, steps into view. Zhang Ayal strides forward and fires a sharp greeting at the branch leader. Yan Ho cackled, "Zhang Ayal's title dog? Is he just a little despicable? Jang Il snaps that he needs information, while Yan Ho keeps spitting despicable at him. Branch leader Guy's eyes flashed. This is shocking. The beggar sect's Kaifeng branch leader has marched into the house sect to hunt for information. And sure that Zhang Ilai knows their rivals, she demanded, "What brings you to our sect?" Jang Il snapped that he wasn't here for the beggar sect and had brought a customer with him. Yan Ho kept laughing, jeering despicable at Jang Il. Branch leader Gui barked at Yung Al. "Is he kidding her right now?" She snaps. The beggar sect isn't the one asking. The so-called client revealed himself as a ragged beggar. She jabbed the question at Zhang Il. Is he mocking them or baiting them into a provocation? Branch leader Gui snapped. "We have no information to sell to the beggar sect." Hearing that, Yan Ho snapped, "I'm not from the beggar sect." Spinning back, branch leader Gui snapped that if the insults keep coming, she'll have no choice but to strike. Yan Ho, remember? They have pride. Yan Ho snaps, "Isn't the house sect an intelligence organization?" She can't even tell if Yan Ho comes from the beggar sector, yet she's scraping by selling bits of gossip about him. And Yan Ho snaps to branch leader Gui that she hasn't even learned the basics. Hearing that, fury snapped her calm and she bellows for Gongmu, one of her guards. Gongmu snaps back, voice razor sharp. "Who is Yan Ho?" Gongmu snapped that they knew nothing of Yan Ho, insisting he wasn't from the beggar sect. Branch leader Goi bristled, irritation snapping through him. Yan Ho smirks and snaps, "See, now she can peddle info on me, right?" Irritation blazing, branch leader Gui spat no. She refused and ordered them out. Yan Ho erupts into laughter, sneering that she has no business instincts, then offers to pay her. And she still refuses. Yan Ho's gut screams the house sect won't stand much longer. Branch leader Gi snarled at Yan Ho. "Watch your mouth or you'll have your limbs cut off." Yan Ho smirked. "Not wrong, am I?" Then spat. "Old lady," her weathered face fills the frame. "Sorry guys, forgive me. I can't explain what she's feeling." Branch leader Guy snaps at Yan Ho, eyes flashing. "Are you insulting me?" She snaps at Gongmu. "Teach Yan Ho a lesson." A masked man barreled toward Yan Ho, poised to strike. Gongmu's hand lunged, his fingers a breath away from Yan Ho. He yanks Zhang Ilai aside. He lands a savage punch on Gongmu. Gongmu collapses, head down on the floor, completely unconscious. The branch leader's jaw drops as shock hits them full force. Zhang Ilai wasn't spared either. Branch leader Guy thundered. "Yan Ho is a martial master." Yun Ho blurts an apology, saying his reflexes make him counterattack the instant someone tries to hit him. He would have held back if Gongmu had warned he was about to strike. Zhang Ilai figured Yuan Hao had learned martial arts, but he was floored by how unbelievably strong Yuan Hao really was. Zhang Ilai's eyes flash with horror as she decides Yan Hao is nothing but a monster. Yan Hao rubs the nape of his neck and snaps, "It's all that old man's fault." Branch leader Guy's voice cracks and she stammers that she'd never realized Yan. He was such a high-profile patron. She snaps, "I'm saying it anyway. They don't look like they're here for anything good." Every move drips with malice. Zhang Ilai warns she'll probably scoff, but he's not here to fight. The beggar sect couldn't unearth the crucial intel, so he came to beg her for help. Branch leader Gui snapped. "So that's why you brought Yan Ho here?" Zhang Ilai nodded. "Yes." Gui growled. "You realize that's like hauling a tiger into a rabbit's den and asking for only a scrap of fur, right?" Zhang Ilai met his gaze. "I know it sounds impossible, but I'm deadly serious." Branch leader Guy relented. "All right, I'll take your word for it." Zhang Ilai thundered. "Thanks, sir!" Branch leader Gui barked that handing Zhang Ilai any information is a different battle, and he admits it. Zhang Ilai's client really did injure her. She demanded compensation. She kept declaring, eyes razor cold. In this unorthodox world, one brutal rule stands. Blood for blood, a life for a life. Branch leader Gui dubs her guards the Foreshadows. Hulking, menacing figures strike chilling poses. Yan Ho smirks and quips. "Everyone in this place knows how to make a flashy entrance." Branch leader Gui snarled. "I don't know what Yan Ho's here for, but he hurt one of ours. He's not walking away unscathed." Yan Ho snapped. "Is it that hard to understand?" He told her it was a mistake, and when he swung at Yan Ho first, Yan Ho just slapped him lightly. Branch leader Gui's face twisted with rage as he snarled and hurled a curse straight at Yan Ho. She spits that Merm's unorthodox ways are brutally simple. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yan Ho sneered at her, taunting, "That sounds like pure lone shark bullshit." Branch leader Guy snarled they'd slice a scrap of flesh from Yan Ho's face and call it done. Yon Ho meets her stare, swallows hard, and forces out, "Sorry to break it to you." Hollow cheeks carve his face. He hasn't been able to eat properly recently. Branch leader Goi bristles, a simmering anger crackling just beneath his calm, and snarls an order, sending the Foreshadows to cut down Yan Ho. The Foreshadows pounce on Yan Ho. Rubbing the back of his head, he scoffs. I thought you'd only carve a bit of flesh from my face, and now they're gunning for him. That's an avalanche of interest, he sneers, calling it scary. Ho rips them apart. Her expression? I can't decode it. I'm completely stumped, sorry. While the four shadows still hang in the air, Yan-ho snaps, "Nobody move!" Chi crackling around him. Yan-ho snarls that he doesn't want to kill, yet. Seeing that, Young-yil freezes, his words choking off in his throat. Branch leader Guy's eyes snapped open. He instantly knew Yan-ho radiated the unmistakable aura of a martial master. Yan-ho repeats his master's warning. Anyone who strikes once will strike 3, maybe 4 times. He can't let that happen. Yan-ho swears he can't stand the old man, yet every single thing he's ever said has been true. Terror slammed into branch leader Goy. She realized she'd picked the wrong man to mess with, and he was a force she couldn't handle. She must snap into razor-sharp focus. One wrong move. This whole branch of the house sect teeters on the brink of ruin. Branch leader Goy snaps herself together and fires. "What do you want?" Yan-ho growls, "Information." She narrows her eyes and demands, "What kind of information?" Jung-yil insists he has the papers and implores her to fill in the empty spots. Staring at the paper, the branch leader seethed, convinced Jung-yil had dragged a monster like Yan-ho into the house sect because they couldn't solve such a simple matter. Branch leader Gui brushed it off like it was nothing, said she just needed time and asked Yan-ho to wait. Yan-ho agreed, and she asked for 15 minutes. Rage burned in her features as she snapped, "Jung-yul, come with me!" After a tense pause, Jung-yul returns, and Yan-ho explodes into mocking laughter. Someone sneered his face looked like a dumpling, and Yun-ho pressed Jung-yul, demanding to know if branch leader Gui had beaten him up. Yun-ho scoffs. "Guess the beggar sect's nothing. Look at them getting crushed by the house sect." And Jung-yul snaps, "That woman? She doesn't look like a mere regular house member, does she?" Jung-yil slams her palm down and proclaims she's the house sect leader's daughter, and the one destined to lead the house sect. She devoured miracle medicines like meals and bathed in every luxury. How could Jung-yil ever be a match for her? Without warning, Gui, the branch leader, materialized right behind Jung-yil. She declares she brought the intel, and Yan-ho shoots back a sharp, grateful, "Thank you." She presses on, snapping that they live by their own rules. Jang-yil barked, "Information fees." Yuan-hao shot back, "How much?" She snaps, 5 nyang, and presses 5 bronze nyang into their hands. Yan-ho scoffs, "That's cheap here." Jong-il snaps, "Silver nyang," and Yan-ho fires back, baffled, "Why's it so expensive?" Branch leader Guy snarled that it was top security intel. That's exactly why the price shot through the roof. Yan-ho sprang to his feet and stormed off. Yong barked, "Where are you going?" Yan-ho snaps, "I've got to go earn my silver nyang." Jung-yul collapses onto the ground and yanks on Yan-ho's leg, grinning. "I brought you here for a reason," and Yan-ho snaps back, "What's that supposed to mean?" Reluctance laces his voice as Zhang-yil tells Yuan-ho to wait a second. Jung-yul drained every coin Young-ho had earned and raided his secret stash to cough up the 5 silver nyang Jung-ho lacked. Then he scribbled an IOU and borrowed. Handing out the silver, Jung-yul felt his heart seize with a raw, relentless ache. Jong-il spat, "You evil bastard!" and raged that he'd burned through every last cent of his savings. Yan-ho flipped through the files, declared them surgical, far beyond the scraps the beggars pull in. Proof the house set guys operate on a whole other level. Clutching a scrap of paper, Yan-ho pipes up that he wants to send a letter to Guangdong too, and asks if it'll cost a fortune. Branch leader Gui snarls it'll cost more than an escort agency. But she'll do it if Yan-ho answers some of her questions. She fires off, "What's your name and how old are you?" Yan-ho shoots back, Yan-ho, 17. Jung-yil's eyes pop when he realizes Yan-ho is younger than him. Hearing Yan-ho is only 17. Branch leader Guy's disbelief explodes. Those martial moves belong to a seasoned warrior, not a kid. A jolt of recognition hits her. His name snaps back into focus. Yan-ho. Realization slams into her and she blurts, "Yan-ho, are you Guangdong's Y-clan's second son?" Yan-ho narrows his eyes and fires back, "Do you know me?" Branch leader Gui barked that the Guangdong Y-clan had tasked them with finding Yan-ho, and Zhang-yil snapped at Yan-ho, demanding to know if he was San-ho's younger brother. Yan-ho barked, "How do you know my older brother?" Jung-il smirked, "Sun-ho's my friend." Branch leader Gui snapped, "Are you sending that letter to Guangdong's Y-clan? It'll take at least 10 days to get there." Yan-ho shrugged and grinned. "Fine, we've waited 5 years. 10 more days won't hurt." Branch leader Guy thrusts a scarlet cloth into their hands, eyes blazing a silent command. "Tied, it brands you the house sect's honored guest. If Yan-ho knots it where he wants, a house sect informant will come hunting for him." She scoffs, convinced that no one in the Central Plains could be skilled enough at 17 to topple the 4 swords. Forging a bond like that with him should turn the tide for them. Yan-ho scoffs it won't help him. and branch leader Gui snaps she'll hand over the intel next time, for free. She insists it's made especially for Yanho. They're desperate not to lose him as a customer after what went down earlier. Yanho laughs it off, insisting, nothing really happened, right? Young-il groans that his face looks like a dumpling and he's been left flat broke, and the branch leader sneers that this is exactly what happens to losers. The scene cuts outside to Young-il, hunched and hollow-eyed, reeling from the gut punch of losing his money. Yanho, deadpan, proclaims money comes and goes, insists a beggar shouldn't be greedy, and orders Jong-yul to embrace his beggar roots. Frustration boils in Young-yul as a sickening truth hits him. He can't even take this guy down. Young-il snaps that Yanho already snagged the intel he wanted, so they'll never have to see each other again. Yanho yanks Young-yul close and snaps, "There's a problem." Young-yul shoots back, "What is it?" Grinning ear to ear, Yanho declares he's flat broke. Rage boiled in Young-yul. His fists itched to smash him, but his body betrayed him. The scene slams into the house sex branch. Branch leader Gui brooded, mind churning like a storm. She snatches her phone, dials Gongmu, and they command him to dispatch a letter to the main sect. Go tell them the second son of Guangdong's Wyclan who vanished has stormed back as a martial master. Yanho burst into the great Hanlim Institute. Enter Song Lim, representing the mighty Hanlim Institute. We see a scholarly man perched at the lake's edge, sipping his tea as if each quiet pull hides a secret. The third grand scholar, Moon Yu Huan, explodes onto the scene. His daughter shows up. A messenger cries out there's a guest for him. It's Moon Yu Huan's daughter, Moon Yunich. Moon Yu Huan declares his day wide open, and his daughter bursts out that they'd asked to play a game of Go with him. Word of Go hits Yu Huan and her spirits rocket. She lights up with pure glee. Eunuch whisks you home. Yunho slips into the doorway and blurts, "I hope I'm not intruding." Yu Huan snapped, "Of course not," brushing off any guessing as an indulgence. And he heard Yanho wanted to play Go with him. Yanho admits flat out that's the only kind of thing he knows how to play. Moon Yu Huan snaps. "Let's give it a go then," declares he'll take white and tells Yanho to make the first move. He declares, Yanho will begin, then clumsily yanks the pieces out. Moon Yu Huan sizes up Yanho, writes him off as a freeloader angling for a free meal, and decides he'll only help him out after the game. Yanho explodes into motion, launching his first move. Shock crashes into Yu Huan. Her eyes snap wide as a frantic thought spikes through her mind. Turns out Yanho isn't a beggar. They launch straight into play. Moon Yu Huan's jaw dropped. Yanho moved lightning quick, and it was shocking to see someone his age so seasoned. They dive back in and rip through 2 more rounds. Gloom swallowed Manu Huan's face. He froze, utterly unable to make his move. A jolt of disbelief rips through him. What the hell? Yanho isn't just fast. Yanho smirked and tossed out, "As you want." Isn't he gonna go? Mon Yu Huan's mind races as he scrambles to name every reason Yanho is amazing. His playstyle crashes like furious ocean waves, smashing everything in its path. Battle fever grips him. He barrels into fights with reckless bravado, even when there's no need to fight. If he spots the tiniest opening, he pounces instantly. He lunges like a ravenous demon and clamps his jaws shut in a brutal, bone-crunching bite. He embodies a war demon. Moon Yu Huan declared, "That was a hell of a game. Your playstyle's totally unique." Yanho flashed a grateful smile and admitted it was all forged by the brutal bullying his master heaped on him, and Yu Huan blinked. "You actually had a master?" Yunho's jaw tightens as his master's old torment crashes back into his mind, and he snaps, "Yes, a very strict old man." Yunho pleads with Moon Yu Hun. If it's not too much to ask, he wants to crash here a little longer because his master told him to stay and recover for a while. Hearing Yanho had followed his master's teachings, Moon Yu Huan snapped, "Of course I'll help." He'd prepare a room for Yanho, and he could stay as long as he liked. Yu Huan commands his daughter Moon Yun Ij to ready a room, lay out clothes for Yanho, and lead him to the bath. Moon Yun Ij grudgingly says she understands, while Yanho protests he has no money. Hearing that, Moon Yu Huan erupted in laughter, dismissing any thought of payment from a guest like him. He'd actually planned to ask Yunho to stay if Yunho hadn't asked. In return, Yu Huan challenges Yanho to a Go duel, sometimes dragging him to the board, other times just making him blurt out a guess. Yanho swears he can pull that off. Yunho and Yu Huan lock eyes and trade a sharp electric greeting. Then Yunho strides off with Moon Yun Nije at his side. Soaking in the tub, Yanho closes his eyes as bliss floods him. This feels heavenly. When he was younger, he seethed with a fierce hatred for Bass. Yanho nearly wept at how perfect it felt. The memory of his master slammed into him, and he blamed that damned old man for it all. Moon Yuna stands sentinel outside the bath, clutching a set of clothes for Yanho. Pouting, she seethed that she couldn't understand it. Why would her father invite someone like Yanho into their home? Yanho explodes out of the bath, dripping and naked, and Yoonhige reels back, frozen by shock. Yoonhige unleashes a scream that rips through the air. She flings a blanket at Yanho and snaps, "Cover up!" Yuna blurts she thought he was a ghost. Your cheeks explode into crimson the second Yanho appears. Yanho shrouds himself with a cloth, vanishing beneath its folds. Yanho smirks, mischief sparking in his eyes, and fires off. Is that good enough? Yuna freezes as Yanho steps out, cleaned up like a scene from a movie. She snaps, "Who is he?" A few days later the scene snaps forward. Monyanj snaps, "Say something to that person!" Her father fires back, "Who?" Yoonhige points at the new guy and says, Yanho never leaves his room. He collapses into sleep all day unless he's devouring food, and that's been his whole week. Munyuhuan falls silent, a heartbeat-long pause slicing the air. Then he blurts that he forgot to ask Yunho's name, and Munyunhee, bristling, snaps that he called sloth a sin and preached staying busy. So why is he silent while Yunho lazes about? Yunho may be a guest, but he's wrecking the mood. Snubbing Eunice, Munyuhuan declares he loves Go. A match lays your opponent open. You can mask your face and tailor your words, but the board strips you bare. Impatience bulldozes any chance at calm play, and the overly patient never learn to savor the thrill of battle. Sit down to play Go, and every move lays bare the life they've lived and the personality that forged it. Yonho blitzed through the match with a frantic, jagged style. Yu Huan had never seen a play like that. Moon Yu Huan insists Yonho isn't lazy at all. He assumes Yonho has lived a brutally hard life. When the sun blazes, it slashes shadows just as black. When Yanho goes idle, Yu Huan knows in her bones it only proves his life so far has been brutal. Don't drive away a bird that slipped under your eaves to escape the rain. Don't grill it for refusing to fly through the storm. Moon Yu Huan tells Yuninch to let Yunho rest. Words choke in her throat. Eunice grits her teeth and forces out, "I understand." You stare at Yanho sprawled asleep while the room lies in chaotic disarray, and rage seethes through you. She's convinced her father's been duped. This lazy ass can't possibly be the man he painted. So Yuniji vows to kick Yanho out of here. Rage crackling, Yunish barked at Yanho to get to his feet. Half asleep, Yanho clings to the pillow and croaks, "Why should I get up?" Yanking the blanket away, Eunuch screams at Yanho to get up. The sun is already blazing. Yanho barked, "Tell me the moment the sun sets." Rage burst from Yunij as she spat. "What the hell is wrong with Yanho? This place is for studying and he's done nothing but sleep for a whole week." Smug grin curling, Yanho scoffs. "Those people study because they want to. Yanho is sleeping because he wants to. What's the problem?" Yonez snarls at Yanho to shut up. Won't stand by while he rolls around here without even bathing. Scoffs who he thinks washes his bed sheets. Insists he has to do something to pay for the food he eats. Figures he probably wouldn't know how. But they're not well off and can feed students who study. Not someone who just lazes around. Yonho snaps, but her father dismisses it. He's welcome to stay as long as he likes, he says, and Munyunij cuts in that she runs the money. So her father doesn't even know. Yunij locks eyes with Yanho, a scorching stare drilling straight into him. Yanho lets out a ragged sigh and asks, "Then what should he do?" UNI snaps, commanding Yanho to tackle the laundry. Yanho glared at the mountain of laundry and shot, "Do I have to do all this? Will it even cover my food?" Yon grinned and fired back, "It's not that much. That'll cover it." Unit snickers and tells Yanho, "Good luck. It's a setup. Every garment must be spotless or she'll make him re-wash it. So he has to clean everything thoroughly." Unij sneered. Yanho had it coming, and there was no way Yanho would finish all of it by today. 2 hours later the scene slams onto Munyunij, wide-eyed, jaw dropping in pure shock. She gapes at the laundry, gleaming and spotless. How did Yanho pull this off? She stared at the clothes. Had they always been this blinding white? She reels again, jaw tight. How the hell did he pull this off? Yanho lies at the side, fast asleep. Frustration snapped in Yuna. She couldn't let Yanho loaf around again. She vowed to get him. She hustled Yanho over to the log area. She orders him to chop everything, throws Yanho a 1-week deadline and asks if he can do it. Yanho lets out an evil laugh and bolts after just 1 day. After some time, Yunij storms back to find every log stacked and Yanho asleep, draped across the top. She reels from another surprise. This should have taken 10 people 10 days to pull off. She throws Yanho onto dish duty, but it happens again. He's out cold asleep once more, and we see a dumbstruck "You need." Gardening bursts in, dazzling, and the shot snaps back to that same image of Yanho, asleep. Rage clawed at Munyunij as he seethed, thinking, how can Yanho be this capable? We dive back into Mad Dog's perspective as he rips open the truth of why Yanho's reign began. Taking him in proved a grave mistake. Munyu Huan should never have let Yanho into his home, and the young scholar demanded to know why. The Mad Dog snarls that the man drags disaster in his wake. He may not mean it, but trouble clings to his heels. It was the same in Roulin. The scholar hall, once quiet and peaceful, erupted into chaos the instant Yahello stormed in. The scholar leans in, eyes piercing, and snaps, "What happened?" The mad dog roared that everything ignited the instant the game called Ghost started. Yahello seethed, wondering how he'd landed in this mess. He'd sworn it would only be a casual occasional visit. A huge crowd thronged outside, desperate to play Go against Yahello, and Yahello scowled, convinced that bringing people here to play with him was cheating. Manhwa slashes ink onto paper, his letter warning, "A stone that stays stagnant rots. A perfectly set table waits for its owner. When the moment comes, come for a game of Go, because a master of Go has emerged at the Great Hanlim Institute and now fires the letter out to scholars across Murim." Irritation simmered in Yahello as he slammed down Go stones in a blur. A crowd of scholars queued up to challenge Yahello at Go, and Yahello crushed one challenger without breaking a sweat. He shrugs with icy indifference and snaps for the next one to step forward. Yahello squares off at the Go board with a scholar, every stone a calculated strike. The scholar staggered under a tide of dread, racking his brain with feverish intensity. Seeing Yahello's move, the scholar reels, thinking, "What kind of move is that? It's pure suicide." Doubt flares for a heartbeat. Could this be a mistake? Conviction slams down. No way it's wrong. Only if Yahello were a regular man could anyone call it a mistake. The scholar's opponent is Hanlim's undefeated genius, an unshakable legend nobody's ever toppled. Nerves prickling, certainty hit him. Yahello had a plan. It's a trap he had to outmaneuver and avoid. He knew Yahello was plotting something and dodged it. Yahello trembled, shaking uncontrollably. Yahello's gaze snaps to the scholar, razor sharp. Yahello bristled, fury crackling through him. But in his head he kept demanding, why? Why did the scholar back off there? Just why? Yahello sacrificed that move to force his own loss. If he doesn't, he'll be trapped playing Go forever. In his head he pleads for the scholar to bite the trap, because Yahello will throw the game in 10 moves, so take the bait. The scholar bows low, swallowing pride as he concedes defeat with quiet dignity. Tears streaked his face as Yahello choked out a trembling greeting to the scholar. On the brink of collapse, Yahello staggered toward his room. He kept hurling himself into suicidal gambits to throw the match. But those reckless stunts only froze his opponents with terror. Raking his fingers through his hair, Yahello realized at this rate he'd be swamped with people coming to play. He'd rather tackle a mountain of laundry. Pain lances down Yahello's spine. Yahello snaps to attention as someone's voice shatters the quiet. He snaps a glance to spot who's there. We're introduced to a grotesque, slime-slick Nakmokpung who locks eyes with Eunice and forces out the question, "You really don't want to marry me?" UNICEF slams back a flat, non-negotiable no. Absolutely not. Not Mark Pong snarls, "She's going to regret this." Rage spikes, and she flat out says she won't. Nakmokpong snarls that she better think it through again. He's always gotten what he wanted and never lets go. He's offering now, but keep refusing, and next time it won't be an offer. Does she really want the Great Hanlim Institute to fall because of her? Rage boiled in Munyunij as he snapped at Nakmokpung, ordering him to carry out his will. The Great Hanlim Institute isn't going down that easily. Pung insists it's not Mark. That man can pull this off, and he's sure the eunuch knows it too. Yunij grits her teeth, fury blazing behind her eyes. Yunhee explodes, screaming at Mokpung that she hates that about him and snapping, "Do you seriously think everything will just work out in your favor?" Mokpung fires back, "It's not impossible." And Yunhee spits, "She'll never marry him. It's impossible." Then crash into bed and actually sleep. But Nakmokpung clamps Yuni's hand with his revolting clammy palm, his grip like a vice. You have to scream and shout, "Let her go." Mokpung snaps that she can't afford to anger him. Nakmokpong sneered, flashed a filthy gesture at Yuniga, and snarled, "You think you can keep acting so bold if I take you right here, right now?" Hearing it, Yunij froze. Terror ripped through him. Yahello steps up behind Mokpung and snaps, "That's not something you say in someone else's house." The instant Yahello's voice cuts the air, Yunhee startles and rips herself free from Nakmokpung's grasp. They barreled toward Yahello and snapped, "Have you already finished the laundry and firewood?" Yunho snaps that he's been playing Go until now and demands, "What are you talking about?" Then his gaze locks onto the scratch marks on Yunhaga's hand. Yahello snatches a hairband from Yunhee's wrist and grins. "I'll borrow this." He snaps his hair back and ties it into a tight knot. Nakmokpung leans in at your home and blurts it out. Doesn't he know it's rude to eavesdrop on other people's conversations? Apologizing, Yahello winces and confesses he has no clue how to behave. He storms up to Nakmokpung and snarls that Yahello thinks Mokpung is the last person who should lecture on manners. Do people who claim to care about manners act like that? Disgust twisted Mokpung's face as he spat. "You must be Hanlim's genius." Yahello shot back with a mocking grin. "Thanks for recognizing me. even though he had no clue who the man was. When Nakmakpong steels himself and musters the courage to introduce himself, Yanho brushes him off, shrugs and snaps, "It's all right." He couldn't care less. Rage flares in Mukpung and he snarls that Hanlim's genius should be playing Go, not standing in his way. Yanho sneers, "What a shame. I'm alarmingly good at getting in people's way, just like right now." Nakmakpong grinds his teeth, fury snapping, and spits a venomous curse straight at Yanho. Before he could say another word, a pack of scholars swept in and demanded, "Who is that?" One of them stepped forward and asked Yanho to play with him tomorrow. Spotting the situation shift, Nakmakpong bolts. Before he leaves, he jabs a last reminder at Yonji. "Don't forget, if she doesn't come sprinting into his arms in 3 days," he storms ahead, determined to do it his way. Yanho snapped at Yunij. "Who was that?" Yunij proclaims he's Nakmakpong, the adopted son of an imperial palace attendant who wields overwhelming power. Yonho snapped, demanding to know what Makpung had been telling her. Unaj bursts out that Makpung wants to marry her, and she shuts him down every single time. It's maddening. Yonho cries out, "Isn't he all right? He's from a respected family and his determination is ironclad." Unaj erupts, fury crackling in her voice. "Makpung isn't trying to marry me because he loves me. He just wants to use me." Yonho has no clue her father commands a vast network in Rulin. Everyone says he'd be the perfect politician, and the reason he lives this life isn't just that he's uninterested in civil service. Yanho cuts her off, strikes a goofy pose and blurts, "It must be because of Go, right?" Eunuch snapped, "No. The imperial palace eunuchs are wary of her father." And Yanho demanded, "Why would they be? He's just the owner of this institute, isn't he?" Uni declares this isn't just some institute. The great Hanlim Institute towers above every other school. Alone and unaffiliated, they fought tooth and nail to reach this point, and that independence let them forge deep bonds with many other organizations. Those corrupt, useless eunuchs cling to power because Rulan's forces stay split and never unite to drive them out. If her father ever rallied and controlled those armies, the eunuchs would be on the ropes and their rule would crumble. Gokchmak Pung's father is frantic to stop her father from entering civil service, so he's hatched a daring gambit to dodge the threat of Rulun uniting and grab a powerful Rulun ally. By marrying Ngok Mokpung to her, Not Mokpung crashes to his knees, pleading with his father as he chokes out a desperate, "I'm sorry." The genius of Hanlim just stepped onto the scene, and that could make continuing the plan a lot harder. Enter Nogji, head of the eunuchs, sneering. Hanlim's so-called genius? Isn't he just a worthless layabout who spends his days glued to a Go board? Mokpung snaps that Hanlim's genius isn't the problem. People from every corner of the nation are flooding in to play Go against him. Too many eyes pinned him down, strangling his every move. Any bold act here would be disaster. Nakmakpung stood drenched in sweat, fear rattling his voice as he reported to his adoptive father, Nokji. I nods, admitting he understands Mokpung's hesitation. Mokpung's shoulders buckle and he chokes out an apology to his father. Nokji, I snaps. Does Mokpung really think this mission exists just for him? Mokpung froze, words choking in his throat. Nocgi thunders that seizing the Imperial Palace is a mission personally entrusted by the one and only. Failure isn't an option for Mokpung and him. They're hell-bent on forcing this mission to succeed. Nokji's fear of letting him down dwarfed even death. He leaned in and snapped, "Do you understand?" Mokpung, trembling and drenched in sweat, forced out, "Yes. I'm well aware." Nokji bellows that sometimes only violence will do. Nokji's grin twisted into something sick as he told Mokpong to weaponize the crowd and slaughter them all, showcasing Hanlim's genius in all its fierce brilliance. Royal Head Inspector Li Huangya, the Emperor's brother, storms in, locks eyes on Yu Huan and demands, "Are you still not interested in a government position?" Yu Huan bows to Li Huangya, utters an apology, then lifts her chin and refuses. Li Huangya hammered at Yu Huan. "Can't you see you have to be at the center, holding the balance to stop the Nokji?" Yu Huan froze, lips sealed, not a word coming out. Li Huangya, every inch of his size fueling a boiling frustration, and accuses them. Their movements have been flat-out suspicious lately. Unrest rips through the military, and the scholar officials wobble like a house of cards. Nokji burrows into their heads, hijacking every thought. Yu Huan claws for words, her voice hitching as she fights to speak. Li Huangye lunges in, yanking the question from the air and snapping that he already knows Yu Huan's doubt. Why would a man who can't even have children dare to start a revolution? Yu Huan nods, admitting it. Li Huangye's voice snapped, "If I tell Yu Huan that Nokjia serves another master?" The political fight between the eunuchs unleashed a terror none of them could have imagined. Nocgi slipped past them all, pulling it off with absolutely no foundation to hold it up. Isn't it chilling? Those who crossed Nokji were ripped away in accidents, and those who didn't were suddenly struck down by disease. A smooth road unfurled beneath his feet, as if unseen hands were laying fresh pavement just for him. Yu Huan waves it off with a grin, insisting it's probably just a coincidence. Li Huangya admits he thought the same until recently. After watching him, a fierce suspicion flared. Someone might be secretly helping to knock Ji from the shadows. Li Huangya needs Yu Huan. Only by fusing into one unstoppable force can they bring Nagi down. Warna Yu Huan tells Li Huangya he'll chew on it a little longer. Li Huangya pivots and grills Yu. What kind of person is this new genius I took in? Yu Huan's face erupts with joy. He beams that Yanho is incredible, and swears Yanho is hiding his true potential. Li Huangya snaps, curiosity blazing, and demands when he can meet Yunho. Yu Huan says Yunji has already gone to pick Yunho up. Just then, a voice outside shouts that UNG is here. Yu Huan flings the door open and beckons them inside. Yunho stood soaked to the bone, water cascading off him, while Yunji went crimson, stumbling over every word. Yanho's condition slammed into them. Li Huangya and Yu Huan froze, words ripped from their throats. Yu Huan blurts a hurried apology for calling so early and asks, "Did you sleep well?" Yongho snaps with razor sarcasm. "I slept perfectly, until someone doused my face with cold water while I was asleep." Yu Huan cold shoulders Yanho, beams that he's glad Yanho slept well, then points at Li Huangya and attempts to introduce him. Winking, Li Huangya smirks and coolly claims he's nothing but an old passerby. Yunho bounds over to Li Huangya with a grin, teasing that his visit must hide some grand purpose and demanding, "What is it?" Yu Hun snaps, "What else? I'm here to play Go." Yunho's face hardened into a stone mask as he deadpanned, "I can't." Li Huangya glares at Yanho and demands, "Why can't you play? You've been playing Go with every single person who comes by." Yongho snaps he's not backing out of a Go match. He's enforcing order. The players who showed up first are waiting, so Li Huangya must wait his turn. Li Huangya laughed, vowing to fix it and personally convince the others to be understanding. Hearing this, Yanho snaps, "That doesn't solve anything. That's straight-up coercion." They froze, jaws agape, every word choked off in their throats. Yongho tells Li Huangya he radiates high social status, and he's convinced everyone will be forced to follow whatever he says. Not because they agree or because they understand us, but because they have no choice. Yanho swears promises and rules are sacred. Here's why. Li Huangya realized Yan He's convictions hit harder than he'd expected, and it made everything brutally difficult. Huangya pressed Yunho. "Can't you do something about that?" Yunho refused, voice steady. "I have to wait my turn." Yunji locks eyes with her father and insists she can resolve this. Yoongi's fist snapped shut in fury, rage flaring as she fixated on rules and promises like lifelines. She planted a firm hand on Yanho's shoulder and vowed, "Play only this match and I'll cancel every other Go game you're slated for today." Yanho stares back, unrecognizable, remade into someone else entirely. Yanho admitted the temptation, but conscience anchored him. He began to warn that if Yunji also cancels tomorrow's matches, before Yanho could finish, Yoongi snaps no and warns him not to bargain for more if he wants to rest today. There's no negotiating, so make your choice. Yanho snaps into his seat before the Go board and declares, "Let's begin." Yanho's behavior slammed into Li Huangya and Yu Huan. Both froze, shock ripping across their faces. Li Huangya's heart sank. This was the worst. Yanhao had flat out broken his word. Every bone in him screamed to flee, but he clenched his jaw and chose to see it through. Springing his gambit, Li Huangya seeks to size up what Yuanhao is made of. The game wraps up far sooner than you'd expect. Night pressed down as Li Huangya hunched over the Go board, mind racing through a storm of possible moves. Yu Huan pressed him, voice sharp. "Didn't you enjoy the Go match with Yu Huan Ho?" Li Huangya locks his gaze on the Go board, thoughts racing. Their style ripped across the board, brutal and lightning fast. Moves you wouldn't witness even if you played Go in the middle of a battlefield. A single consuming question claws at him. What kind of life has Yanho lived? Yanho? Not the one. His laziness and brutal temper are the last things he wants. Li Huangye snarls that it was a waste of time, baffled why Yu Huan holds him in such high regard. Yu Huan answers, "Because he saw." Li Huangye snapped, "What did you see?" Yu Huan says that in one of his games against Yong Ho he sprang a prophylactic move. Yu Huan's grin widened. She thought it was a stroke of genius. Convinced the game's over, he ripped his gaze from the screen. He froze. This man's face had been swallowed by a rare, abyssal trance, as Li Huangya strode away. "Yu Huan, are you sure he truly witnessed that with his own eyes?" Yu Huan plants his feet and snaps back, certainty roaring in his voice. "I'm sure." Pouting, Li Huangya snaps he won't take Yunho, not under any circumstances. He blew his time, but catching sight of Yu Huan made it worth it. Li Huangya says he has to be up and gone early tomorrow, and Yu Huan fires back, "Is he really that busy?" Li Huangya snaps at Yu Huan, saying he already warned him. The atmosphere's been crackling with tension lately. Li Huangya glares at the moon and snaps, "It's a pity. The night's unbearably perfect." Out of nowhere, a lone figure materialized at the Hanlim Institution gate. A masked man storms up to Nakmakpung and declares the preparations are complete. A wall of masked men with swords flashing pressed in behind Nakmakpung, every arm taut and every blade poised to strike the instant he moves. A creepy grin split Nakmakpung's face as he snapped at them. "Get it done now!" The masked men launch themselves at the great Hanlim Institute. A lone figure storms the grounds with a broom, sweeping every inch into submission. A sudden sound snaps his attention. He whirls and is killed, his blood splattered across the Hanlim gate. Nakmakpung flings the gate wide open, and when he storms into the Hanlim Institute, masked men burst in and slaughtered the Hanlim scholars, leaving brutal carnage in their wake. Mukpung snaps, "This is exactly why Yunji should have listened to me when I was still being nice." Mukpung snapped at the masked men. "Get them all!" A sick, leering grin splits Nakmakpung's face as he hisses that tonight the great Hanlim Institute will be sealed into a prison no rat can escape. We finally see why the Yonhos slip into peaceful slumber, completely unfazed by everything happening outside. You and Jim blazed through my mind. Rage boiled in Mokpung as he swore he'd teach that bitch a lesson today. The masked men swept in, corralling every scholar and trussing them up with tight ropes. Yu Huan demanded, "What does this mean?" Mokpung says a tip landed on their desk. Suspicious activity is buzzing inside the Great Hanlim Institute. And word is, a steady stream of high-ranking officials has been slipping in lately. Rage boiled in Yu Huan as she snapped, "How is that even suspicious?" Mukpung sneered. Why would those who hold both political clout and martial might ever team up? Only one choice remains. Ignite a revolution. Seething, Yu Huan snapped, "What the hell are you saying, Mokpung? We're only here to play Go." Mokpung snaps at Yu Huan. "You expect me to believe this whole crowd showed up just to play Go?" Panic surges through Yu Huan as he swears he's serious. He's convinced Mokpung's already heard the whispers about the genius. Mukpung grinned and admitted he'd heard the rumors, then scoffed that they could be spun out of thin air. Mukpung demanded, "Where's this so-called genius?" A masked man snapped back, "Who are you after?" Mukpung spat, "The genius Yu Huan's been talking about." The masked man snarls that the building's empty. No one remains inside. Not Mukpung barked, "Did Yunho run off?" He insisted Yunho must have left earlier. Nobody could have escaped after they arrived. And Mokpung sneered that Yunho was one lucky bastard. Mokpung bellowed to the scholars, "Prove you're innocent and you walk free. If our investigation finds no fault, we'll release you and apologize." I was bringing the book when a masked man suddenly declared he'd found it. He proclaims it's a pact forged by those plotting the revolution. Hearing that, Yu Huan's eyes explode open and they blurt, "We've never done anything like that." Mokpung slams the ledger down and snarls, "Look, proof, right in front of you." Yu Huan's face hardens. Mokpung came to frame them from day one, and they've been played. Some scholars slam back that it wasn't them. One bursts out he had no idea and never came here to take part in such activities. Li Huangya sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "What an interesting incident." The instant Li Huangya appears, Mokpung's composure crumbles, eyes wide and pulse racing. Roaring, Li Huangya orders Mokpung to call him the royal head inspector. Mokpung and the masked men clamp their mouths shut. Relief crashes over the scholars when Li Huangya appears, and they shout that, since he saw everything, he'll vouch for their innocence. Mokpung strides up, greets Li Huangya with a razor smile and snaps, "If I'd known you were here, I never would have done this." Li Huangya snaps he won't harbor grudges and orders Mokpung to set them free. Mokpung steadied himself, voice snapping as he declared, "First, one question for Li Huangya." Huangya snapped, "What is it?" Mokpung demanded, "Why did he plan this revolution?" A disgusting grin split his face as he snarled at Li Huangya. Did he really think Mokpung wouldn't know he was here? Li Huangya screams, "What is he talking about?" As masked men slam him to the ground, and Mokpung snarls that every revolution has a central figure. He never imagined it'd be a scholar. It fits that the leader is Li Huangya, kin to the emperor. Rage tore through Li Huangya as he screamed at Mokpung, blasting him for boundless arrogance. "How dare you frame me? Do you think you can dodge the consequences?" he snarled, vowing he wouldn't let Mokpung get away. Mokpung snaps that Li Huangya's got it all wrong. Li Huangya won't be reporting this to His Majesty. He'll never see the emperor again. Mokpung declares the punishment for revolution is immediate execution. They'll all die here. He proclaims they've seized the revolutionaries' signatures and taunts. What will His Majesty think? It's plain they were plotting a revolution, and Mokpung throws back his head and laughs. Li Huangya spat, "You bastard, the heavens will never forgive you for this." And Mokpung only sneered, keep bragging, and snarls that someone has to die first. Yoongi bursts into view. Mokpung snarled at Yoongi that he'd warned her he'd do things his way. And now that she rejected him, he swore everyone would end up dead. Mokpung leans in, eyes blazing, and snaps, "Yoongi, will you change your mind now?" Yoongi sneers, then spits straight into Mokpung's face. She roared she'd rather die right here than ever be married to a man like him. The moment those words hit Mokpung, he recoiled, his face contorting into a sickened grimace. Mokpung cupped Yoongi's cheek and vowed, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." He'll drive her to see death as mercy, dare her to picture the absolute worst, then unleash pain 100 times worse than she could ever imagine. Clamping her teeth on her tongue to hold back the words, Yoongi snaps at Mokpung. Does he think she'd just let that happen? She'd sooner die than live humiliated by him. Mokpung roared that if Yoongi killed herself, her father would be the one left to endure the torment. If her father kills himself too, the rest of the people here will be dragged into unending torment. Mokpung spat at Yoongi. "Don't think this ends here. Every relative of anyone plotting a revolution will be killed. If you want to die, do it," he cackled. "The rest will pay for their sins." Yoongi grits her teeth, fury snapping through her like a live wire. Mokpung wrenched Yoonji's hair and snarled that she should kill herself, taunting that he'd welcome more people to keep him entertained. Mokpung cupped Yoonji's cheek and asked, "Then, should they begin?" Yoonji froze in place, utterly powerless and unable to lift a single finger. Desperation screamed inside her. She begged anyone to help, then forced her eyes open. Her face snapped into gloom. Her eyes snap to Yahello as he turns and strides away. Yahello rockets up the wall, and the instant he's about to bolt away, Yoongi bellows his name, and every head snaps to watch Yahello inch toward the door. Yahello hurtles into a painfully awkward situation. Then he bursts into a ridiculous, uncontrollable cackle. Yoongi snaps, "What the hell is he doing?" Yahello retorts, "Can't she tell he's sprinting?" Yoongi snaps, "Are you kidding her?" And Yahello shoots back, "What's wrong with saying he's booking it when he actually is?" He figures Yoongi hates his tone. Should he say he's excusing himself then? Yoongi slams a hand down, ordering Yahello to help them. He learned martial arts and can turn the tide. Yoonho snaps he can't help them. He's barely keeping himself alive. She's wildly overestimating his skills, and the smartest move is to pretend he saw nothing. Yahello waved his hand dismissively, lied, "I saw nothing. Keep doing exactly what you're doing." The moment those words hit, every one of them snapped to the same conclusion. Yahello was a total piece of shit. Rage tore out of Mokpung as he screamed at Yahello, hurling a single raw command, "Stop!" He's already plunged into the revolution. The entire world will be hunting Yahello. There won't be a single safe place for him. Yahello snarls to Mokpung that he can't be sure of that. Mokpung sneers, calls Yahello a fool, and warns that the world might be vast, but eyes watch every corner. Finding him won't be hard. As Yahello slips away, he throws over his shoulder, "Look for me later." Mokpung snarled at the masked men, ordering them to seize Yahello. Masked men barreled toward that house, thunder in their steps. Yoonij snaps to your side and barks precise orders on how to run. The words slammed into Yahello. His jaw dropped and she barks at Yoonij that she just told him to help, and now she's demanding he run. What is he supposed to do? One of the masked men lunges at Yahello and misses. He staggers back, alarm blazing. Was that an afterimage? Yahello elbow, the man who wears the mask. They flung their arms skyward and bellowed, "What a hassle!" He snarls at Unit, "You're such a strange woman." The masked men crumpled into a painfully awkward tangle, limbs twisted and trapped. Uni freezes, heart hammering, brain short-circuiting. She has no clue how to react. All the scholars froze, jaws dropping, and a sharp knock split the air. Mokpung froze, baffled and unable to grasp what was happening. Mokpung smirks and declares, "So you had skills after all." And Yahello beams, thanking Mokpung for the compliment. Mokpung bristled, voice snapping, "That wasn't meant as praise." Mokpung signaled one of the masked men over and snapped, "How much longer must he keep swallowing this ridiculous humiliation?" The masked man snaps a sharp apology, vowing he'll handle it this instant. Mokpung lunges forward, roaring at the masked man to spare Yunho, and the masked man sneers. "Why?" Mokpung roared he'd tear Yunho limb from limb with his own hands. The masked man hurtles toward you, fueled by a fierce, desperate hope. Yunho cuts him off. "Wait a second," the masked man barked. "What is it?" Yunho pleads to stay. He needs to use his sword and swears it's in his room. Can he hang on a moment? The masked man snarls, "You crazy bastard!" Yunho scoffs that the masked man already looks old. But when a younger guy says he's just going to grab a sword, the masked man bristles and snaps at Yunho to shut up. Janho fixes a hard stare on the broom and snarls, 5 years ago this wasn't like this. How did the world turn so harsh in the meantime?" Yunho snatches the broom up, and the masked man snaps, What are you doing? Yan-ho sneered. If he won't let me grab my sword, I'll make this broom my blade. Rage boiled behind the mask as he lunged at Yan-ho and snarled. Are you mocking me? Grinning smugly, Yan-ho taunts. Why's he angry at me? Let me fetch my sword. Barreling at Yan-ho, the masked man snarled he wouldn't kill him. He'd unleash agony so searing Yan-ho would beg for death, even if Yan-ho later falls to his knees, sobbing and begging. Coldly indifferent, Jan-ho sneered, Can they just start now? He'd only just woken and was still slippy. Rage surges through the masked man the moment he spots you at home. Screaming, he barrels toward you, propelled by nothing but hope. Yan-ho rockets forward and slams the broom into his head. The impact catapults him backward. The masked man's gut clenches and his mind snaps. What is this? The masked man crumples to the floor, out cold. Nakmakpung, Yuhuan, and Lishu. 3 names that crackled like lightning in the dark. They all gasped, stunned and utterly unsure what to do. Yunho scoffs, slams a broom down and snaps. Trash gets swept away with a broom. Simple as that. The masked man snaps awake, disoriented, eyes wide as he stares at a scene he can't understand. Yan-ho leveled his broom at the masked man, and snarled that he should count himself lucky it stopped there. Because it was Yan-ho. Don't rush in so openly, he spat. First, he should. Before Yan-ho can finish his sentence, the masked man cuts him off and snarls, Bastard! Yan-ho pummels the masked man with a broom, shouting that he'd been kindly explaining it, and keeps swinging. The masked man gapes, panic flaring. Yan-ho is moving impossibly fast. Then the masked man recoils, backing away from you inside your home. He wants to deny it, but the truth forces his hand. It's unbelievable. Yan-ho is no mere loudmouth. Real combat chews up the strongest. He unleashes the deadly 7-step soul-chasing serpent poison. Yan-ho's gaze locks on the poison and he snaps to the masked man. It's not dirty. Yan-ho sneered. Poison won't touch him. The masked man growled. Are you saying you're immune to every poison? Yan-ho snapped. No, I'm not some ginseng-eating miracle. Poisons still hit me. Don't mistake Yan-ho for me. He's more like... Before the last syllable escaped, Yan-ho surged forward like lightning and materialized straight in front of the masked man. He moves like lightning, ripping the poison dagger from his hand. Yan-ho lunges forward and unleashes another savage strike, and the masked man steels himself, convinced he must block it. Yan-ho barked at the masked man. Did you actually think you had to block it? Yan-ho exploded forward, his blow tearing into the masked man before he even had time to dodge. The masked man crumples to the ground, out cold once more. Yan-ho snaps that his master always said, when an enemy starts gearing up for something huge, don't hesitate. Strike first, and knock them out cold. Nakmakpung snarled. Hukul couldn't be defeated that easily. He's the head of the dark force his father spent decades building. Yan-ho implores Mokpung, back down here. Do it and we'll both be better off. Mokpung slams his palms together, a thunderous clap ripping through the air. A twisted smile splits his face as he intones, Excellent. To wield that much martial prowess at his age is downright astonishing. Yunho's cheeks flare crimson as embarrassment rips through him. Yunji leaned in and demanded, Why do you light up whenever Mokpung praises you? Mokpung snarled that Hukil's failure to take Yan-ho down stung him, but on the flip side, just meeting a martial artist like Yan-ho paid off. Mokpung then asked Yan-ho to work for him. Those words hit Yunho like a punch. His jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. Yoongi demanded, What is he scheming, Mokpung? Mokpung, eyes blazing with iron resolve, barked for Yunho to come, vowing to bestow unimaginable gifts, and a fortune so vast Yunho could cradle the world in his palm. Yan-ho sneers that anyone with sense and honor wouldn't be fooled by those sugar-coated lies, right? Yunho's words hit Yunji like a warm wave, and emotion flooded through him. Yan-ho boasts he'll fall for it and demands the numbers right now. At those words, Yunji's face curled into pure disgust, and she snarled at Yan-ho to just die. Li Huangya's scream tore through the air as she demanded, Yunho, what are you doing? Are power and wealth that important? With a brazen grin, Yohan-ho snaps, Definitely, and Nat Mokpung immediately backs him up. Yunji echoes the agreement, and Li Huangya's cheeks flare red as she stammers, That's true, of course. He scoffs. What could Mokpung possibly offer? Then declares he'll hand them to Yan-ho. Yan-ho's interest snaps to attention, and Mokpung sneers a mocking question. Yunho scoffs. What can Li Huangya really do for him? The emperor's brother has already renounced both wealth and power. At best he'll pull strings to get Yunho an official post, while Mokpung's father can hand him all the power and riches he could ever imagine. Yan-ho tells Li Huangya is on the ropes. He's getting steamrolled right now. Yuhuan cut in, snarling that aiding a villain's schemes is miles from exposing the conspiracy, and spat, Didn't your master teach you any morals? Yunho snapped back, Are you really talking about my master? Fear clawed at Yan-ho as he whispered to himself, What did my master say? What did he advise me to do in a situation like this? Yu Huan watched, and seeing Yanho always invoke his master, knew he held those beliefs deeply. Yu Huan knew no true master would poison a disciple with bad morals. Yanho's teacher had drilled practical skills into him that would pull them through out here. Yanho lunges into the words, "My master said," then snaps shut, leaving all the scholars frozen in hungry anticipation. Then Yanho presses on, repeating his master's blunt order, "Throw your lot in with whoever pays the most." Yunho presses on, voice edged. "The master said morals and acknowledgement mean nothing. They won't feed you." He snarled that the only right move is to snatch the money when it's offered, not waste time trying to be kind. Yu Huan hears that and seethes. What the hell is wrong with both the master and the disciple? Nakmakpung snaps that Yanho's master is right. What use are morals or gratitude when your father only rewards those who help him? He fixes Yanho with a hard stare and asks, "So, will you work for me?" The moment he hears work, Yanho's irritation flares and he grits his teeth, snapping, "Do I have to work?" Yu Huanji pounces on the moment, promising Yanho he won't have to work, only the best food and rest every single day, and Yanho instantly perks up. Mokpung's face drops as he finally gets it and owns up to being stupid, then tells Yanho he doesn't have to do anything he doesn't want to. He still promises to hand over the reward, and Yanho blurts, "Really?" Yunho barrels over and armbutts Mokpung, declaring his generosity proves he's a real man, and Mokpung forces an awkward laugh, admitting he has nothing compared to Yunho. Watching that, Yu Huan, Yunji, and Li Huangya seethed with fury, fists clenched and powerless, so they hurled silent, venomous curses straight into Yunho's mind. Yunho then asked Mokpung, "What's he gotta do?" Just like always, Mokpung erupts into a gut-churning laugh. He locked eyes with Yunho and snarled, "Can I kill them all now? It's only natural that traitors be sentenced to death." Yunji's gaze snaps to Yunho as he jabbed a finger at Mokpung, and Yunho just shrugs, smirks, and tosses out, "That's what Mokpung said." Yunho demanded, "Why did you commit treason?" And Yu Huanji snapped, fury boiling over as she spat, "Treason? Mokpung's making it up. Do you really believe him?" Yunho shot back that the signs pointed the other way. They'd even found the book of signatures, and Yu Huanji erupted, screaming, "You damn bastard!" Yunho told Mokpung killing them would be going too far. He'd never killed anyone. Mokpung's eyes blaze. "I'll do it," he snaps, then barks for someone to bring him a sword. Mokpung pushes on. He hates dirtying his hands. Yet when a sentence must be carried out, he strikes without hesitation. Yu Huan snaps "Stop" at Mokpung, convinced he's a learned man. How could he betray the nation? Poised to strike, Mokpung snaps that everything he's doing right now is fueled by fierce loyalty to his country. Sobs ripped through Yoongi as she slammed her trembling thumb on her father's number. Yu Huan squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death, and forced out a trembling, "I'm sorry," to Yunji. As Mokpung's blade lunged for Yu Huan's neck, Yunho slammed his sword between them and barked, "That's enough!" Seeing Mokpung strain and fail to wrench the sword from Yunho's iron grip, he stands stunned, wondering just how Yunho could be that strong. Mokpung snarled at Yunho, "You forget what we just talked about?" Yunho snapped back, "No, I remember. I'm done playing along." Yunho shot Mokpung a sly grin and demanded, "Do you know what it takes to be truly lazy?" It ducks and weaves around trouble. Yunho once shattered his father's cherished ink slab into jagged pieces while his dad was out. He finally staggered back after 3 days. 3 days that felt like being buried alive. When he finally came back, Yunho had been beaten to the brink of death, bloodied and barely standing. But a fierce, surprising relief surged through him, and he felt so much better afterward. Li Huangya spits venom at Yanhao. "Your father should have killed you back then, at home." Mokpung glares at you and snaps, "What the hell is he talking about?" Yunho snarled his master's decree, "Never let your hatred fade, and never forget what others have done for you. Keep what you're given, and you'll end up paying 10 times over. Pay your debts before interest snowballs." When Yanho dropped that line, Yu Huan, Yunji, and Li Huangya looked at him like he'd become a different man. Yunho declares he believes it's finally time to settle his debts. A collective gasp ripped through them at the young home. Mokpung snapped that he understood. Yunho hurled words like knives, every line a promise he would stop Mokpung. Mokpung explodes into a sickening, guttural laugh. He leaned in and snapped, "Do you honestly think Mokpung was scouting you because he was afraid of you?" Yunho raked his fingers through his hair and blurted, "Not really. It didn't seem that way." Mokpung snaps his hand skyward like a lightning bolt, and rips out a colossal poem, the key woven into every verse. As he prepares for the big move, Mokpung leans in and snarls he could kill Yanho like he's nothing. Yanho should count it an honor to be cut down by Mokpung. Yu Huan and Li Huangya froze, jaws dropping as Makpong suddenly unleashed martial arts moves, revealing he could fight too. Makpong lunged, unleashing his technique in a blistering strike straight at Yanho. Countless hands of pure chi lunged from every direction to seize Yanho. Makpong exploded with laughter, then jabbed Yanho with a sharp warning. Stop being lazy in your next life. The palms lunged forward, poised to strike Yanho. Yanho recoiled, yanking his gaze away as if the sight had burned him. Yanho spins to Makpong, voice cutting through the air. This martial art is strange, yet I swear I've seen it somewhere. Victory floods Makpong. That's it. He'd blasted his ultimate from the very first strike, sizing Yanho up as a threat. Yet Yanho can't even get a move off. Before Makpong finishes thinking, Yanho sidesteps every palm with effortless, taunting ease. Shock rips through Makpong the instant his eyes land on it. Before he could even grasp what was happening, Yanho materialized behind him and snapped at Makpong. Is he done? Panic clamped his throat, his voice splintering into a ragged stutter. Makpong demanded, how is this possible? Yanho merely shrugged, smirking as he said, I watched the whole process. They clamped their lips shut and said nothing else. Yanho kicks Makpong. Say the name like you mean it. The blow rockets him into the wall. With swagger, Yanho boasts he needs only one kick to obliterate trash like Makpong. Every scholar gaped at Yunho, eyes wide and stunned with pure awe. Yunho ripped through the bindings and freed everyone. And Li Huangya snapped, is Makpong dead? Yunho snaps no. He says he only grazed Makpong, his body thick with fat, and he swears he's fine. Yunho storms up to Makpong, flexes his arm like a challenge and fires. You want to pick up where we left off? Makpong raises a hand and growls. Wait. He flashed a brazen grin and dared. Why don't you all pretend this never happened? Those words slammed into them. The others froze, mouths hanging open. Li Huangya erupted, snarling that it was unacceptable, and barked at Yanho to seize him at once. Makpong drops to his knees, desperation ripping through him as he begs Li Huangya. Your Highness, please! Li Huangya asked Mukbang. Have you ever seen the Inspector General let a traitor walk free? Not Mukpong snarled that if he didn't return, his father would assume the whole plan had failed. Then he hurls one last desperate gamble into the fray. Win or lose, it will leave the Imperial House shattered beyond repair. Li Huangya snarls, branding Mokpong a wicked man. He wonders if they'll let this one incident slide. The Imperial Palace won't be bathed in blood, and even if Li Huangya foresees it and charges to stop it, Nok Jihua's forces will ignite chaos, and Nok Jihua will stoop to even fouler, darker means. Li Huangya snapped at Mokpong. Are you telling me to just stand and watch traitors run rampant through the Imperial Court with my own eyes? Mokpong shot back. This is politics. Let the Inspectorate seize a eunuch's weak point and force a temporary peace. Li Huangya snaps. Eunuchs are rats. They'll always leave 10 holes to slip through. Li Huangya snaps at Mokpong, ordering him to flee while he still has the chance. As Mokpong strides off with his men, Yunho lunges after him and pleads for the chance to spit out one crucial word of advice. Yunho demanded of Mokpong, your martial art is the art of flowing grace, right? It's devastatingly graceful. Yet since Mokpong also sustains the bone-shrinking art, that grace inevitably falters. If Mokpong truly wants to face Yunho, he must unleash that transformation. A martial technique that warps and reshapes your outward form. Mokpong vows he'll burn that into memory for next time. Yunho snarls he'd rather there be no next time. Mokpong only smirks and shoots back. There will be. As long as Yunho wears that form, he owns the mantle of Hanlim's genius. Dawn crashes in after a brutal night. Yunho lets out a weary sigh and says, finally, everything's over. Yunho snaps his head up and sees the whole room pinned on him, every person waiting for his move. Yunho declares he's turning in and drops the rest into their hands. Rage flares in Yunji's voice as she snaps, he's asleep again? Yunho smirks. I claim full board and lodging rights. And Yunji wouldn't dare renege on her promise, would she? Yunho bolts to the bed and snaps at Yunji not to wake him. He means it. He'll crash hard and sleep straight through until tomorrow. Yunji reels, desperate to know what kind of person that could be. Even her father and Li Huangya agree with her. Even after that day, Yunho sailed through his days, cocooned in easy, untroubled comfort. Li Huangya and Yu Huan tore through the aftermath of that day, hauling wreckage and scrubbing every trace. And Yunho stayed completely out of it. Feasts landed at his door for every meal, and nobody ever complained about him sleeping. It was paradise on earth. UNG bursts into Yunho's room and yells, wake up! But Yunho goes utterly silent, as if sleep itself has claimed him. Rage boils in Yunji as she snaps at Yunho to stop pretending to sleep. She knows he's wide awake. Yunho springs up, demanding his full day rest, and Yunji snaps that her father is calling him. She didn't call, so take it up with him. Then, after 7 days of lazing in bed, she taunts that he's not going to refuse, is he? Yunho pleads. Can't he just tell her father he'll come later? Rage surged through Yunji. She yanked the blanket clean off Yunho. He crumples to the floor. She bursts in with Yunho at her side. Yunji bows to Li Huangya, calling him my lord, and announcing she brought Yunho, and her father beckons them inside. Then Yunho bursts into the room. Yuhuan smiles and dismisses Yunji with a crisp, "Good job, you're free to go now." Then Yunji and Yunho belt out goodbyes, acting like they're the ones walking away. Seeing that, Li Huangya explodes, roaring at Yunho that he won't be the one to walk away. Yunho storms forward and shouts that His Highness commands Yunji to stay. Yunji snaps, furious, insisting it's not her but Yunho. Li Huangya teeters on the brink, fury coiled and seconds away from lashing out. Yunho scratches his head, lets out a tight, awkward laugh, then sinks into the chair. Li Huangya unsheathed an embroidered sword in one sharp motion. He freezes, doing nothing. Then Yuhuan snaps a sharp reminder at him. Then Li Huangya thrusts the sword into Yuanhao's hands. Electric excitement crackled through Yunho as he snatched the sword. Li Huangya barked at Yunho, "Do you even know what that is?" Yunho shot back, "No." Li Huangya demanded, "Then what drove you to accept it without a single question?" Yunho flashes the money rub gesture and smirks. "That looks expensive." His master hammered it into him. "If it even looks like money, snatch it first. No questions." Li Huangya rushes to explain about the sword, but Yunho cuts him off cold, snarling, "No takebacks," and lashes him for being stingy. You'd think a noble like Lord Li Huangya would never stoop to reclaim a gift. Li Huangya insists, "That's not what I meant." Yunho snaps, "Too late. I spat on the sword. It's mine." Li Huangya exploded, spat "damn brat" at Yunho, and snapped for him to listen. At this rate, he'll doom his whole clan. That sword is the Inspectorate's sacred relic, and anywhere Yunho brandishes it, people will treat him as Li Huangya's equal. Yunho draws the sword and studies it for a beat. Li Huangya spotted Yunho and barked, "Problem?" Yunho snapped, "That's it? Isn't there some practical benefit? Like enough to buy food or even a house?" Li Huangya shot back, "And what?" Yunho blasted at Li Huangya. "Why are you, of all people, saying this?" He'd done his part that day, and if his lordship calls that even, Yunho seethed, "It's not good enough. The world runs on give and take. People today crave the tangible, the real." Yunho throws up his hands and murmurs, "Awkward," because he can't quite say it outright. Li Huangya's fist snapped shut, fury coiling in his veins as he shoved the question at Yunho. "You want me to forget the inspector's relic and just pay you off?" Yunho scoffs, insisting he wouldn't blurt it out like that. He has manners. Rage tore through Li Huangya and he hurled an inkstone at Yunho. Yunho snatches it and blurts, "Is that yours too?" It gleams like a fortune. Poor Yuhuan freezes, mind racing, because that's his precious inkstone. Li Huangya's fury cools. He steels his voice and repeats, "That sword is the Inspectorate's sacred relic." Wherever Yunho sets foot, people treat him like Li Huangya himself. It's effectively crowning him with the Inspector General's post. Yunho asks, and instantly a mountain of extra work crashes onto his shoulders. Li Huangya insisted it was a government post. Yunho shot back, "Isn't that the same?" Li snapped, "No." Yunho pressed, "How so?" Li waved him off. "Just accept it's different." Yunho relented, saying fine, and out of respect for his elders, he let it slide. Yuhuan revealed that long ago the inspector dispatched secret inspectors into the Central Plains. The position has sat empty for some time, and Yuhuan pressed Johan Ho to take it up. Yang Ho slammed the sword forward and barked, "Just this?" Li Huangya snapped that he never ordered him to govern. It's a reward. He'd sell his own house to pay him if he had to. Then sneered, "You stubborn turtle." Hearing that, Yunho let out a relieved breath. He'd braced for trouble, so Li Huangya snapped, "What do you mean?" And Yunho shrugged, "It's nothing." Li Huangya and Yu Huang's stomachs drop as Yunho's money gesture flashes back. They're dead certain he's about to sell the sword. Li Huangya leaned in, pressing, "What clan are you from? Who's your master?" Yunho's jaw tightened. "I can't say." Li Huangya fires a question at Yunho, but Yunho clamps his mouth shut. He won't answer because he doesn't trust him. Li Huangya explodes, roaring at Yunho, "I know your rank. You don't trust me, and now you're going to hide who you are." Yunho's face goes stone cold as he snaps, "This isn't about identity." Trust shatters the moment he buries his martial arts and parades a fake act anyone can see through. He leaned in and spat the question at Li Huangya. 5 seconds or 3 to put Nakmokpung down." And Li Huangya froze, utterly thrown off guard. Yunho snarled, "Dancing on someone else's chessboard like this is unbearable." Yunho unleashed his aura with deadly seriousness and snarled, "I can't stand this." Li Huangya froze when he realized he'd been caught. Then the silence shattered as he demanded, Did you know all along I could do martial arts? Yanho admitted it baffled him, scoffing that sure, some folks were obsessively devoted to Go. But traveling 400 kilometers just to play? Absurd. So many people poured into that place under the cover of Plago that suspicion ignited in him. A hidden plot was afoot, and he appeared at that exact moment. The instant Mokpung revealed himself, the entire incident detonated into chaos. Time slammed shut. Yanho had to pick a side. Li Huangya shot back. Wasn't siding with them the obvious choice? Yunho replied, dead serious, that Mokpung was probably telling the truth. He argued the Book of Signatures could be forged, but the royal head inspector had been secretly recruiting people to join his forces. This wasn't some harmless prank. Treason was the only explanation that made sense. Li Huangya snapped, if that's the case, why did Yunho help us? Yunho blurted that he only came because the girl called for him, then confessed his original plan had been to bolt if he hadn't been caught. She was painfully clueless about what was happening, and he couldn't bring himself to abandon her. He snapped that his master had always hammered into him that meaning and worldly matters were important. Li Huangya snapped that if you couldn't look the person in front of you, it was all for nothing. So Yunho had been watching every flicker through the whole incident. Yunho agreed, blunt and cold. It had felt awful. He slammed the question down. Li Huangyao, are you plotting treason? Li Huangya leaned in and dared him. What will you do if you admit it? Yongho shrugged and said he'd just curl up and sleep. Li Huangya pressed, even if you actually planned treason? And Yongho shot back sarcastically. You want me to pray for your success? Li Huangya demanded if he had no loyalty to the emperor, and Yongho replied bluntly that the emperor had never given him anything, so why owe him loyalty? He'd sooner cheer for Li Huangya, who at least gave him gold. The two men slammed their gazes together, a silent war blazing between them. Silence hung like a vice, dragging the moment out. Li Huangya exploded into laughter, his voice flooding the room as he admitted he'd only expected Yanho to be clever. Yanho had blown those expectations away. Li Huangya laughed, then his grin snapped shut. He slammed a palm to his head and swore on it. They weren't planting treason. They'd been amassing a war host, poised to crush Nakji. Yunho murmured, his reply barely a breath but enough to acknowledge the words. Li Huangya pressed on, laying bare the real problem. Nakji I had already seen through their movements. He ripped the truth wide open. Nakji I had sent Mokpung not to target him directly. They meant to squeeze him until killing Mokpung was his only option. Once that happened, Nakji I would blow his cover. He'd been concealing martial arts prowess and quietly rallying allies. He finally admitted Janho had swooped in out of nowhere and shattered Nakjiwami's scheme. Li Huangya dropped into a deep bow before Yan He, apologizing if he'd upset him and swearing he never meant to treat him like a pawn on a go board. He and Yu Huan had simply been driven by desperation. Yonho snapped a quick, clipped, "It's fine" at him. Li Huangya hammered the point again, begging him to trust his words. Yonho insisted again, "It's fine." Li Huangya switched gears and challenged Yan He. Would he accept the mantle of secret royal inspector? Yonho swore he'd never chase work, but Li Huangya just grinned and shot back that it didn't matter. The world wouldn't leave him alone even if he ran. And when Yonho pouted, asking if that was an insult, Li Huangya smirked. Not an insult. The path of a hero. Yanho slammed the idea away with a sharp, "No thanks." Li Huangya warned him fate couldn't be denied, and Yanho shot to his feet, roaring that he was leaving. Just as he reached the door, Li Huangya sprang to his feet and declared he'd be leaving that very day, and Yuan Hao, with a final, icy barb, said he hoped they'd never see each other again. Li Huangya flashed a sly grin and shot back that he had a feeling they would. The instant Yanho vanished, Yu Huan burst into view and planted himself at Li Huangya's side. He pressed Li Huangya for his thoughts. Li Huangya cracked a grin and admitted Yuan Hao had completely smashed his expectations. He'd always known Yanho's martial arts were fierce, but he'd never imagined Yanho would spot that he too knew martial arts. He confessed he'd thought he'd caught a dragon, but Yanho was a monster, and one wrong step, and he'd devour them. Yu Huan shot back the risk was worth it. Li Huangya pressed on, insisting martial skill wasn't everything. Yuan Hao was cunning. He had seen every turn but held himself back until the very end. That lethal fusion of raw power and iron patience made him deadlier. Li Huangya admitted he had to know who forged such a monster, then ordered Yu Huan to unearth everything on Yuan Hao. If he couldn't find traces of the deceased master, he had to at least reveal which family Yuan Hao came from. Yu Huan nodded and promised he'd do it. Later that night, Yan Ho sprawled on the roof, drinking the moonlight into his bones. A voice erupted from below, asking if he planned to leave. Yan Ho shot upright, glanced downward, and Yu Huan was right there. He planted his feet and vowed he wouldn't leave until he'd said a proper goodbye, after they'd let him stay and fed him. Yu Huan snapped, revealing Yanho had been planning to leave soon. Yonho admitted it, then revealed he'd soaked up a mountain of lessons while he stayed there. Yu Huan pressed, "What had you learned?" Yanho's thundered 2 brutal lessons. Scholars who devoured books still often couldn't live by them, and Rulan itself was a terrifying place. Yu Huan demanded, "What do you mean by frightening?" Yongho dropped the bomb. He'd never guessed the strongest person he'd faced in Yongyil would come from Rulin. Yu Huan swallowed his pride and admitted Li Wangyao's martial prowess was awe-inspiring. Yunho smirked, pinned Yu Huan with a steely glare, and snapped, "Why won't you drop the act?" Yu Huan's jaw dropped as he blurted, "Did Yunho know from the very beginning?" Yanho shot back that he already had you on his side, snarled that this was not good, then leaned in and asked him for a favor. Yunho swore he'd keep it secret. Yu Huan pleaded with him, begging only to be allowed to continue living as a scholar. Yunho agreed, but with a catch. He demanded one thing. Yu Huan had to answer a single question. Yu Huan nodded, giving him the green light to ask. Yunho declared his master had sent him to Rulin to see the world, and he'd arrived expecting to watch justice fall on a similar wrong. All he could see was the world's filth, raw, glaring, and unforgiving. Yu Huan lowered his head and answered, voice like iron. Everyone nurses an ideal in their chest, and no 2 ideals match. So when those ideals clash, people learn they must overrun reality to force them into being. Everyone knows they should sever worldly ties, but unpicking that knot eats years and still often fails. So the impatient hunt shortcuts that rip the knot out entirely, breeding arrogant people with stained consciences who either fling away their own lives or offer up their adopted sons. Yunho asked if the whole world was like that, and Yu Huan said the palace was worse in some ways, and he didn't think other places were much different. Yonho snapped his head up and confessed, voice tight, that he still couldn't grasp what his master had wanted him to see. He swallowed, and admitted the world was barreling by too fast for a lazy soul like him to catch. Yu Huan soothed him, declaring that was more than enough. He explained that if the world surged ahead, he'd simply chase it at his own slow, steady pace. The swift snatch the big picture in a heartbeat. The patient pick up the tiny details everyone else misses. Guessing what he was meant to see or feel was pointless. He had to stride at his own pace, drink the world in with his own eyes, and let the world itself unfurl the path beneath his feet. Yunho's eyes shot wide at those words, and he echoed them under his breath. I should experience the world as it was, and be myself as I was. He slammed his eyes shut, and then, in the middle of the field, enlightenment slammed into him like a bolt of lightning. A roaring surge of aura slammed into him, swallowing his body as he sank into deep meditation. Peering up from below, Yu Huan flashed a grin. He snapped into view beside Yanho on the roof. The night held its breath as time crept by. Yanho blinked awake, his eyes peeling open inch by inch. Yu Huan snapped his head toward him, and leaned in, eyes fierce, and snapped, "Did you actually learn anything?" Yanho stood there, raked a hand through his hair, and cheeks burning, owned up that he had no idea. Yu Huan threw back a thunderous laugh and declared it fine. He'd understand it in his own way. Yu Huan blasted off the roof in a blinding flash and rematerialized on the ground. Before walking away, he whipped his head back one last time and whispered he hoped Yanho would someday find his answer. Yonho's gaze pinned him as he walked away, then sank back down onto the roof. He fixed his gaze on his chest as a strange stirring thrummed beneath his ribs, wondering if the orb his master had given him had done something. He snapped his head up, eyes riveted to the full moon, and pictured his master's face looming over him, cold and relentless. A voice snapped, "Do you understand now?" Yanho rolled onto his side and whispered to himself, "Not yet." A few weeks later, Yu Huan burst into Yanho's room and planted himself squarely before the young man. He lay sprawled on his bed again, melting into the mattress, and Yu Huan barked, "Didn't you say you were leaving soon?" Yanho sprang up and declared he'd leave tomorrow. This time he swore he'd really go, while Yuan shot back that half a month had already passed since he'd promised the exact same thing. Yunho jabbed a finger and said things sometimes get delayed. Yu Huan gave a tight nod, admitted that might be true, then insisted it was still a real problem. A crisp, formal voice rang from outside. "Thank you for calling on the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau, a place of tradition and history." And Yu Huan snapped his head toward it, curiosity flaring. The voice closed in, snapping the same question. "What cargo must they transport?" The door to the room. Yunji materialized in the doorway, stormed inside, leveled an icy finger at Yunho, and declared he was the one. Yunho blinked, confusion exploding across his face as he jabbed a finger at his chest and burst out, "Do you really mean me?" Silence slammed into the room. Then an escort warrior's eyes snapped to Yunji. Someone said the one she pointed at looked like a person. Yunji planted her hands on her hips and snapped that it only looked that way. He was nothing but baggage to her. Another escort warrior jabbed a finger at Yanho and snapped that they did escort people. but passengers rode with a separate carrier. On a goods run, hauling someone along was nearly impossible. Yunji spun away, arms crossed, voice icy. Don't worry, they even cram cattle and chickens into the cargo wagon, so Yunho may look human, but to her he's no different. Put him on top of the baggage, feed him 3 meals a day, he won't cause trouble, she ordered, and she'll cover his fare like a passenger. No, scratch that, she'll pay double. Take him with you, she demanded. The escort warrior planted his feet, insisting no amount could override the rules. But before he could finish, Yunji cut him off and barked she'd pay triple. He dug in about the rules, and Yunji's voice climbed until she screamed she'd pay quadruple. She snapped her hand into the warriors and sealed their pact in a heartbeat. Another escort warrior leaned in toward Yanho and offered they'd accept him if he asked to come along. Still planted on his bed, Yanho exploded, roaring at Yunji and demanding, "Are you seriously going to load me like baggage and send me away?" And Yunji just pouted, looked away, and coolly said at least he was quick-witted. Yu Huan watched the exchange, spun to his daughter, and demanded, "What on earth is going on?" Yunji cut him off coldly. "Send this freeloader packing, now!" Yanho roared even louder, declaring it unbelievable. He'd heard mortals had declined, but never imagined they'd sink to this. He reminded them he was the benefactor who'd saved them, and now they'd sell him off like baggage. Yu Huan spun to him and owned up that it was true, insisting that since they'd been shown his mercy, they ought to let him act freely for now as a token of thanks. Yanho turned away, sank back onto his bed, and faced the other way. Yunji snapped that left like this he'd be trapped there until next year. Hei saw her actions as helping him. Yanho snapped upright and roared at her, demanding how she could even call that helping. Yunji jabbed a finger at him and reminded him he'd promised to go to the Hebrew Sacred Beast Pavilion. Yanho froze, shock flaring, and snapped, "What do you mean?" She shot back that the route passed through Hubei so he could travel with the escort bureau instead of trudging the whole way himself, arguing that walking it alone would be a brutal, exhausting ordeal. Yanho admitted she was right, though doubt still flickered in his eyes. Yoongi, a faint grin curving her lips, offered him a spot in a horse-drawn wagon. The escort bureau would pocket their pay. She and her father would finally be rid of him. And she called it a solution that benefited everyone. Yunho's expression hardened. He swallowed and admitted Yunji's argument had been utterly persuasive. After a breathless silence, he shoved himself to his feet, and Yunji snapped, "Enough! Follow the escort warriors!" As he fell in behind them, he kept muttering that his mother always warned him never to follow strangers, while Yunji pressed him, fierce and calm, swearing the men were trustworthy, their rank genuine, nothing to fear. Yanho's face stayed tight with doubt, but he trailed after them anyway. A short while later, he perched atop the wagon, propped on the piled goods, admitted out loud he hadn't expected to leave so suddenly, and announced he was going. Yunji and her father stood before him and offered their goodbyes. Yu Huan urged him to take care of himself. Yunho locked eyes with Yunji as her grin stretched ear to ear, and he teased, "You look incredibly pleased." She laughed, tilting her head. "Is it that obvious?" Yunho whipped around to the escort warrior and ordered them to leave at once. The wagon lurched into motion. He collapsed onto the baggage, twisted onto his side, and shot one last look at Yunji and Yu Huan. Yunji flung a frantic wave and hollered, "Stay healthy!" Yonho bristled and bellowed, "How can you drive me out and then tell me to stay well?" Yonji shot back that Yonho should fix his laziness too, and Yonho instantly pouted. He rasped a grudging yes, shot them a quick wave and slipped away. Yu Huan snapped to face his daughter and barked, "Come inside!" He shot one last look at Yonho, already a shrinking silhouette on the horizon. Her face ignited with a warm, radiant smile. A jagged gust of wind slammed past her. After some time, the escort warriors halted. A stern-faced man strode forward, displeasure carved into his features, and announced himself as Gokbi Young, head of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. He stared down at Yanho, still fast asleep atop the wagon, then snapped at the others. "Is that really the item?" A warrior stepped forward and growled the confirmation. "It's true." Gabi Hyung glared and barked, "Are you playing games with me? Do you know how much more preparation it takes when someone joins an escort?" The warrior shot back that they'd wanted to refuse. The prestigious Hanlin Grade Academy's request left them no choice. Gokbi Young snapped, asking when Yanho had fallen into that state, and the warrior spat that it began the moment he walked away from the academy. Gukbiang folded his arms, scrutinized Yanho, dead to the world, and smirked at how the kid always looked half-dressed, a messy charm that, oddly, impressed him. Another warrior barked that the academy had ordered them to feed him 3 meals a day like cattle or chickens, and he'd stay tame and cause no trouble until they arrived. Gokbihyang's face crumpled. Utterly baffled, he screamed Yanho's name. but the young man didn't so much as twitch. Gok Bahang's irritation boiled over. He slammed his fist onto the wooden crate beneath him and roared again. Yonho's eyes slammed open. He locked onto him with a razor stare and barked, "What do you want?" Gok Bahang cleared his throat and declared himself head of the escort. Yonho glanced at Curdle and asked, and Gok barked that the escort wasn't for serving people but for hauling goods, warned that Yonho tagging along would be a serious inconvenience, and asked if he was still willing. Yonho brushed off the worry. He'd been logged as cargo, not a person. Guk Byung warned it would be miserable, but Yonho declared he could tough it out, lying perfectly still until they reached their destination, and Guk Byung laughed, calling him impossibly upbeat. He spun away and barked for the group to withdraw. Yonho gave a lazy wave and said he'd be in their care. 5 days had vanished since leaving the Hanlon Great Academy. One morning Yonho shot awake, stretched his limbs, and unleashed a cavernous yawn. He ground out under his breath that it was unbearable. Staying awake ripped him apart. And if he slept, that phony master crashed into his dreams to torment him. He hurled a venomous curse at the Dream Lotus Arts. He ground his teeth and wondered how long this torment would last. What if it devoured his whole life? Frustration flared and he shoved the thought away. He muttered, "I don't care anymore," and crashed back down. Up ahead, Gok Byung's eyes snagged a twitch in the bushes, and he barked for the group to freeze. He barked, his voice hard as iron. He strode forward, declared his name, and requested an audience. Yunho braced slightly, snapped his gaze forward, and muttered that it might be banded. Gok Byung stands like a coiled spring, tension humming through every fiber. A chill ran through him. Silence spelled danger. Anyone stalling like this was either clueless, a green bandit, or a lethal hunter zeroing in on the wagon. And if it was the clueless kind, they'd gotten lucky. His hand snapped to the hilt and he slid the blade halfway free, his mind honing into a razor. The thicket gave up no presence. These were no clueless novices. He roared again, warning that if the figure didn't step forward, he'd declare it an attack on the escort bureau, and silence slammed down over everyone. Their eyes locked on the bush. A heartbeat-stopping silence stretched. Leaves erupted into a frantic rustle, and a hulking, broad-shouldered man thundered into view. The escort warriors snapped their blades free, steel flashing. The man lowered his weapon to the ground with a bone-chilling calm. He dropped into a deep bow and announced his name, every syllable slicing through the silence. He ruled as the paying Doguk of the Hubei paying clan. Recognition flared in Gok Byung's eyes. He snapped a return bow and demanded why a descendant of the paying clan was traveling there. Paying Doge snatched up his sword again, clutched his gut and gasped that enemies were on his heels. He admitted he couldn't shake them off alone, begged them for aid, and warned this could explode into a crisis that would swallow the entire martial world. Yonho, still sprawled on the wagon, barely lifted his eyes to watch Pang Doga consolence. Ages later, in a distant future, the divine mad dog unleashed that memory straight into the historian's mind. He roared that this was his showdown with the paying dog, the man who'd once slammed the gates shut in the historian's face. At that very moment, he even handed the payment directly to the dog himself. He'd completely missed that. Everything hinged on this single meeting. It would hurl him headfirst into a churning river of misfortune. Gok Byung sizes up the Hubei Pen clan as muscle-first warriors whose chivalry outshines everyone. Dogok stands clutching his sword, thoughts racing in his head. When someone from a place like that speaks, the air goes cold. Guk Byung asks, Duguk, what can we do? People are pursuing me. Duguk pleads, if you let me leave this mountain, I'll make sure to repay you properly. Okay, I'll help, Gok Byung snaps. First, hide in that barrel, now! Duguk nods and scrambles inside. As he melts into the shadows, a sly smile curls at the corner of his mouth. Yunho slumbered as the cart jolted awake and roared to life beside him. Gok Byung throws open the barrel lid and calls to Doguk. Hop inside, thanks, Doguk replies as he climbs in. Not a single sound. Heat ripples off Gok Byung as he sets the lid back on the barrel, and he thanks himself. He's a relentless busybody who pries into everything, and strangely, I can't say I dislike it. From inside his barrel, Duguk shouts, if I've put you in danger, I'm sorry. Get this handled and I'll make sure everyone here is repaid in full. What's the point of repaying anything if it costs you your life? Someone demanded. Yunho snapped back. Daeguk snatched it back and snarled. Do you have no conscience? You're putting all these people at risk. Anyone with even a shred of decency would have looked the other way. That's enough. I'm going to sleep now, Yunho declares, collapsing back into the cart. Understood, Duguk replies. The cart thundered onward, and Gok Byung thought, we're almost at the bottom. Lucky break. No one's hunting for Duguk. Did we really ghost past them without a trace? Suddenly a man in green robes leapt into the cart's path, screaming, Stop! And the cart slammed to a dead stop. Green-clad forest bandits pour from the trees and encircle the escort agency members. The Green Forest squad leader pins his blade to Gok Byung's throat. Wait, what is that? Gugby Hong stammers, freezes as recognition explodes through him. He finally realizes who they are. Green Forest. He snaps into a reverent bow, voice steady as a blade. I'm Gokby Hong of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. Honored to meet the members of Green Forest. The Green Forest squad leader barked, "Have you seen a young man in red clothing?" Gokby Hong snapped, "Red clothing? We haven't seen anyone like that." The squad leader's gaze sharpens into a razor slit. Lie, and misfortune will follow. I can't follow you. Why would we lie? The Swift Dragon Escort Bureau has guarded a tight alliance with Green Forest for years. Why would we harbor someone we don't even know and spark a feud with them? The Green Forest squad leader's eyes lock onto Yahello, sprawled asleep in the cart, and he snaps, "Who is that person?" Gokby Hong falters for a beat before he answers. Could this be hiding a precious charge? What does that mean? One of the Green Forest bandits snarled. Gokby Hong leans in and hisses to the squad leader. We're escorting someone frail in body and unsteady in mind to the righteous hall. Don't concern yourself. The squad leader snaps. So, what exactly are you saying? Are you telling me there's no reason to provoke Green Forest? I shoot back. Of course. Why would we risk something so reckless? No reason? Fine. The problem's already here, and it's because of that person up there. The Green Forest squad leader snarled at Yahello. I asked you straight. Did you see someone in red clothing, didn't I? Yahello snaps awake and rips off his outer robe, the red accents of his inner clothes flashing like a challenge. I didn't see anyone in red, he says, and Gokby Hong's mind races. Did he really mean someone dressed in red? You trying to pull a prank on me? The Green Forest squad leader snaps, pressing a blade to Gokby Hong's throat as cold sweat beads on Gokby Hong and his mind scrambles. No way. Have they already sniffed out Dogek's hiding spot? He declared aloud. All right, this will work. We'll strike down one of them. If nobody saw anything, we strike down the next. One by one we'll pick them off and watch who's truly innocent. I wager someone here will shout they saw him before the third drops. Gokby Hong snaps, eyes blazing. What do you mean by that? The squad leader jabbed a finger at a Dragon Escort agency member and snapped. Very well. Who will go first? You. Answer me. Have you seen the young man in red clothing? The squad leader roars his demand. The escort agency member's voice cracks into a stammer, then a shaky "I" snaps back. Your life hangs on this single answer. The squad leader warns, terror lacing his voice. The man stammers, I haven't. Then death will answer for you, he snarled, lashing out with his blade as the escort agency member screamed in terror. The instant the bandit leader's sword arcs, Gokby Hong clamps onto his arm, wrenching the blade mid-swing and snarling, "Damn it!" He emerges, and Gokby Hong and the Green Forest members go rigid, disbelief written across every face. Green-hooded forest bandits slam a ring around the cart as Yahello snaps upright from his resting place. Rage boiled in the Green Forest squad leader's voice as he snapped, "What did you just say?" With Gokby Hong pinning his wrist behind him, Yahello's voice booms. He's here. He strides out, vaults onto the cart, perches above the bandits and stares down at them. The one you're looking for, Doguk. Got you. Step forward. Yahello boots the barrel open, sending Doguk tumbling into the light. Gokby Hong roars, "What are you doing?" Yahello snaps, "Enough. Risking your life for someone else is the height of foolishness." He slammed his palm on the barrel and snarled, "Are you insane? Are you going to wait until every last one of us is dead before you crawl out?" Silence gripped the room for a heartbeat. The barrel lid bursts open. Doguk bursts out of the barrel! The Green Forest squad leader snarled at him. If you'd run, you'd have had a slim chance to survive. Instead, you crawled forward like a fool. Doguk snapped, "If I'd done that, every last one of you would be dead by now. You really think you can parade in as some chivalrous hero?" The squad leader scoffs. Doguk bellowed, "I may not be a hero, but I'm no petty fool who'd watch innocent people die without intervening." He spins to Gokby Hong and snaps, "Thanks for your help, but I've got to handle this myself. They're after me, so if I step aside, the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau will be safe." Worry tightens Gokby Hong's voice as he begins. Doguk answers, calm and ironclad, "I will be fine," then adds, "Avoiding them would be difficult anyway." Gokby Hong pauses for a beat, then says, "I wish you luck." "Let's go!" explodes into the air as Gokby Hong and his men snap into formation, bracing to move out. Yahello's voice sliced through the air. "Wait a moment. We can't go yet." "Why? What do you mean?" Gokby Hong snaps. "Are you blind, escort leader? Why would they attack us? Even Green Forest wouldn't dare tangle with the Hubei Pang clan. If we live and word spreads that Green Forest slew a Pang, do you see the storm that'll fall on us? Every member of the Hubei Pang clan would snatch up their swords and scour the mountains. They'd sooner cut us all down here than go through that." The Green Forest squad leader's guard collapses as the truth of those words hits him. You're right, he concedes. Gabi Hong concedes. I never even thought of that. Now it all clicks. Yunho smirked and shot. You didn't think of that? Gokmi Hong erupted, screaming, You crazy bastard! I lit this blaze. I'll snuff it out. The blame is mine, I'll make it right, and I'll hold them off. Yanho fumed to himself. What a ridiculous man. He slithered into the escort mission, sparked this chaos, and now preens like he'll fix it, like shoving someone off a cliff, tossing a rope down, then snatching the credit for the rescue. Duguk whirls to the Green Forest members, demanding, How much time can someone who's fled buy? He's a drowning ghost, yanking others under his wake. Yunho snaps, No. A drowning ghost wouldn't trap multiple people, so what do I even call this? He continues, voice steely. What's the point of running? They already know this is the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. The Swift Dragon Escort Bureau will be torn to ruins before the Hubei Pen clan even hears a whisper. Gukbi Hong slumped, voice hollow. Then what should we do? Yanho's eyes burned as he said, We must fight. Gukbi Hong recoiled, shock cracking his voice. And fight them? If we bolt, the rest of the escort mission will be forced to fight alone. But if we stand and fight now, we've got that drowning ghost with us, so he'll tip the balance in our favor. It's true, and Gokbi Hong agrees. Duguk locked eyes with the Green Forest squad leader and snarled, You really have no intention of letting us go? The squad leader snaps, No need to say it twice. He barks to his men, Attack! Don't blame me if you die! The Green Forest squad leader roars. Steel screams as he clashes swords with Duguk, each strike spitting a shower of sparks. Duguk grits his teeth, thinking the martial world was vast. If he'd known it was this immense and deadly, he never would have gotten involved. Ever since they praised him as a promising rising star, he's only been dragged deeper. A carelessness I didn't know I had crept in and planted itself deep inside my heart. Poison crawled through the air like a living stain, and Duguk hissed with regret. Ugh, he thought. It's all my fault. Because of me. Everyone here is paying the price. Your end has come, you bastard. The Green Forest squad leader roars, slashing his sword at Duguk. Duguk steeled himself. Everyone, I'm sorry, thundered through his mind as he braced for the blow. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of blue energy rips past him. A guttural grunt rips from the squad leader as his attack is brutally blocked. The blow explodes into him, hurling the squad leader backward and wrenching his weapon clean from his hands. Duguk looms over him, breath ragged, while the other Green Forest members gape, mouths wide in shock. Duguk stares down at the defeated bandit leader, his face carved with grim determination. Atop the cart, Yanho watches every move, silent and tense. He scoffs. How ridiculous! As a crackling electric blue aura surges from his hands. Right in the heart of the melee, Duguk and a Green Forest fighter bellow in shock as another Green Forest comrade suddenly crumples, knocked out cold. Duguk, gasping, locks his gaze on the scene with a puzzled, burning intensity, his mind racing as he thinks to himself. His eyes snap wide as he spots a small, blue glowing bowl on the ground next to the fallen enemy. That bowl is what knocked him out. Perched atop a nearby cart, Yanho toyed with another bowl and snapped, You're getting distracted again, yanking him back into the fight. Duguk is ambushed by several Green Forest members, desperately parrying their coordinated sword strikes as his blade collides with theirs, and sparks explode with every clash. Yanho lounged, casually juggling two bowls as he stared down at the chaotic melee and sneered. You dragged every enemy here, and now you're going to die without doing your share of the fighting? You really are a water ghost. He sighed. Keep this up and you'll be dead. Gokbi Hung, a sword pressed to his throat, glares up at him from the heart of the battlefield. Desperation and rage twisted his face as he let out a raw, guttural grunt of pure frustration. Locked in his own fight, Duguk glares with a burning mix of annoyance and disbelief. He thinks, what the hell is he doing there? He glared up at the lazy young master. More Green Forest members swarmed him from every angle, and he muttered, panic coiling as he realized the danger closing in. I snapped into focus and shoved curiosity aside. Now's not the time to be curious. His eyes flare a feral crimson as he channels every scrap of his power. All I can do right now is... He rips the air open with a devastating attack, unleashing the Five Tigers' gate-destroying blade. A massive spectral tiger erupts behind him as he slashes with earth-shattering force. He roars, I'll fight as many as I can. And a raw, gook-like bellow tears from his chest. His blade technique explodes, launching a blistering wave of pink energy that cleaves through the Green Forest ranks. The dust clears and realization hits. He's encircled once more. It hits him. This isn't a duel. Blocking every strike would be useless, so he stops trying to deflect them. He plants his feet, muscles coiling as three members of the Green Forest plummet from above, their swords whipping down to strike. Panic exploded in his chest. I'm gonna die, he thought. Just as the killer is about to land his blow, a crackling surge of blue energy erupts and blasts the attackers backward. Drop dead, man! You're all plummeting off his perch! Come down and help me, Gokbi roared, fending off another attack. Huh? I'm cargo to behold, remember? Yanho smirked, shrugging. Duguk blinked, incredulous. What kind of nonsense is he spouting? Go-Bi Hung bellowed. Yes! Now's not the time to be thinking about that. Confusion rips through Duguk, leaving him staring dumbfounded as he surprises himself by nodding. Why is he agreeing? Yanho spills that a mean girl warned him that if something were to happen, I had to stay up here and stop stirring up trouble. She threatened that if I didn't, I'd bring harm to Hanlim Institute, and she'd hunt me to the ends of the earth to harass me. Gokbi begged, I'll take responsibility. Please help me, I don't know. And Yunho shrugged. I tend to keep the promises that I make. Won't your journey be unbearable if we die? Gokbi Hung yelled, strain ripping through his voice. Yanho drawled lazily. I'm not comfy right now either. And Gokbi Hung flashed a grin and offered, if things go well, let's rest for 2 days at the next town's inn we come across. 2 days in, curiosity flared in Yanho ass. You can eat all you want, someone promised. Gokbi Hung plastered desperate ads. I even got food. Yanho ass's interest spiked. Yes, please help me, you donkey, someone shouted. Gokbi Hung screams, thrashing against his attackers. Duguk gaped at the exchange, bafflement shredding his calm. What the hell is this conversation? Yanho snaps. You promise? Gokbi Hung shoots back a hard, yes. Deal sealed. Yanho explodes into motion. He hurled a barrage of glowing bowls from his cart, each one streaking away like a comet. Yanho launches a savage barrage of glowing bowls. Bone-crushing blows slam into each green forest member. Yet the attackers stagger and topple one by one until the battlefield lies cleared. Cook's just gaping and watching, stunned. What's going on? He breathes a stunned whisper, eyes gaping in disbelief. The green forest leader gapes at Yanho, horror freezing him as he screams, A martial master! And the brutal scale of Yanho's power slams into him. Yanho nails the landing, touching down on the ground with effortless dancer-like grace. Yanho slams his words at Duguk. Hey, yes? Duguk snaps, wary. You brought those guys here, Yanho spits. If you have even a shred of guilt, you'd be throwing yourself into helping, not standing there. You drag trouble to our doorstep and hand those guys to us, then you don't even pull your weight in a fight, he snarled, jabbing a finger at Doguk. Doguk flinched. I'd cut you some slack if you were giving it your all, but you zoned out and nearly got yourself killed. What the hell's wrong with you? Got a head? Fire up your brain and think. Listen up. You're swinging a heavy, brutal blade that's slow. How do you expect to take on a crowd with that lumbering sword? You trying to sign yourself up for a suicide run, you stumbling numbskulls? Wait your turn or pick them off one at a time. Duguk snaps to attention and replies, Yes, sir. Same with that move from earlier. Why fling it into thin air and waste it? Gimme! Yunho roared, ripping the sword from Doguk's hand. Duguk freezes, gaping at his empty hand in disbelief as he thinks, Someone snatched my blade before I could even react. Yunho exploded forward, whipping Duguk's sword in a thunderous arc. You unleashed a blue energy wave that gouged through the earth and hurled the green forest members skyward. That's exactly what you did. The 5 tigers gate-destroying blade? Duguk roars in disbelief. How does he know it? Did he copy it just from watching me earlier? Yanho whirls to him and resumes a razor-edged lecture. If you're going to fight multiple people, at least swing faster. Less P in the blade doesn't mean a strike won't kill. Listen up, Duguk stammers. Sometimes you trade raw power for blistering speed. Other times you slow your swing and unleash a crushing, deadly blow. Yunho storms forward, laying out the technique in a rapid-fire breakdown as he carves the air with Duguk's sword. Yunho snaps, jabbing a finger into Dogek's face. Why is that so hard to understand? Dogek mumbles, I'm sorry. Stunned, he even apologized. Yunho snarls, Then do better, Yanho hissed, sliding the blade back into his hands. The last green forest members shook like leaves in a gale, terror pinning them down as Duguk drew a slow, bone-deep breath. He pours every ounce of energy into the strike, even if I have to dampen the blade's shy. I lock onto blistering speed and razor precision. Now I launch. He whirls to confront the last foes, but they're already melting into the trees. We'll come for you later, one of them snarls as they vanish into the forest. Duguk stands alone, dazed and bewildered. This is so frustrating, he gasps, sweat pouring and lungs burning. Gokbi Hong clasps Yonho's hand and declares, Thanks for everything. Don't bother. Money's locked in, we're getting paid. Yonho bows respectfully and says it was easy going because of you, then thanks you. We'll never forget you saved our lives, he adds, grinning as he quips, Just verbal gratitude. Gokbi Hong falls silent, and Yonho laughs. I'm just kidding. Yonho snarled, jabbing a finger at Doguk. I'll take everything from that punk clan bastard. And Gugbihong shot back. Why were you so cold to him? There was no need to run him off like he was a ghost. Yonho, sprawled on a barrel, snaps, Shut up! Yonho snaps, You'd be dead if I hadn't been here. The others would have fallen too, all because of that one guy. Gugbihong admits, That's true, but he clearly had his reasons. He looked like he was trying to do something good. He pins young Hos with an icy glare and snarls, Something good, young Hos. Does that justify killing people? His face stone-cold serious. Master snarled that nothing is more stupid than throwing your life away for something that doesn't concern you. Put yourself first. I know people worship justice and all that. If it costs lives, I'd rather burn that so-called greater good than let anyone be sacrificed for it. I have to ignite my own joy first. Make myself the priority so I can light the way for everyone else. She pins him with a blazing stare and snaps, Haven't you taken enough damage to give a damn about that guy? Every crate and every martial artist of the Swift Dragon Escort Agency stand unscathed. The venerable Heaven Orthodox Marim Alliance stands charged with protecting young Jose's Green Forest affairs. Gugbihong fires back, beaming with relief. That's great to hear. I hope I'll get to see you again. Yunho snaps, Probably not. Don't utter anything that dark, Gugbihong snaps. Your host bellows, Goodbye! He spun and strode off. Gugbihong stared after him, fixated on his size. If he could just muster even a shred of discipline, everything would feel so much nicer. Yonho arrives at a colossal, jaw-dropping edifice. A grin tore across his face as he whispered to himself, Finally, I'm here. Yonho bursts onto the grounds of Nature's Hand Manor. Inside the manor, a Wee Clan warrior bursts in to report. We didn't find him this time either. And Patriarch Weizang Han, worry burning in his gaze, snaps, I'm sure he's alive somewhere. Where are you, Yanho? Zhou Bong, the administrator, burst into the room shouting, Patriarch! A message! Zhang Han snapped, What is it? Zhou Bong roared, Young master, Yan Hao sent a letter. Why don't Han's eyes snap wide in shock and relief? He roars, Yan Ho! In a dimly lit ornate room, a thunderous knock jolted Ji Lies in bed. He jabbed a finger at his son Mokpung, furious that even the simplest plan had collapsed, and roared, Were you really that afraid to die? Mokpung snaps back, dropping into a deep bow before his father. If Li Huangya had slain me, my death would have meant something. I charged a different opponent. If I died there, it still wouldn't so much as scratch Li Huangya. Does that paint a meaningful picture? Does it erase the fact you bolted with your tail between your legs? Not Guy. He snaps back. This plan was a gamble from the start. Our mission was to seize the opportunity, not to run. A heavy sigh rips from him, but he forces out, Remember this, son. Go now. Yes, sir, Mokpung replies, bowing and walking away. As Mokpung stalks off, Nakji slumps back onto his bed, replaying the recent events and telling himself, in the end he'll encounter it, worry carving deep lines across his face. That useless, overambitious pig barreled into the GI, sending him sprawling as the soldier muttered in disgust. That eunuch struts through the court like he owns it, daring anyone to shove him back into his place. Nakji I still holds value. He insists we keep him alive for now. A masked man snaps, You step in and nod to his visitor. He boasts that simply by existing, Nakji I can hold the imperial family back. So that's the deal. Why can't I do it? How long must I grovel to that castrated fool? His Highness snaps, You have other duties. Mokpung freezes, confused. Huh? Then a stamped summons from the main estate is slammed down. You must return at once. At last, I'm free to tear this wretched disguise off. Nakji Iroi is doomed to be cast aside the moment he's outlived his usefulness. We'll leave him to rot until then, and when that day comes, I'll seize every last thing he owns. He spins to his subordinate and snaps, The imperial family is dragging its feet. What are my brothers up to these days? I can't swear to it, but whispers say they've abandoned the Confucian faction and started poking into the medical clan lately. Behold the Mokpung muses, the medical clan. Meanwhile, Yanho storms up to a hulking building, its sign screaming, Lustful Handgrounds. He bursts into the lobby, and the receptionist snaps, You're in the wrong place. Yunho stumbles through the recitation, confusion tangling every word. Yanho pressed the letter forward, and the receptionist's gaze devoured it. It was a letter of recommendation to the sacred handgrounds, the lustful handgrounds. Yunho's memory snaps alive, Master Yu Hun pressing a sealed letter into his trembling hands. You want to join the medical clan? The sacred handgrounds in Hobok are renowned across the land for their healing mastery. By chance I know the hallmaster, so I'll pen a recommendation. Show it and they'll treat you well. Back in the present, Yanho snaps, So this isn't sacred handgrounds? The receptionist flashes a sly smile. This is sacred handgrounds too, but not the one you're hunting for. She points you to cross the street and slip down the alley to the other sacred handgrounds, then scoffs that you'll probably find nothing that lives up to your expectations. Truth hits Yanho like a punch. This isn't the place he thought. He backs away and melts into the dark street. As he storms past a building, desperate pleas slam into his ears. "Please, sir, please save my wife." A woman sobs. Another man pleads, "I promise I'll repay the money. If you don't help us, my father will die." But a man from the building turns them away coldly, snapping, "I told you, no money, no treatment." And Yanho watches the scene, disillusionment etched across his face. "I thought the medical clan swore to save lives." Then they coldly turned their backs. When the dust settles, one brutal truth hits. It's all about the money. They bolted across the street and slipped into the alley. He follows the instructions and finds himself standing before a crumbling, dilapidated building. A battered sign screams "Sacred Handgrounds." He gapes at the crumbling compound, voice sharp with disbelief. This the legendary 500-year-old medical clan? He bursts into the deserted courtyard and bellows into the silence. "Is anyone here? What brings you here?" Someone snapped as a young boy popped his head out from behind a pillar. "I have business here." "Is the head in?" he demanded. Yanho replied, "Yes, please let me see the head," he insisted. "Go ahead and speak," the boy ordered. "I said I want to see the head." "What do you mean, speak?" Yanho barked, annoyance crackling in his voice. "Is he not here? My father died last year, so I took command of Sacred Handgrounds," the boy declares, introducing himself as Jin Soa, its head. Yanho reels and yells, "You're the head? Of course nothing good ever happens to me. I'm surprised lightning hasn't struck me yet. Damn that master. Why send me on this errand? I just want to go home." A young woman stormed up to them and snapped, "What's going on?" "Sister, a guest has arrived. He announces he's come to see father." "You seek your father?" Jinyaran's voice sliced cold and composed as he asked her, "What business do you have with him?" Yanho's jaw drops. Her beauty knocks the wind out of him, and he can only stammer a shaky, "Yes." He thrusts the letter of recommendation into her palm and says, "Here." She snatched the letter and ripped it open, eyes flashing as she read aloud, "So you came here to learn from the medical clan. Am I right?" Yanho sputters, face hot with embarrassment. "Our sacred handgrounds lie gutted and can't pass for a proper medical clan anymore. Sending away the one Uncle Moon vouched for would stain our late father's honor. This place may be modest, but please stay." Yanho snaps he's fine, says there are other medical clans he can join, and if he's a burden, he'll walk away. Jin Yiren snaps, "We can't turn away a guest who came to see our father. People will point fingers. If it's truly impossible, I get that." And the other woman snarls, "Never." Later, alone in the room, Yanho sat in the silence and replayed the entire situation, picking apart every detail in his mind. "I should have recoiled the moment I heard he was tight with that stone-faced scholar Moon. But it's a physician's household. Fine, I'll stay." He crumples to the floor. A voice from the doorway snapped, "Yes?" Jinyaran bursts into the room carrying a sumptuous feast and grins. "Figured you'd be starving, so I made your meal first. It may be modest, but seriously, eat your fill. This measly stash? It could barely stretch for 3 days. Please join me. I've already eaten, so don't worry. Enjoy your meal," she calls, bowing and slipping out of the room. Yanho freezes with chopsticks poised as realization slams into him. They're not quite as poor as he'd thought. Outside, Jin Soa leaned in and hissed to his sister, "Sister, where did you get all this food?" She snapped, "Quiet. The guest is eating. We're far enough away he won't hear us. We're out of rice. So where did you buy all that?" "A man doesn't meddle in household affairs. Keep your head buried in your medical studies." "I bite my tongue, sister, but where's your necklace?" "I tucked it away for now." "You've never let it leave your neck for a single second. It was mother's keepsake. Did you sell it?" Yunho freezes as he overhears Jin Yoren confess, "I only pawned mother's keepsake at the Silver River Exchange. I'll buy it back when things get better." And Jin Soa lashes out, "Even if he's a guest, pawning mother's keepsake for one meal is unforgivable. He came here looking for father. Are you saying we should treat him like that?" Jin Yoren snaps, "That's not what I meant." The words hit Yunho like a punch. Guilt crushed him. "No, I can't eat this," he thought. He hurls the food away. Jinyu sprinted over, worry threading his voice. "Is the food not to your liking? I'll bring out a new meal. Just a moment." Yanho snapped, "No, it's not that I don't like it." Then, plotting whether he could turn the meal back into cash, he shoved through the door and bolted out of the building. Yanho rockets toward the Silver River Exchange. "I'm looking for an item," he snaps to the proprietor. "A necklace pawned by a woman from the Sacred Handgrounds. Sorry. It's gone. That item was already sold." "What? When? And to who?" He refused to give a name, only that he was a monk from the Sequin, and he bought it just a while ago. Then I can still catch up to him, Yanho shot back, but the voice answered cold. I don't think you can. That monk's headed for Hua Mountain. And Yanho's face crumpled as he whispered, Hua Mountain. Will this do? Yanho asks, planting a bag of silver on the counter. Not nearly enough. More than 2 silver tiles are stashed in there. The young lady borrowed 1 tile of silver. When we reclaim a pawned item, we demand 3 times the borrowed amount. Fail to reclaim it within 3 months, and the debt triples again. You sputter usury? Don't you dare think that. It's simply the exchange's rule. If you dislike it, sell the item. So you're telling me this money won't redeem it? Yanho asked. I'm afraid that's correct. Yanho's face crumpled. A cold certainty slammed into him. The sacred handgrounds, already on their knees, would never reclaim the necklace, and Jin Yoren couldn't have missed that. Yanho thrusts a golden trinket forward and asks, Do you take items as collateral here? The pawnbroker smirks. Leave it and repay 3 times the borrowed amount within 3 months. Spot me the rest. It's solid gold. It'll be worth a fortune. It's pure, solid gold. Very well. I'll front 1 tael of gold for this, but you'll have to return 3. He freezes, eyes snapping wide with shock as he spots the seal stamped on the object. Wait, this seal! It's stamped with the Office of the Inspectorate's emblem. Yanho smirks. That's right. 3 taels of gold, was it? The proprietor's face drains of color as he whispers, I'm doomed. Elsewhere, a man slammed into a deep bow before an ancient figure and gasped they'd failed to seize the palace, and the old man, still turned away, said coolly, Nokji 11 didn't follow instructions, did he? The man behind him snapped that the royal inspectors had dug in so deep their opposition all but crushed Nokjiwana's influence, and he warned they might have to abandon the entire plan. The old man murmured, I understand. The man swallowed, hesitated, then added, Another minor crisis simmered in the green forest. As they lunged to seize it, the Hubie Pen clan waded into the fray, and the old man tilted his head, asking if the Pen clan had seen through their plan. The subordinate dropped into a bow and, voice tight with deference, said it didn't seem so. He insisted the Orthodox Moram alliance, not the Pong clan themselves, had intervened, and they'd written it off as a petty bandit raid instead of a grand coordinated scheme. He spun to face them, the old man's voice cool and unshakable as he warned that executing a grand plan would inevitably unleash a barrage of problems. He said the true key was how you resolved them. The man acknowledged and reported their dealings with the physicians ran like clockwork, and every other arrangement clicked into place. The old man grinned that it was almost time to tie the knot. He recalled how they'd endured countless hardships since his retirement, but had finally amassed enough power that his absence no longer mattered. And soon they'd storm back into the world to show everyone how terrifying their kind could be. At the Silver River Exchange, Hidebung lounged in comfort when Weonho's sword sliced into view. The instant his gaze locked onto it, he sprang from his seat, crashed to his knees beside Weonho, bowing his forehead to the floor again and again as he trembled and choked out an apology. He hadn't recognized him. Weonho stared in dead silence while panic tore through Hidebung's thoughts. Doubt tore through him. Should he make amends for flat-out swindling that woman out of her necklace, or for gouging her with an obscene interest rate? His body trembled as he scrambled to explain, insisting the rate might seem steep because so many people pawned their items and never returned, and he had no choice. Compound interest left his profit at only 4.5%. Weonho let 4.5% hang heavy in the air, spoken slow, then asked, What's the annual interest rate? He shredded the claim, stammered, then snapped that it was no more than 60%. Weonho leaned in, disbelief carved across his face as he demanded how 60% could be called reasonable, spitting 60% and declaring he'd never heard such nonsense. Daboon trembled, sweat tracing cold rivers down his forehead as he scrambled for a defense, insisting white jade was worth at least 10 silver niang, so the interest was fair. Weonho snapped, cutting him off. He'd just priced the jade at 1 silver niang. Now suddenly he was calling it 10. He recoiled, his face crumpling as words died on his tongue, and Weonho snapped. He bellowed for the doors to be locked and vowed he'd see this through to the bitter end. Then he broke into a panic, crying, Sir! Weonho shot him a glare and snapped that the title Sir was meaningless. That night the sacred hand manor brooded in the dark. Jinyaran hunched in her room, fingers flying over a tiny notebook, when a hard knock shattered the quiet at her door. Curiosity prickled and caution tightened her spine as she rose and slipped outside, wondering who could be visiting at this late hour. Then her eyes snagged on something lying on the ground. She closed the distance and stopped cold. The necklace she'd pawned glinted before her like a living betrayal. She sank to her knees, scooped it up like it could shatter, clutched it tight in her hand, and voice trembling whispered, "Mother." She scanned the room, heart pounding. Who had slipped it back into her hands? High above on the roof, Weonho lay silent as a statue, eyes wide and blazing open. He swallowed hard, willing the money to be enough to pay for the food. Meanwhile, at the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Morum Alliance, inside the General Strategist Pavilion, silence snapped as plans were sharpened into danger. Duguk planted himself in front of the table, fingers trembling as a storm of nerves crackled through him. His heart hammered as a cold certainty seized him. He'd done something wrong. Memories of countless misdeeds flooded back, and the truth only stoked his panic. Footsteps pounded closer. A man burst into the room, and Dogo shot to his feet, bowing instantly. The man jabbed a hand at the chair and said calmly, "Take a seat." And Duguk shot back a hurried, "Yes," as he slid into place. Zhou Heng loomed before him, the Orthodox Morum Alliance's general strategist, a name that echoed across the martial world. The divine strategist. They sat opposite each other as Doguk's head spun, nervous and bewildered why a man of such rank had summoned him. Until Zhou Hyun spoke first, declaring he'd heard all about the Green Forest and snapping, "Did you encounter the 10 swords of the Green Forest?" The instant the title hit, Duguk froze. His body locked and a choked, disbelieving stammer ripped from him. Zhou Hyun gave a slow, sure nod. Those had been his pursuers, and coolly said Doguk had been lucky to survive, while Doguk, alone with his thoughts, felt everything click into place. Zhou Hyun vowed he'd take on the Swift Dragon escort agency himself, convinced this incident could unmask something far larger. He snarled that the real problem was the young man who'd helped Doguk that day, and Zhou Hyun's thoughts churned. The Swift Dragon escort agency was one of the Green Forest's elite forces. Doguk might be skilled, but couldn't have beaten a single member. Yet that young man had single-handedly crushed 10 of them without a struggle. Zhou Hyun shouted, "Did you learn his name?" And Doguk shot back instantly, "Wei Yonho!" Zhou Hyun mouthed the name, remembering it from a beggar sect message, and a jolt ran through him. Had the Guangdong Hui clan's second son truly returned? 5 years had passed, and his surge in martial power was staggering. Wei Sun Ho, the eldest, had already proven himself a prodigy, and now the second son was carving his own legend. Zhou Hyun zeroed in on a chilling possibility. The Guangdong Wei clan sat at the heart of the brewing chaos. He shot to his feet and snapped, "Where are you headed, young man?" Duguk snapped that he was bound for the Sacred Hand Manor, and Zhou Hyun's brow knotted into a faint frown. Everyone figured anyone who'd returned after 5 years ought to be sprinting for home, not marching toward Hubei. He gripped Doguk's shoulder and barked that he needed every scrap of intel on Wei Home. Doguk was the only one who knew his appearance, so he demanded his cooperation. Zhou Heng leaned forward and asked, "Can I help?" Duguk dropped to his knees instantly, bowing so deep his forehead nearly kissed the ground as he shouted, "I will!" A fierce, silent vow burned inside him. He would meet Yan Ho again. The next day at the Sacred Hand Manor, Yan Ho slumbered atop the roof like a coiled tiger, every breath a silent threat. Below him, Jin Soa's eyes snapped upward. He blurted, "How do you even get up on the roof without a ladder?" Convinced Yan Ho must be a martial artist. His ragged appearance and lazy posture screamed amateur. I doubted he knew anything beyond the bare basics. A thunderous pounding at the door ripped through his thoughts as a frantic voice screamed, "Is anyone home?" Jin Soa flung the door open to see several people hauling in badly wounded workers. One man yelled they were from the quarry, crushed by falling boulders, and they'd brought only those still alive, begging for help. They owned up. They were flat broke, utterly penniless. Jin Soa clenched his teeth at the sight, and muttered a venomous, barely audible curse under his breath. Right then Jin Yiren burst in, barking for him to bring the patients inside. Stunned, he blurted, "Sister!" She brushed off his hesitation and barked quick orders. Categorize the patients, send the non-urgent to rooms, and treat the urgent cases immediately. He snapped into action, obeying her without delay. Jin Yiren snapped, "Send that to the rooms, and get hot water ready at once." Yan Ho jolted awake as the clamor ripped through the air, yanked his gaze downward, heart racing as he struggled to make sense of what was happening. Below, Jin Yiren hauled her sleeves up. He whipped out a glinting set of acupuncture needles. They cleared a space so the urgent patients could be laid on the floor. She burst into motion, launched treatment, and punctured critical points with practiced precision. One patient seized without warning, their body contorting as they violently heaved blood. It splattered across her face and clothes, but she charged on without a shred of hesitation. She screamed at Jin Soa to move faster, hissing, "Are you just going to let the others die?" Surrounded by the wounded, Jin Soa ground his teeth, desperation ripping through him as he realized he needed help. He spun toward Yan Ho on the roof and bellowed for help. He jabbed a finger at one patient and urged him to help. Yanho was from the Maram, so he had to know acupressure points. Yanho darted to the patient's side and dropped to his knees, confessing he'd never learned it properly and gasping, "What do I do?" Jin Soa, still treating another patient, barked, "Halfway on Tiantu, full on Jiangfu." Yunho followed the directions, peeled back part of the patient's robe, pressed a probing finger to his chest, while murmuring under his breath as foam began to froth at the man's mouth. His brow tightened and he said, "He's reacting strangely." Jin Soa bellowed, demanding to know if he'd pressed the right points. Yunho hesitated, jabbed a finger and asked if it was there. Jin Soa exploded, spat, "You're worthless," and snapped that the Jungfu point was lower, ordering him to try again. Yunho sighed and said he'd warned him he wasn't good at this. Seconds later, the patient ripped a jagged, heavy breath. Yunho's eyes shot wide as he blurted, "Looks like he's breathing again." Jin Soa snapped that the airways were only cleared. The patient still had to expel blood and mucus, and demanded Yanho inhale it mouth first. Yanho stopped dead, eyes wide with disbelief, and demanded, "You want me to kiss the old man? Are you serious? Isn't there any other way?" Jin Soa roared, "Do it or he'll die." Yunho pouted and muttered that he only needed to clear whatever was stuck in the man's throat and that Jin Soa could have just said that instead of humiliating him with acupoint talk. He clamped his hand over the patient's mouth and nose. Jinso whipped around, panic ripping into his voice as he yelled, "What are you doing?" Yanho slammed his palm into the patient's chest. The man coughed violently, vomiting blood, and Yanho swept the blood with his palm, molding it into a floating orb beneath his hand. Jinsuo slammed into stillness, eyes bulging and mouth gaping in raw shock. Yanho locked eyes with him, calm as a still lake, and said, "Can't you tell I'm saving a life?" Elsewhere, beneath a knife-edge moon in the middle of nowhere, a man hunched over a letter and muttered, wondering if his mother had really done what it ordered. He was Wei San-ho, Yanho's older brother, the demon-slaying sword. He opened the letter and his eyes devoured the words written inside. "My beloved son, San-ho, I ache to hear how you're holding up, but this can't wait. Yanho lives." The instant his eyes landed on the words, they snapped wide as if struck. Tremor racked his hands as he clutched his chest like a vice, forcing his eyes back to the letter. A letter from Yanho landed after 5 years. It should lift some of that weight from your chest, but he says he's forbidden to come home, whatever that means. So your father and I are heading out to find him now, and I'm scribbling this to you before we bolt. Yanho's letter traced back to the Housex Kaifeng branch, so we're charging straight to Kaifeng. After reading the letter, Sanho's whole body quaked. He flung his head skyward, squeezed his eyes shut, and choked out that his brother was alive. A few heartbeats later, he spun around and forced himself calm. Now wasn't the time to get emotional. He realized with a jolt, Yong-il was in Kaifeng. He launched himself forward, hesitation gone. Jin Soa slammed her knuckles on Yanho's door and shouted, "You asleep?" Jin Soa barged into the room. Yanho lay on his side and said he was, and Jin Soa scoffed, "Doesn't look like it." Yanho snapped, "How can you be a physician when you don't even trust people?" Jin Soa bowed and murmured, "I did well today. It helped a little." Lying with his back turned, Yanho shot back skeptical. "When did you ever save a whole patient?" Jin Soa swallowed his words and admitted Yanho had been a massive help, and Yanho just grinned, satisfied, and murmured, all right." Head still bowed, Jin Soa's voice cut the silence as he demanded to know where Yanho thought their problem lay. Yanho leaned in, fired off a question about the problem, scoffed that there were far too many, and demanded to know why he wanted to find out. Jin Soa swore to revive the sacred hand manner's lost glory, so he sought the blunt, objective truth from an outsider like Yunho. Yunho shot upright to face Jin Soa as she dropped into a chair, and he fired back that, while there were countless problems, money towered over every choice. Jin Seo flinched, surprise sparking in his voice. Yunho said nothing else. He only repeated one word, money. Jin Soa burst out that medicine was the lifeblood of a physician's household and demanded, "Is money really only a secondary concern?" Yunho jabbed a finger and demanded he rewind it to the start. What ignited his family's ruin? He reminded Jin Soa that he'd admitted the massive physician's clinic across the street had once been theirs. Jin Seo let out a long, heavy sigh, then plunged into a raw, aching tale about his father. He swore their father was the friendliest man you'd ever meet. Not a soul counted him an enemy. He healed patients for free, just as he was doing now, refusing any payment from the poor even when the treatment would have cost an arm and a leg. They pulled it off because they'd inherited vast fortunes from generations past. By the time Jin Soa drew his first breath, the vault was already bleeding gold, and when he reached manhood, every last coin had vanished. With so many physicians on the payroll, expenses ballooned. but their skill and fame hauled in enough cash that the debt never crushed them. Jinseo was convinced that sooner or later his father would wake up to the fact his method couldn't last, and he'd hatch a plan to repay the debt. Yonho snapped, "Was Dad scammed or assassinated?" And Jinsoa scoffed, calling it nonsense and sneering that he'd been reading too many novels. He dropped his head, and voice trembling, admitted his father had found a way to pull in massive cash fast. But it came with sky-high risk. "Gambling!" Yonho roared. "Are you saying my father gambled to pay off debts and dragged our whole family into ruin, all for one reckless shot at hitting it big?" Jinsoa flushed and admitted he'd tried again and again. He lived on booze and no proper food, and that lethal mix, nutrient deficiency and alcohol poisoning, killed him, explaining the downfall of the sacred hand manners. Yonho's mind screamed, "What the hell?" He cocked his head and barked, "Want to know how I'm supposed to revive the sacred hand manner? And why you'd ask me?" Jinsoa snapped that Yonho carried a recommendation from Mr. Moon Yuhuan, the third grand scholar, so he couldn't be any ordinary man. Yonho smirked, snapped that he'd been wrong, he was just an ordinary man, and told Jinsoa to take it up with a professional. The next day they reached the Silver River Exchange, sat before Haidabung, and Yonho announced that Jinsoa would consult a physician about the medical issues and a pharmacist for the medicine, backed with money. Then Haidabung snapped, voice trembling, "So, Royal Inspector, you want me to invest in the sacred hand manor?" Yonho confirmed it, shoved the question into his chest, and snapped, "Would the sacred hand manor be in this state if Debunked had been the one running it?" Debung snapped, "Of course not." Young-ho admitted they had the medical skill but no administrative savvy, and Debong asked what would happen if he stepped in to help. He blasted the "finish the sentence" line, firing back that it would absolutely rake in cash. Jinsoa spun on Yanho and snarled he wouldn't work with Haidabung, and Yanho fired back that Jinsoa had no choice. Haidabung was the one calling the shots, and Jinsoa wasn't some big shot who could be picky. Jinsoa snapped, "What did he do that was so bad?" Yanho deadpanned, "He was broke." Jinsoa leveled a hard stare at Haidabung and shot that their household was famed for medical skill, so why team up with a loan shark? Hearing "loan shark," Haidabung snapped, barking, "What? Loan shark?" and sneered that Jinsoa's family frittered their fortune away while at least he knew how to popcorn his cash. Yanho cut in, scoffing at Jinsoa, "You really think you dug your fame up from the ground? Where do you think it came from?" He jabbed at Jinsoa with a cutting question. Did he think the sacred hand manor would have lasted if they'd handed out treatments for free like he was doing now? He pointed out Jinsoa's old pavilion glittered with luxury, and the ancestors he bragged about all took money from patients. That's how they built that grand pavilion. Jinsoa spun to Yanho and demanded, "Is that true?" Yanho barked, "Of course!" He argued Jinsoa prided himself on his family, a famous medicine household, so he had to bring in the money. He had to raise a grand pavilion to make the crowd gasp and whisper, "Ah, they really made it in their careers." He hammered home that every famous physician's household swam in riches, and desperate patients threw money at them when their lives hung in the balance. Yonho whipped around to Jinso and snapped, "See?" Jinso let out a soft, "Ah." He pushed out a stubborn pout, then admitted to himself he'd always believed medicine was meant for the people. Later, back at the Sacred Hand Manor, Yanho hauled a blanket over himself and sank onto the bed. Jinsoa's expression from earlier snapped back into his mind. He flinched, realizing he'd been brutally blunt, and Jinsoa had been drowning in a heavy, relentless gloom ever since. He shoved the thought aside and told himself it was none of his business. A thunderclap of a voice smashed through the manor and jerked Yanho to his feet, bellowing, "I told you to come!" His gaze honed to a razor edge as a single thought pierced his mind. What? What's going on now? Outside in the courtyard, a broad man hoisted a patient in one hand and roared, "Let me talk to the owner! Where's Jin Yaran? Where's that damned matriarch? That man was Black Earth himself. Wajul!" Hearing the commotion, Jin Yiran burst outside and thundered at the man. "What are you doing? Why are you dragging a patient out of their room?" Hwajul spun to face her, a grin carving across his face as he sneered, "Huh, so you're Jin Yaran." And Jin Yaran surged toward the patient, roaring at Hwajul. "Do you have any empathy?" Hwajul's barked back, "Empathy? Did you borrow from us out of pity? Your father took that loan in the Sacred Hand Manor's name. Shut the business or pay the debt." Jin Yen shot back, roaring that if he had a problem, he should go talk to them and ask outright what the patients had done. Hwajul ripped his hand free and slammed the patient to the floor, then without warning yelled, "Talk to you guys!" Hwaju lunges and seizes Jinyu's arm. He yanked her against him and snarled he wouldn't use this method either. He then leaned closer to her face, a grin slicing across his lips, and sneered, "Since you want to handle it yourself, and you're pretty, Selling you to the brothel will wipe out the debt. They promised your looks would wipe out the debt in about 10 years. Sounds like a plan, right? Then suddenly, Jinsuo exploded into view directly behind Huajue, hammering his tiny fists into his back and screaming, "Let her go!" Huajul blasted him backward with a single effortless kick. Jin Yiran screamed her little brother's name, and Huajul answered, grin still plastered across his face. He sneered that it wouldn't even take her long. Her stunned face was pretty, and pushed her brother to fret over how to profit from her, not how to keep her safe. Out of nowhere, a patient lunged at Huajul to stop him. Huajul shoved Jin Yaran into the dirt, and the patients with Jinsoa surged forward screaming, "No! Not the physician! Take me instead, you terrible bastard!" A patient latched onto Huajul's arm, teeth sinking in as he screamed he'd die anyway and would drag Huajul down with him. Huajul gritted his teeth and yanked them off with a brutal jerk. Jin Yaran bellowed at them to stop, declaring this wasn't their problem to deal with. She dropped her head and spat, "Don't lay a hand on the patient. I'll go." Huajul looked down at her, a grin tearing across his face as he barked, "All right." Jinsoa's shout tore across the room to his sister as he snapped, "What do you mean?" Jin Yaran turned to her little brother, smiled, vowed she'd repay the debt somehow, and urged him not to worry about her but to focus on restoring their household. Huajul seized Jin Yaran's arm and they strode away. The patients and her little brother erupted into sobs at the scene, screaming, "Physician! Sister!" Then a calm, iron-edged voice cut through the chaos and echoed across the courtyard. Wait!" Huajueli and Jinyuan snapped their heads toward the sound. Yanho shuffled forward, wrapped in a blanket, and growled, "You can't go." Huajul locked eyes with him, a smirk curling as he shot back. "Say your name. Who the hell stands before me?" Yanho snapped back, "I'm Wei Yanho." Yanho plants his bare feet in the courtyard, wrapped in a simple white robe, and his voice tears through the tense air as he declares, flat and unshakable, "You can't take her." Huajul, the man with the prominent cross-shaped scar beneath his eye, tilts his head a fraction, a contemptuous sneer curling his lip as he glances over his shoulder at the newcomer and snaps, "Who the hell are you?" Unshaken, Yanho locks eyes with him, a stone-cold mask of indifference, then coolly drops his name, "I'm Yanho." In the sprawling courtyard, servants sank to their knees in submission, while Huajue clutched the young lady, utterly bewildered by the sudden interruption. His brain screams, "What the? Has this guy lost a few screws?" He shrugs him off, snaps, "Let's go," and strides away with the woman. His path is blocked when Yanho suddenly materializes at his side, clamping his hand onto Huajul's arm to halt him, eyes blazing as he snarls, "I said you can't take her with you." Rage twists Huajul's face, his brow knitting into a hard glare as he stares at Yanho and thinks, "What the hell is this bastard yapping about now?" His patience snaps. He grits his teeth and mutters, then looks down at the man clutching his arm, baffled by the interference. Yanho then drops a reason nobody expected. "Who's going to cook for me?" he asks flatly. Huajue and the young lady, Jin Yiran, gawk in disbelief, their minds shouting, "What?" as Yanho stays stone-cold serious. "If the young lady is gone, there's no one to make me food." Confusion ignited in Huajul as she jabbed a finger at him and demanded, "This woman cooked your meals?" Yanho barked, "Yes! Yes!" And Huajul leaned in, relentless. "Why?" Yanho blurts a laughable excuse, "I'm a guest." And that absurdity is the last straw for Huajue. Veins pulsing, he yanks Yanho by the robe, rage twisting his face as he snarls, "Why are you spouting such nonsense?" His patience snapped, seeing him as nothing but a damn beggar stirring up trouble. A furious roar tore through the courtyard as Huajul pulled his muscular arm back, fist clenched tight. "Fine. I'll make sure you never eat again starting today," he snarled. Then he swung his fist forward. Jin Yiran flings her arms up and rips out a terrified scream. "Stop!" The blow never lands. In an instant, Yanho, serene and almost bored, strikes first, driving his fist down in a crushing arc as a massive, brilliant blue shockwave detonates from his palm, slamming Huaju and driving him into the stone ground. The impact shatters the courtyard floor, gouging a deep crater as he slams into it and goes out cold. Jin Yiran froze in place, mouth agape and eyes blown wide as dust and electric blue motes swirled around her, a silent testament to the incredible power she'd just witnessed. Chaos rips through the courtyard. Huajul lies crumpled in the crater's heart, his body created, as his subordinates and household servants stand frozen, eyes wide in absolute shock. Yonho surveys the wreckage with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head and calling, "You okay?" "Ah, didn't mean that. It happened before I knew it." While Huajul hacks himself up from the rubble, pain and fear crashing over him until the truth hits like a blow. A master, he thinks. He reels back, carving out distance and dropping into a defensive stance. The aggression evaporates, replaced by wary respect as he asks, "Which ironworks forged you, Steam Warrior?" Yunho flicks dust from his white robe like it's nothing, his face a blank mask, and coolly says, "I'm not a warrior." Realizing he's hopelessly outmatched, Huajul grabs at words like a lifeline, pleading, "Don't interfere in personal matters. Our debt contract is ironclad, and even the authorities will side with us." Yunho inclines his head, cool as ice. Sweat beads on Huajul's brow as his confidence splinters, and he clings to a flicker of hope that this powerful master will honor the law, then stammers, Then please, don't interfere any further." Yunho locks a calm gaze on Huajul's pleading eyes and replies, "That's gonna be a little difficult," then repeats his odd worry. "I told you already. If the young lady's gone, I'll have no one to feed me." Huajul's face went ice cold as understanding snapped into place. The food was a cover. He's decided to help Jin Yiren after all, and seeing through the ruse, he storms up to Yunho and growls, "Do you intend to interfere with the Black Spider Den's business until the very end?" Yunho cocks his head, playing dumb. Huajul snarls, "Black Spider Den, it's the faction I belong to, and the one Jin Yiren owes. Our den will not stand idly by and let this happen." Yunho flips his approach, snaps his head up and fires off. "I'm not about to interfere. The problem right now is money, isn't it?" Huajul recoiled, suspicion cutting across his face. "Are you saying you'll shoulder her debt?" he asked, skepticism razor-sharp in his voice. Jin Soa, the young head of the household, and the servants stared wide-eyed. Then Yunho dropped an unbelievable offer. "I don't have the money now, but I'll earn it and give it to you so you can leave." He throws down a deadline. "I'll give it to you within a fortnight." And a tense silence hangs as Huajul stares at Yunho, weighing the absurd proposition from this mysterious, overwhelmingly powerful man. After a long, loaded pause, he finally decides, "I will trust that you keep your promise." Inside an opulent chamber, Dosen, the fearsome leader of the Black Spider Den, tears into a massive hunk of meat when a messenger gasps, "A master has appeared at the Shangsu Zheng," and Dosen snaps a question, freezing mid-bite. Huajul drops to her knees before him and, voice steady, confirms the report. "Yes, that's correct. He said he was a guest." Dosen repeats the word, letting it slam into the room. "A guest? An acquaintance of the former master of Shangsu Zheng? If so, things are about to get very complicated." He loomed over his subordinate, his voice razor-edged. "So you bolted the instant you saw this master?" Huajul's cheeks flame with indignation. He leans forward and bellows, "I, Huajul, am no coward," then hammers out every detail of the arrangement he made. That master swore he'd hand over the money in a fortnight. The man reporting stood slick with sweat from the earlier encounter. I hung back to watch. Huajul's explanation ignites an explosion of fury. "You imbecile!" Dosen's voice booms through the room as he explodes. "Did I tell you to go collect the money? I told you to use the debt as an excuse to tear down the Shangsu Zheng sign and crush them so they can never recover." Rage ripped through him. He hurled a massive hunk of shellfish that slammed into the side of Huajul's head. "And you just backed off after hearing that nonsense?" Huajul, flustered and clutching his head, scrambles to defend his caution. He insisted he had to unmask that man's identity first. His reasoning only fans his leader's rage. Guak Dosen snaps, slamming his fist so hard plates and food scatter across the floor. "Why are you dragging this on?" he roars, desperation carved into his face. "Should I cut out your tongue?" he spits, bearing the real fear. "If this fails, they'll be furious, and we'll all be turned into a puddle of blood." Huajul spots raw panic in his leader and, voice cautious, tosses out a blunt fix. "Then we get rid of him?" And the question cleaves through the fear, snapping Guak Dosen back into icy calculation. Rage collapses into a cold, focused calm. He snaps no and maps out his cautious plan. No point poking a hornet's nest we might not be able to handle. Then he leans back, grim and thoughtful, seals his decision and says, "Let's just watch and see for now." Silence filled the room as Yunho sprawled across the wooden bed, hands locked behind his head and completely at ease. While opposite him, the young head of the house, Jin Soa, sat rigid, worry carved into her face. He shatters the silence, anxiety sharp in his voice. "What on earth are you planning to do?" Yunho barely cracks one eye open and, with a lazy scoff, replies, About what?" Jinso's concern deepens as he snaps, "Didn't you make that bold promise to pay off the debt within a fortnight?" Yunho's face goes genuinely blank as he asks, "Did I?" Jin Soa catapults to his feet, panicked, shouting, "Didn't you have a plan? What do you mean, did I?" Yunho stays ice cool and replies, "A plan? Of course I have one. The ultimate age-old method, passed down through generations. His face hardens to stone as he unleashes that ancient wisdom. When debt collectors are snapping at your heels, nothing beats it. Jinsuo juts forward, riveted and trembling, throat bobbing as he swallows and pleads. Why, what is it? Yanho slams down a brilliant plan. He calls it the Midnight Run. Not sure you've heard of it. The suggestion's so ridiculous, Yanho takes a frantic cascade of slaps as a livid Jinsoahu bellows. You call that a plan? She's utterly exasperated. Jin Soa's fist snaps shut in furious disbelief. He can't believe he trusted someone like you. Yan Ho, rocked by the hit, steels himself, hauls upright and spits the crucial question. So how much is it? The debt. Jin Soa drops his gaze to the floor, sorrow carved into his face as he confesses. I don't know the exact amount myself, but it's about 20 nyang of gold. Yan Ho staggered, eyes wide. 2,000 yang in silver? How could anyone rack up a debt that monstrous? Jinsuo exhales and lays our financial ruin bare. It began at over 100 yang of gold, and we sold every asset to shave it down to this. Yanho could only gasp in disbelief. Unbelievable. Jinsu sighed, resigned. That's what everyone says. After a beat, Yanho rocketed to his feet, resolve blazing in his eyes. Let's go. Jinsoa stayed seated, blinked up in confusion. Huh? Go where? Yonho shoots a look over his shoulder, determination blazing in his eye, and snarls. To earn money. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The old saying slams into Jin Soa and tangles him up even more, and he snaps. Why are you bringing that up now? Unease lacing his voice, Yonho's grin unfurls slow and knowing as he reveals his plan. We're going to cash in at the very place that ruined your father. Nervous electricity crackles across Jin Soa's face as realization slams in. They're headed straight for the gambling den. They burst into Jimwajong, a secret gambling house pulsing with life. Smoke choked the air and tiles clacked as men wagered away fortunes, while Yun Ho, now draped in an elegant white and blue robe, sliced through the crowd with cool confidence. Trailed by Jin Soa disguised as his servant in a plain gray uniform and a brown headband. In a private room away from the clamor, Kang Che Wanri, master of Jimwajong, sprawls in his chair, jaw clenched and growling at the dead day of business, muttering, Another bust today, he snaps aloud. Have the rumors that I'm fleecing suckers blown way out of proportion? Then grimly rewinds to his last big score and admits, maybe fleecing the old master of Shangsuzhang set this whole mess off. Drifting thoughts shatter as a subordinate barrels in, screaming, Master! Kang Cheon Rip rockets upright, irritation flaring, snapping. What is it? Did the authorities come to collect their dues or something? Shrugging off his master's jittery paranoia, the subordinate storms in with a wide grin and yells, We've got one! We've got one! Kang Chanrip, still baffled, stammers, Got what? The subordinate's voice crackles with glee as he announces a sucker has arrived. They step inside, and Yanho's gaze rips across the room. Tables packed with men hypnotized by their games. So this is the gambling den, he says, curiosity sparking in his eyes, while Jin Soa sticks to his side, jittery, whispering, Yes, so please stop gawking. Panic claws at the young man as he whispers, Is this really going to be okay? And he plunges headfirst into more gambling, desperate to win back what he lost. The room snaps to attention. An attendant barrels over grinning wide, arms flung in an exaggerated welcome, squealing, I goo, young master, what brings you to this humble establishment? His voice dripping with fawning enthusiasm, and Yan Ho pins him with a cool, detached stare and asks simply, Do you know me? His grin split wider, eyes crinkling with faint delight as he dipped into a near bow and said, Of course you're a valued guest come to enjoy the night, aren't you? Yan Ho feigns aristocratic boredom and tosses out, So, what does one do for fun around here? The attendant, spotting a wealthy, naive mark, melts into fawning obsequiousness. Agu young master, please. Speak comfortably, he insists, desperate to please. Yan Ho clears his throat, straightens into a slightly flustered high-class pose and murmurs, Ahem, right? What does one do for fun in a place like this? He flourishes his hand like a conjurer, a magical aura humming off his sales pitch as he purrs about pai gao, bone tiles, dice dongji, horyong pai, and more. Silk smooth as he finishes, he sneers, If it involves betting money to win money, we have it all, then beckons them with palpable excitement. This way, please. Come this way. You simply have to see this game for yourself. and whisks them toward a single table already surrounded by a hungry crowd. They close in. Yanho clears his throat again, a sharp crack that announces their presence to the gamblers at the tables. The attendant jabbed a finger at 2 tiny cups and a scatter of intricately carved objects on the table. He shouts, "This is it!" Yanho sidles to the items, feigning innocence, and asks, "What is this? It looks like dice?" The attendant smiles warmly and explains, "This is a game called Yin and Yang. It's the most popular game in our establishment." He lifts a cup with practiced machine-smooth motion. The rules are dead simple, and the attendant kicks off a crisp demonstration, laying out the game's basic mechanics. He barks, "Put these iron beads into the containers and shake them!" He snatches the cup and shakes it like a thunderclap, beads rattling and clacking inside, then slams 2 containers together and shakes them until the beads pour out and split between both sides. He slams a container onto the floor with a decisive thud. Then, when that container hits the floor, he smirks and presses on, daring you to call whether the beads inside are odd or even. Yanho rubbed his chin and declared, "That's shockingly simple." The attendant roared in agreement. "People love it for that very simplicity," Yanho explained, cutting through the tangled rules of other gambling. His eyes flash with a persuasive glint as he hawks the game's addictive pull. "Bet fast, win fast. The odds are exactly 50-50, he promises, then seals the pitch with syrupy flattery. "It will perfectly suit your fiery temperament, young master." Yanho's cocky grin spreads as he nails his roll. "I snap that I can't stand things that take too long," he agrees while the attendant fawns over him. Then he sweeps a hand toward the table, every inch the impatient nobleman. "All right then, shall we give this a try?" Perched high above, he stared down at the gambling floor's roaring chaos. Kang Cheon-rip locks onto the new arrival with a knowing smirk, convinced he's nailed it as he plots a predator's strike in his head. Luring a mark is child's play. Let him lose some, snag a few small wins, then blow his mind with one huge victory. Repeat it, hear a quiet, smug chuckle escape him, and before he knows it, he's utterly addicted. As the game grinds on, Kang Cheon-rip keeps his eyes locked on the action, confidence rock solid. A short, amused chuckle bubbling up as he thinks the other guy is already getting his ass handed to him, huh? His smug grin explodes when a roar from the floor below rips through the room. A gambler bellows, "How much is all that?" as young Mojang gets cleaned out today. Kang Cheon-rip's smirk dies, replaced by raw disbelief, and he leans over the railing, eyes wide as he scrambles to make sense of it. Silver clanged through the air as massive, sparkling ingots piled sky-high before Yanho, the winnings so colossal they stole everyone's breath. Kang Cheon-rip stands frozen, jaw slack, his mind spinning as one disbelieving, "Huh?" pounds through his skull. Kang Cheon-rip chokes on a disbelieving gasp as below him, a surreal tableau unfolds. Yun-ho, surrounded by towering stacks of gleaming silver ingots, props his head on his hand, dead bored by his own impossible luck, yawns and makes another call while Jin-soa stands frozen beside him. Perched high above, Kang Cheon-rip's mind scrambled to catch up as his scheme to fleece a sucker detonated into utter disaster. He stammers to himself, shock splintering his thoughts, and down at the table the silver piles higher, each satisfying clink hammering through the quiet. Yanho's lips curl into a cold, confident smirk as he lifts a heavy silver piece and eyes it with an ice-cold stare. The gambling den dropping into stunned silence, broken only by the sharp clink of his winnings, while Kang Cheon-rip, watching his entire establishment being bled dry, can only choke out one frantic question. "What's going on?" Young-yil, leader of the Beggar's Sect branch, eased back as a calm settled into him and murmured that with Yeon-ho out of the picture, business was finally getting back to normal. As winter closes in, he discovers a discarded door, grins like he just hit the jackpot and calls it his lucky day. Then that sudden contentment vanishes. He'd barely stepped away when the door he'd just set up exploded into a shower of splinters. A towering figure loomed amid the rubble, intensity carved into his face as he glared down at a startled Young-yil, and unleashed one razor-sharp question. "Is that for real?" This man is San-ho, the demon-slaying sword, and even wilder, he's Yan-ho's older brother. Recognition slammed into Young instantly. He stammered, shock ripping through him as he locked eyes with the man before him. San-ho explodes forward, yanks Jong-yil by the collar and shoves him close, roaring, "Jong-yil!" Rage searing his voice. "I asked you, Yeon-ho's alive. Is that true?" Terrified, Jong-yil blurts a quick, "Yes, it's true. Breathe, let go, then we'll talk." San-ho reels at the confirmation, loosening his grip as Jong-yil slumps to the ground. The fury in his eyes crumbles into a stunned whisper. "So he really is alive." Then his composure snaps back, cold and razor-focused, and he stares down at the beggar, asking in a low, burning voice, "Where is he now?" Sweat slick, fear painted on his face. Yil blurts that the Hao clan holds the information. "You'll have to ask them." Sanho decides on the spot and snaps, "Let's go." Yil gapes, blurting, "Huh? Go where?" Sanho grabs the back of his shirt, hoists him effortlessly and starts walking, then spins to the Howl clan and barks, "Let's go. Lead the way." Yil, still held captive, could only grind his teeth and seethe. These lunatic brothers. They storm into the Hao clan's Kaifeng branch, a lavish, intimidating palace, and inside the Hao sect branch leader looms over them, her gaze dripping with venom. She storms at Yil, spitting, "Yil, you bastard! You actually dragged the demon-slaying sword here, the rising star of the righteous faction?" Yil flails, shouting, "No, that's not why I brought him." She cuts him off with a snarl. "Shut it! I'm settling scores with you today." Chaos erupts, and Yil's voice is swallowed by a terrified scream as a desperate voice cries, "I told you! I didn't mean to!" The gambling den roars as the climactic round plays out. Ho, cool as ice, casually asks what he can win. A voice from the crowd snaps back, 1,000 yang. 1,000? The pot's size ripples through the room, and a stunned spectator blurts that 1,000 yang equals 10 gold yang. Across the table, Yunho's opponent, a burly man with a strained expression, grips the dice cup on the table like a lifeline, silently cursing his luck. The spectators crowd in, shouting at the insane stakes and buzzing that this might be the biggest game any of them have ever seen. While the arena crackled with tension, Ho lounged, head propped on his hand, utterly bored. His opponent gaped, searching for who this mysterious challenger could be as Ho shrugged and tossed off a casual line, and the crowd hummed, whispering that he'd already ripped through 9 straight victories. Confidence shatters in him, sweat pounding his brow as dread gnaws at his thoughts. "Don't tell me he'll win again," someone breathes, and then, impossibly, the opponent hoists the cup. Dice land tallies to 4. It's rock solid even. The crowd roars as the gambling den erupts into a wild frenzy. 1,000 yang! One man screams, another bellows, "A gambling god has descended!" Spectators stand frozen in awe. Jin Soa, the young head of Sacred Handgrounds, leans in close and shouts, "You won, sir! You really won!" Ho simply lets out a soft chuckle as he admires his towering pile of winnings, calm on the surface and burning with absolute confidence inside. He boasts he's the kind of man who can snap aside from a rock hurled at him in his sleep just by hearing it. To him, this whole game is child's play. His opponent trembles in defeat while Ho continues his thought. "I can tell odd from even by sound alone," he says, eyes on his winnings as he declares this is hands down the best way to make money. He yawns wide, shame to stop now, but then admits, "I should probably call it a day." He snaps his gaze to the glittering pile of money, a spark of temptation igniting in his head. One more win, and I'd hit 20 gold nyang. As he contemplates, a man with messy shoulder-length hair and a goatee slices through the crowd. He strides to Ho's table, forcing a practiced smile and bowing with polished respect. "An esteemed guest graces us today," he says smoothly, and a ripple of murmurs sweeps the room. I failed to recognize such a distinguished visitor. Until someone announces, "It's Kang Cheonrip, owner of the Golden Flower Manor." Ho doesn't so much as flinch at the owner's arrival. He slowly lifts his head, meets them with a lazy, unimpressed gaze, and deadpans, "I'm not an esteemed guest. I'm nothing like that." Kang Cheonrip burst into a good-natured laugh. In this gambling den, the showman becomes the honored guest, but his friendly grin couldn't budge Ho, who, deadpan, shot back, and frankly, I wasn't entertained. Kang Cheonrip chokes out a strained laugh, clasping his hands and forcing a smile. Outwardly pleasant, but rage boils in his veins. Damn it, he thinks. He pocketed 1,000 yang in one sitting, and he's still not having fun? He leans in, baiting the young gambler. "A man of your stature deserves a game worthy of you," he purveys. "How about something bigger?" Ho echoes bigger, a flicker of interest sparking in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Kang Cheonrip's pitch explodes to life, his words bathed in a cascade of gold as he roars, "Not some tiny game, this is the real deal," and vows a clash that will rattle the room, cranking the thrill to an entirely new scale. Ho freezes for a beat, a soft ooh slipping out as curiosity flickers. Then boredom slams back across his face and he deadpans, "No, I'm good." He turns to Jin Soa and snaps for him to pack up, brushing off the owner's grand offer like trash. Jinsoa beams and scoops up their winnings while the man who'd just lost everything stands frozen, disbelief and despair burning in his eyes. As Yan Ho moves to leave, Kang Cheon-rip's friendly mask shatters. Sweat beads down his face and his voice grinds into a menacing rasp. You think you can walk out after taking 10 golden yang from me? You think I'll just let that slide? Kang Cheon-rip, sensing he's losing control, flips tactics and grabs Yan Ho's shoulder, crying, "Young master, how could you leave now?" A smile snapping back as he produces a clinking pouch and offers, "Join the big game and I'll give you 5 golden yang." Yan Ho eyes the pouch and repeats, "You'll give me 5 golden yang." Kang Cheon-rip beams eager confirmation, and Yan Ho shoots back without missing a beat. "Make it 10. Kang Cheon-rip goes rigid, words dying in his throat, a vein bulging on his forehead as he thinks, "What kind of insane bastard?" He forces a wide, strained grin, spits, "Fine, I'll give you 10 more yang," then pins down his condition with razor intensity. The game ends only when one side loses everything. Yan Ho freezes, weighing the all-or-nothing terms, decides coming back tomorrow would be a hassle, locks eyes with the owner and snaps, "Give me 10 yang and I'll do it." Kang Cheon-rip whooped with delight and crowed, "Excellent, wise choice." The instant Yan Ho agreed, triumph exploded inside him. "You fell for it, idiot." He spun toward the gambling den and bellowed, "He accepted the match. Come out now." A figure slides out of the shadows, and the room snaps taut with electric tension. A gasp ripped through the crowd. "Aye, it's Dokbi!" they shouted as the newcomer strode in, the one-armed gambling king. He rolls a set of dice across a single palm with slick, practiced flair, his scarred face a stone mask as his eyes sweep the room. Dokbi's eyes lock on the towering mountain of winnings before Yan Ho. Disbelief claws at him. Could the rumors be true that he won it all single-handedly in yin-yang? His gaze snapped to Yan Ho, sizing him up. Yan Ho didn't even look like a gambler, and he returned the legendary gambler's glare with stone-cold indifference, boredom hardening as he faced his new, formidable opponent. Dokbi shuts down his inward reckoning and spits out the verdict. "The gambler is whoever wins. That's all there is to it." Yan Ho steps forward and speaks straight to the one-armed man. Yan Ho snapped, "So you're my opponent, mister?" Dokbi confirmed, "That's correct." Yan Ho cut straight to it. "And what do I need to do?" Dokbi flourishes, flings a handful of dice onto the table, announces, "The game I recommend is this," and the crowd bursts into murmurs. "Dice? Isn't that too plain?" one spectator asks. Another fires back, "It's the most reliable." A more knowledgeable gambler adds, "When dice decide, the skill gap glares the brightest." The crowd sides with the veteran, and one confident voice sneers, "There's no way that kid can beat Doc B." Yan Ho slams down a massive board yawn and someone scoffs. What game could he possibly beat Doc B at? Everyone says dice is far fairer than those convoluted games. Kang Cheon-rip slams the rules down with a cocky grin. Simple, highest total wins. He eyes the dice on the table and snaps, "Any objections?" Yun Ho fires a single board shot of a word, "Nope." Doc B slammed down his own stipulation, his stare drilling into his opponent. Grinning, Kang Cheon-rip lays out the deadly rules. The match rages until one side claims every last yang. The pot doubles each round. You can buy back in if you go broke, and then he drops the clincher. Whoever wins the money alone decides if the match continues. He throws his arms wide, unveiling the whole home setup. "Does that work for you?" Yan Ho scans the scene, pauses for a heartbeat, drops a simple nod of assent and murmurs, Sounds fine." With the rules set, Kang Cheon-rip flings his arms wide and roars to the cheering crowd, "Let us begin!" The match erupts, and a nervous Jin Soa leans in close to Yan Ho, whispering, "You can handle this, right?" Yan Ho, cool and confident, smirks and fires back, "Have you ever seen me fail?" The scene snaps to Yan Ho, sweat beading on his brow as his pile of winnings shrinks to a few scattered pieces, the crowd that once roared for him now watching with pity and disappointment, while Jin Soa, pale and trembling, points with a shaking finger and lays bare the devastating truth. "You lost 10 times straight." Yan Ho, cool as ice despite the massive loss, simply drops, "So I did." His casual reply sends Jinso into a complete panic, and Jinso screeches, "So I did! You made me trust you. We're bleeding our savings dry at this rate. You useless idiot!" Dokbi, the gambling king, stares down Yan Ho's nearly empty table and thunders, "This will be the final round." The pot, 2,000 yang. The crowd smells the end and turns on the young challenger, raining jeers. One man sneers, "He lost all his winnings in an instant." Another cackles, If he loses again, he'll be down 10 gold yang and swallowed by debt, huh? A last voice spits the verdict. This is why beginners shouldn't gamble. Their jeers ricocheted off him as Yan Ho stayed stone-faced, his head propped on his hand while he deadpanned. All right then, next round. A cocky smirk curls Dopey's lips as he hurls the dice, convinced this is his final throw, and they clatter across the table. The board mask falls from Yan Ho's face, his eyes slicing into steely pinpoints that lock on the tumbling dice as they spin to a stop. The dice slam to rest on the table, every face a 6. The crowd explodes into a thunderous roar as someone screams, "Wah! A perfect score! All 6s!" They roar in unison as the crowd gapes at the gambling king's mastery, erupting into cheers for his jaw-dropping 6 dice. Every die flawless, exactly the kind of show only Doc B could pull off. Doc B thrusts an open palm toward Yan Ho, a smug grin curling his lips as he taunts, "So, will you continue?" Yan Ho flashes a cocky grin and asks, "Why wouldn't I?" Doc B snorts, "The match looks decided already." Yan Ho's smile hardens. "You never know." Jin Soa erupts into panic, crying out, and Yan Ho's demeanor snaps. He spins to the terrified Jin Soa, eyes like steel, and asks, "Do you trust me?" Despite the earlier outburst and crushing fear, Jin Soa's reply is instant and fierce. "Of course I trust you. If I don't trust you, who would I trust?" The absolute conviction in his voice knocks you flat. He looks genuinely touched and whispers, "No one's ever said that to me before." Then rests a steady, reassuring hand on Jinso's head. Breathing in like a coiled spring, Yan Ho curls the dice into his palm and steels himself to play his final make-or-break roll. Everything on the line, Yan Ho's focus snapped razor-sharp. He tastes the prize, win this and it's 40 gold yang, and the cool facade he kept at the board finally shatters. With icy, deliberate calm, he loosens his grip, sending the dice tumbling across the table. Doc B's confident grin shatters, replaced by raw disbelief as his eyes go wide with shock. Silence slammed over the gambling den. Onlookers froze with mouths agape as one person stammered, "This is..." The dice storm in to make the arrest. Every single die slams down on a 1, the lowest roll possible. Yan Ho gapes at the fallout of his roll in utter confusion, blurting a bewildered "uh-huh" beside him as Jin Soa explodes into a desperate, horrified scream. "Shit!" We cut to a pitch-black room where a lone figure sits swallowed by shadows, their face hidden, and with a voice that cuts the silence they demand, "Who is he?" Kneeling before us is Guok Dosen, the Black Spider Den's leader. The report roars. We still haven't identified him. The shadowy leader hesitates, eyes narrowing at the revelation. "An unknown young master, huh?" And Guok Dosen's head snaps up as the leader's voice falls like ice. "Kill him." Guok freezes as his superior repeats the order with icy finality. "No loose ends. Kill him." Still kneeling, Guok falters and pleads in a thin voice that we don't even know how skilled he is. A sinister smile tore across the shadowy leader's face as he snarled, "Pathetic. I'll send proper men." And others snapped, "We're out of time," contempt lacing every syllable. The command erupts again, a furious roar that slams through the dark room and reverberates off the walls. "Kill him!" In the gambling den's roaring chaos and panicked screams, Yan Ho watches as a single bead of sweat slides down his temple, a confident, mischievous smirk curling his lips while he flexes his fingers, poised for what's coming. The crowd goes rigid as the dice clatter across the table and finally fall still. The result slams into them like an explosion, catastrophic. They lay frozen on the surface, every single one stamped with a lone dot, the lowest possible score, a complete wipeout of all ones. Yan Ho gapes in stunned disbelief, a confused sound ripping from him as the reality of the loss crashes down. Beside him, the disguised Jin Soa explodes, his face contorting with horror and fury as he screams at Yan Ho, hurling curses for losing everything in a single moment. Across the table, Doc B, the one-armed gambling king, leans back with a sinister grin, his scar creasing as he coolly tells Yan Ho, "You just got unlucky." And Yan Ho can only groan as the weight of defeat settles on him. Jin Soa crumpled to his knees, burying his face in his hands and keening that they were completely screwed, while Yan Ho ignored the servants he'd spared, looked up and snapped, "What happens now?" Kang Chaewon Rip, master of Gimhua Jiang, steps forward with a satisfied grin, spreads his hands and demands the penniless Yan Ho repay the 10 golden yang he'd lent him, right now. Yan Ho props his chin lazily on his hand, utterly unfazed by the demand for repayment. He cuts Kang Che off about Rip, snapping that he's not asking about the debt, but how much capital Rip needs to stay in the game. Blindsided by the audacity, Cheon-rip stammers he'd need 40 nyang. Yeonho's gaze sharpens as he repeats, 40? That's really all it takes to keep going? Cheon-rip regains his composure, dons a gracious smile, and says that while the house usually decides he'll make an exception, playing the warm host on the outside while sneering inside at Yeonho, convinced the kid's lost his mind and itching to clean him out. Craving absolute certainty, Yeonho pins Cheon-rip with a stare and demands a promise the game will go on, while the manor master throws his arms wide, bellows that a gambling house can't exist without trust, and rouses the crowd to stand as witnesses to his word. Yeonho, smug that his trap is in place, lets a sly, knowing smirk curl his lips while the disguised Jinsoa stares, utterly baffled. Yeonho's eyes snap to the entrance and he barks, "Get in here!" 2 burly porters thundered into the gambling den, hauling heavy stacks of black and gold chess, while Hee Bung, branch manager of the Silver River Exchange, strode between them and breezily apologized for being late. Yeonho snapped like a cracked whip, demanding why Daibong had taken so long and spitting that the delay had nearly chained him into slavery. Daibong just laughed, waved a careless hand, and swore he'd never sink that low. Kang Cheon-rips gaped at the arrival, panic tearing through him and sweat streaking his face as recognition slammed into him, and he stammered, "Why is a high-ranking figure from the Milky Way Manor here?" Brushing aside the manor master's panic, Daibong flashed a calm, polite smile, declared he'd brought the capital his guests demanded, and apologized again that it took time because the entire sum had to be laid out in gold. Chests ringed the table, pouring out a blinding aura of wealth as Yeonho eased back against the glittering gold, his stare an iron blade that left the manor master trembling. He slams Cheon-rip with the reminder of his promise to keep the game running while there's money, declares the minimum bet now doubles the last round, then Yeonho isn't finished. He pins Cheon-rip with a cold, challenging stare, and dares them to raise the stakes even higher, leaving Cheon-rip completely stunned. Wei Young-ho snapped a single finger into the air, stone-faced, and the room froze silent as he thundered that the next bet would be a staggering 100 gold yang. Kang Cheon-rip freezes, sweat carving rivers down his face as he reels from the obscene sum, stammering if he heard right while Yeonho taunts from the side, "Scared?" And inside the manor master screams in panic, convinced Yeonho's an absolute lunatic for wagering that fortune. He rests his gaze toward his greatest weapon. Cheon-rip leans into the one-armed man and hisses, "Dokbi, can you pull this off with stakes this high?" Dokbi, the gambling king, bristles at the slight and snaps, glare hard as steel. "Are you, manor master, doubting my skill?" Fear gnawed at Cheon-rip, but he slammed it down, pasted on a grin, and swore he trusted him completely. Then spun back to the table, legs wobbling but resolve blazing, and shouted that the game goes on, igniting a roar from the murmuring crowd. Dokbi's gaze never wavered as he stared Yeonho down, watching the game balloon into something far larger, and he snarled, "Was this escalation part of your plan all along?" Yeonho shoots a look of pure bewilderment, snaps, "Who'd be crazy enough to lose on purpose?" and quips that he's nowhere near filthy rich enough to throw money away like that. Dokbi remains skeptical, sharp eyes narrowing as he jabs at the timing. If it wasn't planned, why did Yeonho call the Milky Way Manor ahead of time? Yeonho grins and shrugs, saying his mother drilled into him to always carry plenty of cash no matter what he's doing. The answer hit like a hammer. Dokbi fell silent, eyes pinned to Yeonho's unreadable expression as the room's tension snapped. Yeonho plants his feet, voice sharp. He stakes his claim. It's his turn to start. He flicks the dice from his palm in one fluid, lightning-smooth sweep. The crowd leans in, eyes locked, as the cubes whirl through the air. The dice slam against the board, rattling like thunder as they tumble and whirl in a wild, chaotic dance. One by one, the dice slam into place, revealing their numbers to stunned onlookers as a chorus of shouts erupts when the first 4 land on 6. Then the room's tension detonates when the 5th die clacks down on a 6-2. Only one cube still spins on its edge. The crowd's breath catches as the final die teeters and at last surrenders, clacking to a stop. It flashes a 5, and the room explodes into wild cheers and gut-punching groans. The crowd erupted. So close to perfection, they howled at the lost chance for a full set of 6s, then grudgingly admitted the total was still monstrous, and murmurs spread that even against the legendary Doc B, a score this high might just clinch the win. Doc B stares down at the near-perfect result, a condescending sneer twisting his mouth as he spits that it's 1 point shy of perfection, and calls it a shame. Yeonho smirks and shrugs off the psychological jab, saying he doesn't follow Dokbi's implication, and flatly insisting that 35 is objectively a huge number to hit. Dokbi's grin twists into a menacing smirk, violet light flaring in his eyes as he pins Yeonho with a stare, scoffs that 35 changes absolutely nothing, and coldly warns that Yanho has made a grave mistake by underestimating him. Determined to crush the young master's hope, Dogby snarls that he'll prove why he's the gambling king. Then with a sharp, brutal flick he casts the dice from his hand, sending them streaking across the table and slamming down with immense force. Dice slammed down, clacking into place one by one as the air tightened. First a 6, then another until 5 dice lay on the board, all blazing 6s, and the whole high-stakes match now balanced on the final die, which spins violently in the foreground and freezes the room in breathless suspense. The final die spins endlessly on the table as the crowd explodes into a fevered frenzy, shouting over the cube's rattling clatter and wondering if Dogby will land every 6 again. Awed fans reminding each other they're watching the Gambling King and calling this the biggest game the den has ever seen. Silence strangled the room as the disguised Jinsua teetered on the verge of collapse, clawing at his clothes and screaming, "What are we supposed to do now?" While Yanho, maddeningly detached, propped his head on his hand, stared at his terrified servant with bored eyes and muttered a confused, "What?" Soa snaps, demanding why Yanho can stay so calm while total ruin closes in, sweat streaming down his face and fear widening his eyes, and he wails that if they lose here they'll be absolutely broke. They beg Yanho to prove he has a plan. He furrows his brow, tallying the odds, but instead of reassuring them, he locks eyes with Soa and asks, stone cold, if his sister can dance. Inside, he grimly pictures that if they lose and she's sold to pay the debt, she'll end up in a brothel. Soa's face twists in raw disbelief and boiling rage as he explodes. "What the hell are you saying, Yanho, at a time like this?" The ridiculous conversation dies as the spinning die finally runs out of steam, wobbling across the felt as its blur slows until, with a sharp, final clack, it comes to a complete stop, and the whole room leans in as one, sweat-slick faces and wide, disbelieving eyes staring down into the gambling table's yawning abyss. Time freezes as the final die clatters and then lies dead still, heavy on the wood. The 6th needs no dock. The 4 black pips glinted in the dim light, sealing the game's fate as a shaken voice choked out, 4. The math struck like a knife. After 5 straight 6s, Dogby's total rests at 34. The realization detonates through the crowd as they scream that the kid has won by a single razor-thin point. Tension shatters into chaos as everyone roars and chants, 100 gold yang. Unable to grasp they've just watched the Gambling King topple. The den explodes into pandemonium as spectators roar this will go down in history. The crowd erupted, thunderstruck that he was the first to claim such a fortune from the Golden Flower Manor, while Yanho stared at his hand, dizzy from the outcome. His moment of peace shatters when the disguised Jinsua hurtles at him, clamps him in a crushing hug and screams in ecstatic triumph that they'd won 100 gold yang. Yanho grimaces, shoves his servant away, and icily reminds him he was calling him son moments ago. Amid the roaring celebration, Kang Cheon-rip clutches his head, a raw scream tearing from him as he reels in disbelief that they actually lost. He lashes into Dogby, screaming that the one-armed man promised to win. Dogby simply closes his eyes and delivers a cold, philosophical defeat. He grins and admits it. He's the Gambling King, but that kid's a gambling god. Kang Chun-rip's veins bulge as he glares and snaps, "You shitting me?" before he plunged into a panic over the Golden Flower Manor's empty coffers, and how utterly screwed he was. Seizing control of the chaos, he strides forward with a bright smile, claps sharply to command attention, and bellows that this victory officially settles all financial relationships between the Golden Flower Manor and young Master Yanho. Hidibung throws his arms wide, daring the whole room to witness the blazing match they just fought. The crowd detonates into a roar, fists punching the air to stamp the result as legit, and Dogby stands tall, chin high, swallowing defeat with shockingly graceful calm. He strides up to the champion and tells Yanho, "That was an incredible game." Yanho mirrors the respect with a silent, reverent bow that honors the elder martial artist's skill, then snaps his focus to the practical matters at hand. Daebong swoops in, takes over the logistics, and vows to lock the massive winnings away at the manor for safekeeping. Yanho nods simply, starving to be done with the attention. Adrenaline spent, disguised Jinsuo collapses, hands on his knees, gasping that he's no gambler, and that just watching bled him dry. When he asks about his master, Yanho shrugs and says, "I'm just a bit tired." Yanho decides it's time to leave, presses the pouch into Manor Master Ha's hands, trusting him with the funds, then strides off, telling Soa they're going home and all he wants is a good meal and a long sleep. And Soa perks up instantly, eager to lead them to a place he knows. Rushing, Soa whips around and crashes into a towering dark figure, his words dying as he chokes out a startled apology, and the unexpected impact slams the whole group to a dead stop. Jinseo froze, his head snapping up to find not a random passerby but a brutal wall of muscle. A menacing band of martial artists led by a stark white-haired man in a dark robe stitched with a spiderweb pattern. Guak Dosen, leader of the Black Spider Den, glaring down at the servant with an icy, imposing stare. Yanho hangs back a few paces, silent, eyes narrowing as he sizes up the threat these newcomers pose. Dibung slid in at his side, hissing as he jabbed at the sigils on their clothes. "Dark Earth Branch," he breathed. Yanho echoed the name, barely audible, when the air suddenly slammed shut and stole their breath. Guak Dawson strode forward, his face swallowed by shadow and his expression grim. He ignored the trembling servant, swept the area with a hard, cold gaze, and barked in a low, rumbling voice coiled with violence. Exactly who Wei Yanho is. Far from the gambling den, in a hushed courtyard, Yunji freezes at the doorway as a late-night visitor appears. She spits out, "Wei Yanho?" and staring up at the towering man, demands if he's really his older brother. Moonlight slices across Wei Sanho as he stands like carved steel, draped in a dragon-patterned robe with his hair pulled into a razor ponytail. Behind him, the beggar sect branch leader Zhang Yeol looks ragged and hollow-eyed. Sanho coolly confirms his identity, then fires the pressing question. "Where is his brother right now?" Sanho snaps. Yunji shakes her head and says he's not here. Yunho already left for Hubei with the Swift Dragon Escort Agency, and Sanho accepts the news without a flicker across his face, offering a brief, polite thanks. Sanho spins and strides back into the night with Zhang Yil trailing behind as they press the chase for his wayward brother. Without missing a beat, he wheels on his exhausted companion and barks, "Move!" Zhang Yil, barely breathing, asks where they're headed. The response is blunt and devastating. The brutal stretch to Hubei crushes the beggar, the second branch leader, completely, and he explodes, roaring, "Who agreed to me coming along?" Crushed by exhaustion, Zhang Yil collapses onto the dirt and pitches a childlike tantrum, wailing that he ran all the way here with not a drop of water or a scrap of food, screaming that heading straight to Hubei would be a death sentence, flailing on the ground as Senyo tries to walk away, and begging the swordsman to just kill him then and there. Seeing the pitiful spectacle, Yunji exhaled a long, weary sigh and called to Sanho, her voice gentle as she politely urged him to rest before he continued his journey. Sanho stops cold and immediately refuses the offer, snapping, "I cannot delay." Zhang Yil spirals into fresh despair and shrieks from the background, demanding why Sanho would refuse such mercy, and Yunji persists, her voice calm but firm. She snaps that the whole town would savage them for turning away late-night guests, and insists they fill a steaming tub and cook up a hot meal. Zhang Yil writhes on the ground, screaming one more step will kill him. Seeing his companion so wrecked, Sanho finally caves, muttering he has no choice, turns back to Yunji and accepts her hospitality with a polite, "Thank you." Thick steam snakes through the bathhouse, blanketing the room in a warm, hushed haze. Young Yil plunged into steaming water, exhaling a long, pure sigh of relief as he chuckled and scrubbed the road grime from his skin, shaking his head at how absurd the whole thing was. If his leader ever caught wind that a beggar sect member was basking in such refined luxury, he'd foam at the mouth with furious indignation. Across the pool, Sanho surges from the water as steam peels away to reveal a battle-scarred, sculpted physique rippling with muscle. And Zhang Yil stares wide-eyed, letting out a sharp whistle at the sheer, formidable build. Young Yil's eyes slam onto a massive, jagged scar carved across Senho's chest, and he blurts, "Is that the legendary mark from your battle with the tailless phantom demon?" Rumors that he'd nearly lost his life in that fight hit Sanho. He stops cold and repeats the demon's name, his eyes drifting into a distant, unreadable stare. Sanho brushed off the beggars with a calm shake of his head, then revealed the wound from fighting that creature was nothing next to the jagged scar carved across his chest. A revelation that left Yang Yol utterly dumbfounded. He explodes from the water, slinging a towel around his shoulders as he sprints after the swordsman, bellowing for answers. If not the phantom demon, panic clawed at him. Then who? What terrifying demonic martial artist could have dealt such a grievous wound to a man of San Jose's caliber? Sanjo freezes, a faint bittersweet smile ghosting his lips as the words, "demonic martial artist," loop in his head, yanking him back to a distant memory of chaos and tears. He remembers a little boy, sobbing and shaking him, shouting his name to drag him back to life. No monster, no sworn enemy made that scar. Sanjo knows, wordless, it was carved by his own little brother, long ago in one innocent, tragic moment, before the boy understood how terrifying a sword's weight could be. Memory bleeds away, and the story snaps back to the present, locking onto Yunho's stoic, stone-cold face. He stands oblivious to his brother's reflection, flanked by Haidabung and a servant in disguise. His fist a white-knuckled vice, Den Guak Dosan, the Black Spider's towering leader, raked the area with a razor stare and let out a gravelly rumble. "Who is Yan-ho?" A calm voice cut through the small crowd as Yunho jabbed a finger at his chest. A cool, unbothered smile on his face, and said, "That would be me." Silence slammed into Guak. His gaze drilled into the young man before him, steady and unblinking. A subordinate leans in and hisses, "That's the one." While another Black Spider Dun member stares, jaw dropping at how young Yan-ho is, Guak Dawson roars back, seething that he'd already said he was just a kid and furious the report blew him up into some grand master when he's really just a brat. Disappointment hardening his face as he sneers that even if he's only a kid, Yan-ho will pay for meddling in the Black Spider Den's business. At his unspoken command, his subordinates snapped their blades free in perfect unison, the scream of steel cutting the air as they surged toward Yan-ho and his companions. Blades leveled at him. Yan-ho, cool as ice, lifts a single finger, and his voice rips through the silence. "Wait a minute." Then he dismisses the drawn swords and snaps his attention to his companions. Branch Manager Haidabung snaps a document and brushes toward Jinsua, the man Yan-ho ordered to sign. And Jinsua looks up, baffled, asking if they want his signature. Yan-ho barks for him to sign, vowing he'll explain everything later. And the young boy, trusting him, signs immediately. Haidabung clamps the signed document tight as Yan-ho pivots to the Black Spider Den's leader and, voice calm as a razor, asks Guak Dosan, "Exactly how much does the Ghost Saint owe?" Guak Dawson barked the sum, 20 gold coins and 50 silver coins. And in that heartbeat, two massive ornate chests slam down before the Black Spider Den. The heavy lids slam open with a thunderous boom, tossing up mounds of glinting gold coins that cram the chest to the brim. Guak Dosan goes stone still and stammers, "What is this?" Yan-ho's face stays stone as he proclaims, "This settles the Ghost Saint's debt to you." He pins the gang leader with a hard stare, declares it paid in full today, and commands him to write up a debt guarantee certificate and take the money. Guak Dosan locks onto the fortune, shock twisting into a feral, greedy grin as contempt drips from his voice and he spits, "You think you can settle everything with just this handful of money?" Yan-ho planted his hands behind his back, cool and relaxed as he faced the sect leader and said, "I gave you more than you were owed." While Guak Dosan rolled a gleaming gold coin between his fingers, its shine snagging his gaze as he conceded it certainly seemed so. A subordinate darts in, hissing that their target is the Ghost Saint, not the money, and snaps, "What do we do if he regains his freedom and rebuilds his influence?" Greed drained from his face as Guak Dosan snapped back and exploded in fury, roaring that the debt was a mere afterthought, and that Yan-ho and his companions wouldn't be allowed to walk away after meddling in the Black Spider Den's affairs. Swords leveled at him again, Yan-ho met the sect leader's eyes with a cold, dangerous calm and drawled, "So you're saying you want to fight me?" A sinister grin splits Guak Dosan's face. He scoffs, "You call this a fight? This is retribution." He erupted in a furious roar, jabbed a finger at Yan-ho, and barked one brutal command, "Bring me that bastard's head!" With a single roar, the Black Spider Den sprang into motion. Purple flames licked their bodies and swords as they lunged at Yan-ho from all directions, the air exploding in a violent flash as their glowing blades converged. The blow hammers the exact spot where the young master stands. A faint blue aura crackled around Yan-ho as he smirked, and he echoed, "Retribution, you say?" His voice thick with confident menace. With purple glowing blades inches from his skin, his face hardens and he snarls, "You're going to regret that." Then a titanic force blasts out from where Yan-ho stands before the blades can strike. He blazes forward like lightning, and suddenly stands right in front of one of the assailants. His fist, crackling with blue energy, slams into the man's jaw and rockets him backward. Yan-ho explodes into a brutal counterattack, felling Black Spider Den members one by one with a relentless barrage of bone-crushing punches and lightning-fast kicks. Each blow exploded, spilling the same intense azure light. Sect members erupted into the air, flung helplessly in every direction, as their coordinated assault splintered in an instant. Yan-ho slammed to a halt at the room's center, encircled by a whirling vortex of brilliant blue energy. Watching the entire scene unfold, Guak Dosan freezes in shock, sweat hammering his brow as he chokes out, "What is that?" His men lie sprawled and defeated around Yahello. Panic cracked in his subordinate's voice as he yelled at his leader. "I warned you, Yahello isn't ordinary!" Guakdosin clenched his fist, muttering that this situation had become a real pain. Without a backward glance, Yunho barked into the stunned silence. "Tell the others hiding in the back to step out now." Guakdosin freezes, a cold bead of sweat carving his temple as a razor question claws at him. How could Yahello possibly know about his hidden reinforcements? With no choice left, he grits his teeth and bellows for aid, declaring they'll need help from their honored guests. 5 figures surged from the shadows, black cloaks snapping and wide-brimmed hats masking their faces as they slid into silent positions in front of Yahello. Yahello stands alone amid the fallen, his blue aura snuffed out as he calmly sizes up the new arrivals. His eyes snap to one of them, recognition sparking across his face as he blurts, "Wait, you look familiar. Have we met before?" Before the last word leaves his mouth, the figure he's addressing explodes into motion, a blade of blinding light slicing the air with terrifying speed, straight for Yahello's throat. With a split second to react, Yahello flung his whole body backward as a glowing sword tore past his face with brutal force, landed on his feet like a coiled spring, gasping, eyes wide in genuine surprise. Surprise slammed into him, his mind sprinting. He'd expected a simple scuffle after the man slipped in unseen, but the assassin's blade snapped out with lethal intent in a blink, and he watches the silent 5, their swords faintly aglow, wondering if this is what they call the shadow sword. The thought snaps him into a memory of a weathered, wise master leaning toward a young Yahello and handing down a brutal truth. A cold, specialized swordsmanship exists purely to kill, an assassin's craft used by hired killers whose only aim is to erase an opponent without leaving a single trace. In the memory, the master pins the young Yahello with a cold stare and snaps, "What will you do when you face an opponent like that?" The boy, trembling with doubt, can only admit he doesn't know. The master's jaw clenches, blue energy roaring off him as he drives a brutal lesson into the boy. Anyone who wields that sword is a murderer stained by countless lives, never to be underestimated and never to be shown mercy. Fix his words in your mind, he orders with ice in his gaze, and the memory cuts to his last blood-splattered command echoing over a dark void. The moment you find them, kill them all. Yahello snaps back to the present, his master's grave warning burning in his bones. He sighs, accepts that the old man's insistence leaves him no choice but to come down hard, and mutters about what a pain this whole mess is. Decision made, he pivoted to branch manager Hidebung and calmly asked to borrow a sword. Hidebung immediately thrust his own blade into his hands. Yahello's fingers clamped the hilt. In a low, sharp whisper, he warned his companions, "It's about to get noisy. Everyone, step far back." In a heartbeat, he rips off his outer robe and a savage blue aura erupts around him, energy spiraling as he brandishes the freshly unsheathed blade. From the assassin's perspective, their initial confidence shattered the moment the leader watched someone dodge his blade. He bellowed to his comrades, "He's a master. Don't underestimate him. Strike together." The 5 assassins explode forward on command, their blades ablaze as they close from every angle. And in the heart of that whirlwind, Yahello stands ready. He clamps both hands on the hilt as the clash becomes inevitable. Yahello snaps his eyes shut for a heartbeat, hauling every scrap of focus into a razor-sharp calm. As the assassin's blades plunged, a colossal tide of electric blue energy detonated outward from his body. The blast slams into them, freezing all 5 attackers as their bodies strain against the crushing pressure before it's ripped them backward like ragdolls. Chaos ripped the world apart as a spectral image of his master materialized behind him, the master's voice exploding in Yahello's mind with one ageless command, "Don't be bound by forms." Yahello's focus snaps tight like a laser. A cool, unshakable answer rises inside him. I'm certain he still carries the core lesson this teaching carved into his bones. A fierce, unshakable heart ignites, launching this principle into motion. Yahello bolts into action. His blade meets an assassin's, and in a single fluid motion, Yahello lashes a sweeping arc of brilliant blue light from his sword. A devastating wave that tears the air and engulfs his opponents, the memory of his master's training guiding every strike. The opponent's sword hurtles closer. "Don't let your heart falter," the voice in his mind commands. He lets out a slow, razor-focused breath. Composure ironclad as assassins close the circle. The lesson continues. Only by clenching the sword with a heart turned to ice can you meet any situation head-on. Yahello plants his foot and explodes into a whirlwind of blue energy and steel, sidestepping a downward slash with balletic grace, casually parrying a second and spinning free of a third. He glided with liquid precision, every motion razor-sharp against the assassin's brutal head-on strikes. He darts through their formation, his blade a streak of white fire that cuts down every strike aimed at him, as his master's final command blazes through his mind. Clutching the hilt like it's his lifeline, Yanho pours his heart into the steel, and funnels every shred of resolve and roaring energy straight into the blade. Janho snaps his blade in a razor-focused, wide horizontal arc, unleashing a colossal, brilliant blue shockwave that rips through the space around him while his master's voice still hammers hard-won wisdom into him. It's just the same piece of steel until you infuse it with your very being. Without that, the path of the true sword cannot begin. Yanho is that philosophy. Every motion a flawless, blade-sharp fusion of intent and action. He parries every strike with effortless liquid grace. His sword flows like a thought, an extension of his will, glowing from within as the fight erupts into chaos. Soon, only a single assassin still stands, bloodied and defiant, and Yanho explodes forward in a lightning-fast lunge, erasing the gap. His blade erupts in a blinding flash, launching the last opponent into the air where he slams down and crumples onto the ground. His master's voice tore through the carnage as Yanho stood amid the wreckage, the blue aura around him ebbing. "The things I taught you are not mere forms." The words rang while he loomed over the fallen, unnervingly calm, the blood-stained floor proving his master's lessons as the spectral image lingered, and that final lesson echoed. Yanho plants his feet and declares the techniques he's been taught are seeds, unpredictable sparks that could sprout into anything. Not rigid forms to mimic, but living principles you must nurture and let grow. His master's voice rings in his mind, gentle yet unyielding, teaching that the perfect sword is forged by your own heart, and Yanho carves that truth into his bones. He's no empty vessel for his master's techniques. He's the smith of his own path, and the crafter of his own blade. Encircled by a roaring swirl of blue and purple energy, he thrusts his sword skyward, its blade a beacon slicing the darkness as years of training explode into this instant, and he transcends imitation to claim true mastery. His master's final command sliced through the silence, a blazing summons to claim his future. You must forge a sword that's yours alone. As he absorbs the last instruction, the energy around him snaps into countless crisscrossing blades of brilliant light. It roars as a blazing testament to the unique power he's finally mastered. Yanho's eyes blaze with fierce determination as he lets loose the full force of his power. The crisscrossing beams around him slammed into one another, exploding into a colossal, spiraling vortex of pure energy. The vortex detonates, blasting a screaming column of energy straight into the sky. Colossal pillars of blazing blue light stabbed through the battlefield, shredding the earth beneath them. The blast's shockwave rips Jinsuo off his feet, but Hidabung rockets through the debris and rips him back at the last heartbeat. Dust and crackling energy drift away, revealing the aftermath. Assassins lie sprawled across the floor, cloaks shredded and bodies motionless, swords snapped and scattered. Yanho looms above them, his blue aura ebbing as wisps of blue smoke coil up from the defeated. His master's spectral form coalesces behind him again, a silent, approving presence. Yanho turns to the fallen assassins, his voice a frost-bitten verdict as he announces he has severed their key meridians and sealed their martial arts. Swords will be useless to them from this moment. He towers over the defeated men, voice like thunder as he delivers final judgment on their violent past. Whatever lives you led until now end today. Never again will you harm another soul. He drops a final hushed verdict on the now powerless men. Consider this the price you pay for a life spent crushing others with your power. Then turns away as a quick flicker of recognition skates across his mind, briefly wondering why the assassins felt so familiar before he shrugs the thought off, confident he'll piece it together later. His gaze snaps to the last remaining member of the Black Spider Den. Guakdo-san freezes, terror rooting him to the spot. His whole body trembles, sweat plastering his face as he struggles to choke out a stammered reply. A terrified yelp explodes from him as Yanho casually lifts a hand toward him. Yanho let out a bored yawn and taunted Guakdo-san. "Didn't you say you were going to punish someone?" Guakdo-san, leader of the Black Spider Den, shook with terror and stammered, "Young master!" Unfazed, Yanho explains his reasoning, declaring, "Master said not doing anything about the guys who mess with me is a personal insult to him. I live by his words." Hearing that, Guakdo-san hurls himself to the ground, forehead to the floor, begging for mercy as he implores that people make mistakes sometimes and pleads for forgiveness, vowing to turn his life around and live as a good person. Arms crossed, Yanho glares down at the man groveling at his feet, unconvinced. "Changing for the better? Fine. Who's going to believe you after everything you've done?" He sneers. Guakdo-san, still on the floor, looks up in desperate hope as Yanho drops his verdict. Killing you is a bit much. I'll just take an eye for an eye instead. Guakdosan reels, spitting an eye for an eye, as Yanho's hand slices through the air, ordering the sentence carried out. Sweat poured off Guakdosan as Yanho's words hit him like a punch, and the terrifying implications snapped into place. He gasped, voice trembling. "You're going to strip me of my martial arts again?" Yanho chirped. "Yep, you got it. I love when people know what I mean right away." And desperate Guakdosan dropped to his knees and begged, "Is there really no other way?" A wide grin splits Yanho's face as he crosses his fingers. His mute declaration, "There's no other option." A blinding wave of energy detonates, ripping outward. Guakdosan lies sprawled on the floor, knocked out cold. After dispatching the leader, Yanho pivots to the last subordinate, beckons Huajue forward with a sharp curl of his finger, snaps, "Guide me now." And when a trembling Huajue stammers, "Where to?" Yanho answers with a single, razor-sharp sentence. Their base fell that day, the decisive turning point for the Dark Earth Branch sect. Once Hubei's most powerful, now undone. On the balcony of the sacred handgrounds, Jin Yiren stands like a coiled storm, every muscle strung tight. She whipped her head around, pulse thundering, desperate. "Where has my brother gone?" She's yanked from her reverie as her younger brother Jinsoa barrels in, shouting with electric excitement. He shouts, "Sis! Sis!" with a grin splitting his face. Then buzzing with energy, he practically bounces and blurts, "Do you know what I did?" Jin Yiren, unmoved by her brother's bubbling excitement, shoots back, "What are you so excited for?" Jinsoa flings his arms wide and roars, "We repaid all our debts." His sister scoffs, tossing off his story with, "You must have been dreaming." And Jinsoa snaps, "No," sharp and steady, ready to recount the events that won them their newfound freedom. Night crashes down and the full moon drenches the world in cold silver light. After hearing the story, Jin Yiren froze, disbelief cracking his voice as he breathed. "Really?" Jinsoa beams with a wide smile and confirms, "Told you, we're free now. All thanks to Mr. Yanho." Relief crashes over Jin Yiren as she clasps her hands in gratitude and murmurs, "I see. I'm glad. We owe him." Her expression hardens as she faces Soa and snaps, "You don't repay a debt with gambling," Jin Yiren warns, and he reels, stunned by the steel in her voice. Jinsoa can only hold out for a week. Sis kept raining down her reprimand. "I'll let it slide this time. You weren't the one gambling. But don't you dare set foot in that gambling house again." Jinsoa slumps, eyes locked on the ground as doubt claws at her. Does the way we tried to repay the debt even matter? Jin Yiren stands unyielding in her principles, declaring anyone who strays from the orthodox path will slam into a wall, her voice thunderous. "How can you be okay with gambling after witnessing what our father went through?" Rage surges through Jinseo. "But you might have already been dragged off to the escort house. If not, he'd be bellowing, 'Can you still say it was bad?'" She snaps, "Yes," instantly. A physician must walk the orthodox path. Silenced, Jinsoa gapes at his sister as disbelief and hurt flare in his eyes. Then he mutters, "You're too stuck up." He whirls away from her and stalks off, snapping, "I did my best for you, but all you notice are reasons to lecture me." And as his back fades, Jin Yiren watches him go and whispers, "It's all for your sake." "Look at this place!" Jinsoa cried, flinging his arms wide to sweep across their humble surroundings. "Letting you run things would condemn us to stay trapped in this place forever." Jin Yiren watches her brother's words hang in the moonlit air, a single question clawing at her. "Is this really for me?" Jinsuo says, "I learned a lot from Mr. Yanho," his voice tight with newfound resolve. He locks eyes with his sister and snaps, "I won't live your way, I will live my own," then spins on his heel and strides away. She abandoned a silent gin-stained puddle of urine and watched him stride away. The scene explodes into the Pine Forest Great Handelman Institute, a vast, breathtaking estate dripping with grandeur. Yu Huan, master of the Hanlum Institute, strode forward and flung open his arms, greeting his guests with a warm, radiant welcome. San Ho, the demon-slaying blade, drops into a low, respectful bow. "I feel honored you welcomed us despite our unannounced visit." Yu Huan answers with a gracious smile. "Word's out, you're Mr. Yanho's older brother. You're an honored guest, and we're rolling out the red carpet." They cut through the Institute's halls as Sanho pushes on. "I apologize for anything he might have done that was rude." Yu Huan waves it off. "Not at all. So you said you're looking for him?" And Sanho pauses. Yu Huan pivoted to Sanho, face suddenly grave, and asked, "Can I say something?" Sanho gave a quick yes. Yu Huan then asked, "Do you know of great potential?" He didn't wait for an answer. He snapped, "You can't cage it. And knowing you, you'll try to mold your brother into your own image." Yu Huan's eyes narrowed to steel as he delivered his final, crucial piece of advice. One last sentence that would be his undoing. "You try to cram a horse into a tiny house and it backfires, hurting everyone. Huan chooses to set him free." The image of a snapping rope cracked and drove his point home. Then one day he'll transform into a horse and thunder across the plains. Wei Sun Ho leans in, hanging on every word as each syllable strikes him straight to the core. After a single, steady breath of thought, San Ho drops into a low, respectful bow before Yu Huan, and, in a crisp, formal voice says, "Thank you for your consideration. I will think about your advice." Later, as they threaded a shadowed forest path, Sanjo's companion locked onto his master's somber face and demanded, "Why the sour look when we've been fed and rested?" Worry flaring at Sanjo's uncharacteristically grim expression. Brushing off his companion's question, Sanho snapped at one of his own. "How was my brother when you saw him?" His companion, blinking in shock, snaps a blunt verdict. "I only treated him decently because he's your brother," he admits, scratching the back of his head. "If he wasn't, I wouldn't even call him human. He's lazy, wicked like some unhinged fool, craftier than a politician," he keeps ranting. "He's infuriating." He snaps his words shut and slams a hand over his mouth, panic flaring as he realizes he's just blurted out too much about his master's sibling. Sanho stays ice cold, his face a locked mask as he lets the harsh words sink in, then says, "So that's what you think." Voice calm and calculating. Sanjo's mind snaps into focus. Most normal people can't see through Yonho's talent. He's completely unrecognizable now. Nothing like the man he used to be. Yonho snaps awake, releasing a cavernous yawn. He shoots upright, muscles uncoiling in a long stretch, and blurts, "How long did I sleep for?" He lands lightly on the ground, grimacing as the aftershocks of that damn sleep training claw at him. He mutters, "I got beaten up in my dream. So why does it feel like I got beaten up in real life?" His thoughts shatter as Jin Soa explodes. Battered and tear-streaked, she shouts, "What you have done for us is greater than anything. Shit." Yonho barely has time to react when Jin Yoren abruptly crumples to her knees right at his feet. "I can never repay you for all of it," she chokes out, her head bowed in deep gratitude. Startled by her sudden surrender, Yonho rockets to her side and shouts, "Why are you doing this? Get up!" as he scrambles to pull her to her feet. Ignoring the plea, Jin Yiran lifts his chin and locks eyes with steely resolve. "Could I ask you for a favor?" Wei On Ho, totally flustered, blurts, "What is it?" and panics inwardly. Am I being cursed by my ancestors or something? Still kneeling, Jin Yiran looks up and pleads with him to change his mind, then lays out the crushing legacy. He must inherit the Sacred Hand Manor, revive the household and reclaim their honor. She's terrified he's shaken now, and begs him to find the strength to accept. Yan Ho, blind to the conflict, demands an explanation. "I don't get it. Aren't becoming a great physician and reviving the Sacred Hand Manor two entirely different goals?" She corners him, hurling the question, "Which is more important?" He fires back, "Am I supposed to pick one? They're two totally different beasts." Silence hung for a heartbeat. Then Jin Yiren's voice cut like steel. She vowed with unshakable conviction to revive the Sacred Hand Manor. Jin Yiren snaps her stance. Even if he becomes a great physician, father's will cannot be honored unless he resurrects the Sacred Hand Manor. She insists their family legacy must come first, and if the manor is rebuilt, she says with clear resolve, we'll still have a chance at a great physician in the future. Wei On Ho leans forward, nodding, a slow smile blooming as understanding snaps into place. "I see what you mean," he says, sharp and sure. "Reviving the Sacred Hand Manor is the top priority." Jin Yaren looks up, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, and he presses on. A confident smirk splits his face as he reveals his plan. The solution is shockingly simple. The scene slams to a building awash in the soft pink glow of lanterns. Inside, a room dripping with opulence. Gaineng, leader of House X's Kaifeng branch, is boiling with rage. "I should have killed that beggar," she snaps, venom dripping from every syllable. Still reeling from their clash, she snarls, "I'm still so mad. How dare he bring the demon-slaying sword here? When I see him next, I'm gonna—" Her furious tirade dies mid-sentence when Gong Mu, a subordinate, barrels into the room in a panic and shouts, "Branch leader, there's a problem." Gui Neng, furious at the interruption, snaps. Gong Mu's voice hitched, and he stammered as two towering figures strode into the room, instantly dominating the space. Wei Zhonghan, the elderly man leading the pair, pins the SEC leader with a steely stare and snaps, "Are you in charge around here?" Ginning bristled at the endless parade of visitors and thought, "Who's even coming here these days?" then forced a sigh, smoothed her face and replied, "Ha, yes I am." His presence floods the room as he strides forward and booms, "I am Wei Zhonghan." Shock explodes through Guineng the moment the name lands. She chokes out, "Wu Zhonghan," and her eyes snap wide at Zhonghan, the righteous, chivalrous swordsman. Yang Han bellows, "Yes, that's me," then tells you that since you know him, he won't waste words and declares, "We're looking for our soul." His words slam into silence as his wife shoves him aside in a single, exasperated motion. She snaps, "We're busy enough as is. Why are you flexing?" Zhonghan flushes and stammers, "Sanga, it's just, I'm famous." And his wife shoots back, "Is that what's important?" He can only meekly whisper, "Nope." Guineng and her subordinate froze, eyes locked on the bizarre exchange while shock hammered their chests and sealed their lips. The woman who just manhandled the legendary, righteous, chivalrous swordsman clears her throat, primed to get down to business. Yan Ho's mother, cool and composed, then reveals why they've shown up unannounced. Yan Ho launched a letter to us from here, her gaze locked and steady, then cut straight to the chase. "Can you explain what happened?" The air in the room snaps taut with tension as Guineng, leader of the Hao sect, snaps, "Is the son she means young master Yan Hao?" And Patriarch Zhang Han of the Wei clan confirms with a grave, "Yes, it's him." Guineng snapped that if it's young master Yuan Hao, he should already be at the Divine Hand Manor. Zhang Han's jaw dropped. Guineng snaps that Yang Ho had been staying at the Hamlin Great Academy until now. And Zhang Han fires back, "Why would he head to a medical sect like the Divine Hand Manor? Is he sick?" Guineng says she hasn't heard a single whisper that his health is failing. Yang Han strokes his beard, brow knitting at the oddity, and snaps that his son is naturally lazy and wouldn't reach out to a young woman on his own. His jaw clenched, suspicion flaring in his eyes as he pinned Guineng with a hard stare and demanded, "How do you know his whereabouts so well, young lady?" The blunt question slams into Guineng. She jolts, a single bead of sweat welling on her brow. Blindsided, Guineng stammers, heart racing as she realizes the mood swept her into confessing too much. And then it hits her. Zhonghan is asking if she's been watching his son. Her panic rockets as Zhonghan's expression snaps into menace. He slams his hand down and roars, "You better answer me straight." Guineng feels the cold gravity of the moment. One wrong move could cost her life. The scene snaps to the newly reconstructed Divine Hand Manor, rebuilt at breakneck speed by repurposing the former Black Earth building. Hida Bung, branch manager of the Silver River Exchange, snapped at Jin Soa, the young head of Sacred Handgrounds, that they'd plug the shortfall with money looted from his grounds, sweeping his arm toward chests spilling gold. Jin Soa froze, eyes locked on the glitter, while Hida Bung's gaze went cold, remembering how Yan Ho had twisted a paid-off debt into a blade to threaten him. A paper is shoved into his hands. Jin Soa's eyes snap up, shock burning through him as he blurts, "What is this?" Yan Ho steps forward, lays the document out and declares, "It's a promissory note." He jabbed a finger at the signature, declaring it said Jin Soa owed him 20 gold taels, and a baffled Jin Soa blurted, "Is this what I signed last time?" The young man demands why he still owes money. He thought Yan Ho was paying it off. Yan Ho smirks and says, "Nothing in this world is free. Paying your debt was just an investment." Hidabung slams the terms down like a gauntlet. Jin Soa must grind to rebuild the Divine Hand Manor to pay off that share, and Yan Ho adds a salary of 1 gold tael a year, 20 years to clear the loan. Jin Soa's jaw dropped and she blurted, 20 years? Yan Ho beams and slides the contract toward him. "Sign if you understand," he says, offering the other choice. "Pay back 20 gold taels in one lump sum, right now." Reality slams into Jin Soa. This is the nightmare slave contract he'd only heard about in stories. Sniffling, hollow-eyed and defeated, he signs it, convinced he's been utterly tricked. Jin Soa shuffles off, spirit crushed. Yan Ho watches his retreat like a hawk and leans toward Hidabong saying, with this, he's just claimed the Divine Hand Manor's eldest son. After Jin Seo left, he leaned in and demanded, "Why did you do that?" Yan Ho feigned ignorance, cool and casual. "Do what?" He hit him with the truth. A contract as one-sided and foolish as Jin Seo's will likely never exist again. "So what were your motives?" He slammed his fist down and snapped, "Why are you lavishing favor on young hero Jin?" If the contract wasn't some sweetheart deal for Jin Soa, he ripped apart every claim that, even working solo, reviving Divine Hand Manor in just 20 years was impossible. He sneers, pointing out the Divine Hand Manor's name glitters with prestige. But Yan Ho doesn't need that shine. His standing already makes the title pointless. Yan Ho lifted his teacup and sipped with unnerving calm, locked eyes with He Dabung, and simply nodded. that was true. He slammed his point at Yahello, demanding, "Then why pay a huge salary and bankroll the revival of divine hand manner?" And says, from his view, the deal gives the young master nothing. Yahello slams out one charged phrase that instantly forges a connection, and Hidabung, stunned, repeats a connection, as if he can't believe it. Yahello stares into his tea, watching his reflection ripple, and says, "Jinsoe may be young now, but already carries the spark to shoulder great responsibilities in the future." He presses on, unveiling his vision. If Jinsoha revives the divine hand method and rises as a master physician, he'll hold the power to pull countless lives back from the brink. Yahello declares he'll stake his faith on him and watch, granting him a chance. He, debunked, nods in shaky acceptance and admits, "It's hard to understand," then murmurs, "But if that is your will, young master." Unbeknownst to them, Jinsoa crouches just outside the room, listening, a hot flush burning his cheeks as the thought that young master Yahello saw him that way punches through. He sits down, crossing his arms, while Yahello's unexpected faith sinks in. Fist clenched, Jinsoa scolds himself for complaining as a fierce resolve ignites. He vows to grind harder and repay Yahello's kindness. Resolve flares, he snaps to himself, "Get a grip," then rockets down the corridor. Back in the room, with Jinsoa out of sight, Yahello spins to Hidabung and snaps, "Is he gone?" He brushed off the probing glances toward the door and confirmed he'd slipped out. The instant those words left his mouth, Yahello's composed face snaps into a wicked, scrunched-up laugh, and he cackles that fooling a kid is child's play. Dabung exploded into laughter at his side, grinning and muttering that what they'd told Jinsoa wasn't exactly a lie. They howled with triumphant laughter, reveling in the success of their daring scheme. Yahello and Hidabung erupt into triumphant laughter over their flawless manipulation. Then the view snaps to the divine hand manner. Freshly installed as general manager, he plunged headfirst into the opening preparations and blitzed through them at breakneck speed. On the day of the grand opening, the venue roared with an enormous crowd. Guests flooded in and quickly overwhelmed the staff, and when an attendant reported the kitchen was running low on food, they were ordered to crank out more, drag every available hand into the kitchen, and promise generous pay. Chaos erupts as a flustered employee beside Jinsoa screams they're out of seats. Someone barks to fling open unused patient rooms and spread mats across the main hall to cram everyone in. Then another voice warns supplies will run dry and a frantic order cuts through. "Go buy whatever we need, now!" Jinsoa draws a ragged breath, snaps himself back to reality, clenches his fists, and claims his place as Lord of the Divine Hand Manor. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they spotted him. One person demanded if he was truly the legitimate heir, another gaped at how much the child had grown, and someone else declared that if Jinsoa wielded even half his father's skill, he deserved the manor's name. It sparks a fiery debate over the counterfeit divine hand manor, and everyone declares it doomed now that the true heir has surfaced. Chaos explodes at the entrance as an attendant bellows, "He's arriving!" Heads snapped to the stairs as a new figure climbed up, his arrival stealing the room's breath. Jinsoa and Hidabung froze, confusion ripping across their faces. A towering man with a long, sweeping beard draped in ornate robes strode up with iron confidence, the crowd parting and whispering in awe as he mounted the main steps and passed Jinsoa without a second glance. Guards bellowed, "Make way for the governor!" And the crowd split open, carving a clear path. He lunges forward, drops into a deep bow, and stammers a trembling, "Welcome," while the governor coolly clears his throat with a crisp, "Ahem." He locked his gaze forward, refusing to look at the lie he'd just shredded. He strode past the manager into the main courtyard, and every head snapped to him as silence crashed down and all eyes locked on him. The governor halts. Jinsoa snaps to his knees and drives into a crisp, formal bow. The governor spins to face him, voice calm and authoritative, exulting at the sight of the Jin family rebuilding their honor. He loomed over the kneeling youth, eyes like knives, and barked, "You're the son of the previous Lord of Divine Hand Manor, aren't you?" Still on her knees, Jinsoa's voice trembled as she confessed, "Yes, I am." The governor roared, "Good. Today I officially recognize the reconstruction of Divine Hand Manor," then declared, "I trust the Lord of Divine Hand Manor will dedicate himself to the people." Jinsoa plunges his head even lower, bowing, "I swear I'll give everything I've got." The governor's official recognition ignites a wave of cheers from the onlookers. They erupt, declaring the Divine Hand Manor has truly risen again, and Wuhan's pride is back. And one man yells that it's not just Wuhan's pride, but the pride of all Hubei. The governor thundered to the crowd, urging them to visit the manor often. A healthy populace makes a healthy nation, and the people roared back, assuring him not to worry as excitement crackled through the crowd. The governor himself strides into the clinic opening and the crowd erupts. They spot the sign, Divine Hand Manor, the legendary name that always heads any list of medical families, and everyone roars that this is the real one, not a fake. Amid the celebration's roar, Jin Soa lifts his gaze to the sky, summons his father's smiling face, and whispers, "Father, are you watching?" Resolve steals in him. He balls his fists, swears he'll succeed, and pleads with his late father to watch over him. Later, in a private room, the governor's confident facade collapses and he stares at Yahello with trembling, haunted eyes. The one sitting leisurely asked, "Is this sufficient?" Yahello's voice stayed calm as steel. "Yes, it was perfect." Relief and anxiety twist the governor's voice as he pleads, "Please keep your promise." Yahello agrees instantly, and a sly grin curls across his face. He wraps the bribery ledger in his hand and growls, "I'll hold on to this for now. If you change your tune later, it'll be trouble." The governor grits his teeth, sweat beading as pressure crushes him. Beaten, he can only mutter, "Then I will be on my way," and force himself to his feet. The governor's carriage pulled away, as Yahello flung a cheerful wave and shouted, "Safe travels till day!" Inside the carriage, the governor pulls a long, smoky drag from his pipe, grim as a gravestone as cold dread snaps through him. The Black Spider Gang's ledger has fallen into the royal secret inspector's hands, so he resolves to lie low for a while. The next morning, Jin Soa stands atop the manor steps, frozen and dumbstruck by the impossible sight unfolding before him. A massive crowd snakes down the path, everyone jammed and waiting to enter the clinic. Voices snap with bickering. "Don't push! Stay in line!" And beside Jin Soa, He Debung stands equally overwhelmed, shouting in disbelief. Where does this line even end? Suddenly he shatters the fake mood shifts. Jin Soa stares, confused, as he bursts out, "The smell! I smell it!" Gold flashed in his eyes as he sneered. "It smells like money. Let's suck them dry, my lord." Jin Soa recoiled in disgust and snapped at the old man. "Suck what dry? Watch your mouth, old man." By contrast, the place branded Divine Hand Manor, fake, stood utterly deserted. Inside, the man in charge slams his fist on the table, demanding to know where the patients are. A hesitant subordinate admits the new, genuine Divine Hand Manor just opened and everyone rushed over. The leader froze, fingers looping that divine hand gesture like a broken mantra. The subordinate grimaced, confirmed the news, and the leader exploded in fury. He slams the table again, roaring, "How can they call it Divine Hand Manor without the Lord of Divine Hand Manor?" And his subordinate blurts that it was the late lord's young son who opened the new clinic. Rage cracked in the leader's voice as he bellowed, "The boy's father is buried under a mountain of gambling debt. Where did Jin Soa pull the money to open a clinic?" Frustration erupts as he admits his part, blurting, "After I got that bald, Jen became addicted to gambling and ruined him. Everything had been going so smoothly." His subordinate, voice cracking, blurts, "What do we do now?" Fury in the leader curdles into ice-cold dread as he pictures the fallout. This was the young master's order, and if it all collapses, the failure will land squarely on his head. The subordinate surrenders to their fate, shoulders slumping as he mutters, "There's nothing they can do. It's too late now." His leader's face steels into grim resolve. "If a knot can't be untied, you cut it off," he says, then slams a medicine cutter onto the table so hard his subordinate flinches, and, utterly emotionless, adds, "Truly tragic." He then spins a morbid tableau for his subordinate to believe the young lord of Divine Hand Manor, who had barely hauled himself back to his feet, had been savagely murdered by a robber in the night. A cruel smile rips across his face and he sneers, "Isn't that just tragic?" Jin Soa hunches over his acupuncture needles in his room, blind to the danger closing in, while the leader issues one last chilling command. Prepare a generous amount of condolence money. A shadowy figure, grin stretched like it might split his face, jeers that it's tragic the young lord met a violent end at the hands of a robber last night, and so certain the hit landed he barks for his men to pull together a generous condolence purse for the funeral, even though the victim isn't even dead. Camera snaps to the Merm Alliance. Sima Cheon snapped, fury crackling, after reports that the Green Forest bandits were making moves with the Iron Blood sect. The tip came from a Pen Clan kid named Peng Doguk, who staggered away alive after facing the Green Forest's 10 swords. Sima Cheon's mind snaps into place. 10 swords deployed means this is no casual meetup. Green Forest and the Iron Blood sect have officially joined forces. It struck at the worst possible moment. The Murum world sat like a pressure cooker, sealed tight for 20 years and about to explode. Every faction stockpiled power like squirrels burying nuts. The dam just snapped, and everything's about to come crashing out. Demonic Orthodox Justice Alliance holds the East. The Medical Union grips the West. Lines are carved. All that pent-up fury makes the tiniest quarrel erupt into a full-blown bloodbath. This world's turned savage, Entire sexes are being wiped out over petty arguments, and blood spills faster than tea. Sima Chaeum snaps her gaze to the Heavenly Medical Union, desperate for good news. They're still unmoved, and the catch slams her. The Iron Blood sect has been bound to the Union by an ancient pact. The moment the Green Forest Alliance rallies under the Medical Union's banner, this explodes from a skirmish into a full-blown catastrophe. Machaon clears his throat, tallies the grim blood price a war with the Medical Union would demand, then shoves that nightmare aside and pivots to something slightly less depressing. He circles back to the pen kid who supposedly survived the 10 swords, but Young-han shreds the intel. The kid didn't go solo. Yeon-ho had his back, and that name slams into Sima Cheon like a truck. A voice confirms the identity with clinical detachment, slicing the silence. It's the Guangdong Hui clan's second son, the prodigal who vanished into thin air 5 years ago, and has only recently decided to respond. Recognition detonates inside Sima Cheon. When the name clicks, every piece snaps into place. Wei Yong-han, the legendary sword of justice. A grin snaps across his face. Those 5 vanished years weren't a tragedy, but a secret training arc where his father raised a dragon, and he's already uncorking champagne to toast their elite bloodline. The elder across the table slashes through the fanboying and hurls a brutal truth. Yan-ho isn't the family's lone powerhouse. His eldest brother San-ho is the legendary demon-slaying sword. Machaon already throws down his wager, swearing the Guangdong Hui clan will seize the #1 spot under the heavens within a decade. He practically salivates at the potential, convincing himself that since the kid was raised by the sword of justice, he must be a saint in human skin. Upright, chivalrous, ready to save the world. And he roars to the rafters that a dragon has risen to save the merm. The Alliance leader is crowning him the next messiah as the dragon lies sprawled on a rooftop, snoring his destiny away, and looking less like a hero and more like a guy who desperately needs a nap. Yeon-ho jolts awake to an embarrassingly unheroic racket, and bolts to round up his labor force. He asks for Jin Soa and finds him planted there with a syrupy customer service smile, announcing the kid finally hit his limit and passed out. Yeon-ho offers no pity, only crisp instructions on how to boost the engine so he won't collapse again. While the branch manager's already on it, having pre-ordered the herbal medicine to keep their golden goose alive. Yoon-ho shoves the niceties aside and slams down his demand for the bet payout, leaving Hidabun blinking in confusion. Then the punchline drops, and everything clicks. Assassins surged in, swarming the compound. Yan-ho hangs from the eaves like a bat, crowing that he nailed the timing. Debunked snaps back, calling him impatient to save face. But Yan-ho demands to know if the manager actually set up the welcome party for the killers he predicted. Weon-ho bursts in, not with a divine blade but hoisting a battered broom like a war flag, snarling it's the only weapon he needs to take out the trash. He's not fighting for justice or honor. He's seething because these goons are trying to damage his money source. The assassin lunges, blades glowing deadly blue. Yan-ho plants his feet and snarls, ready to clean house and protect his investment. Yan-ho wound up and unleashed a swing with zero martial grace. Pure, unbridled aggression. The noble dragon the Alliance leader was fantasizing about was screaming. He dies with a twisted, more demonic face than the villains, proving his bloodline may be legendary, but his personality's a complete dumpster fire. Snap to the Hao clan's Kaifeng branch. The spotlight slams onto Guining, and sweat instantly beads on his brow. Jung-han rips the romance story to shreds. He knows the harsh truth. His son's a born slacker who wouldn't keep up a correspondence with a pretty girl. So he corners her and snaps, if his son never told her where he was, how does she know his location so perfectly? Guinung's stomach drops. She just dug her own grave. She got swept up and blurted out too much intel, and now the patriarch accuses her of running a surveillance op on his son. Yong-han's done with games. He roars for a straight answer, poised to flatten the building. Guinang knows one slip will spell disaster. But before the interrogation erupts into violence, that legendary kind of justice is snuffed out in an instant. One sharp pinch from his wife's hand reduces the mighty patriarch to a shrieking toddler as she sings and twists his ear like a volume knob. She rips into him for sabotaging their son's love life, furious that he clings to the dangerous delusion that a woman shadowing a man must be romance, not spying. Guining reels, bewildered as the scene shatters into a new genre, while the mother ignores the interrogation and pounces on juicy gossip. She pins Yan-ho to Hubei, then with a honeyed smile orders the GPS coordinates for Divine Hand Manor, a ruthless flex that proves she's the real boss of the weakland. Guinean finally coughs up the location, then hisses a warning. The kid's a flight risk. He blew through the Handlin Academy in no time, and he's no sure bet to stay at the Divine Hand Manor, so she assigns a human GPS, one of her informants, to escort the parents and tail the moving target. Yong Han watches the exchange and his perspective flips. He's not trying to crush her. He's secretly applauding her guts. She knows exactly who he is, yet she meets him with a smile and absolute calm, forcing the old man to grudgingly admit she's a stone-cold professional. Yong Han masks his gratitude behind stiff professionalism, accepts the help as a personal favor, and slams the usual moralistic terms and conditions onto the deal. He demands the informant's identity. Sanga clicks her tongue at his cluelessness. She's got other priorities. She detonates a full-blown daughter-in-law background check, barraging Gwyneng with rapid-fire questions. Age, 26. Parents, father's alive, mother's gone, and the mission to find their son is officially shoved aside by the new mission. Find him a wife. Sanga snaps into full mother-in-law mode, rifling through the merchandise with a sharp eye and brushing off Gwyneng's tragic backstory as irrelevant to today's market, then throws a cutting jab, calling the actual SEC leader frail and openly questioning whether she has the stamina for the long haul to Hubei. Sweat slicked Gwyneng's skin, her brain scrambling like she'd wandered into a fever dream. Then realization slammed into her. Sanga had been asking about an informant and had assumed Gwyneng was the one running the tour. Gwyneng crunches numbers in her head and a cold truth slams into her. She's standing before a dynasty. With the sword of justice in hand, the demon-slaying blade cleaved the night. Yan Ho, the wild card, storms in. The Y clan isn't just a family. They're a superpower primed to explode. Seeing the investment potential, she dives headfirst into the misunderstanding. A sly, predatory grin breaking across her face. She officially declares herself daughter-in-law, and, without missing a beat, calls Sanga mother. She flashes a grin, declares she's tougher than she looks, sprints off to pack, snatches a seat on the bandwagon before it pulls away, while Sanga waves like she just won the lottery. Yong Han still clings to cold logic, whispering that the girl has zero romantic interest in their son. Sanga crushes the idea with a verbal backhand and fires the million-dollar question. Does he really think Yan Ho can get married without help? The patriarch stops cold, sees his son as a lost cause, breathes a defeated no, and accepts it. If they don't force the issue, the Wee bloodline ends with a nap. Sanga unveils her master plan. Ditch Cupid and spring a tactical trap. Lock them into a claustrophobic car for a marathon road trip and let biology finish the job. She brushes off the age gap. They need brains, and if the girl isn't sharp, she'll be devoured by Yan Ho's weaponized incompetence. She cackles into the night like a supervillain while Yong Han scrambles into the background, realizing the scariest thing in Murum isn't the demon lord but his own wife. Back at the Silver River Exchange, the morning silence shatters under a low rumble. A raw, rolling herald that the chaos is only just beginning. Back at the Silver River Exchange, Jin Soa crumples onto the table, groaning like an old man as his body finally rebels against the workload. Wei Yong-ho devoured his noodles with a grin, completely unmoved while his employees teetered on the brink of death. Jin Soa snapped, "How can you eat while someone's dying of exhaustion?" Yan Ho chews louder, unfazed. Jin Suo asks if the slave laborer is actually making him a better doctor, and Yan Ho unleashes the classic hard work builds character sermon, insisting there are no shortcuts in medicine. Yan Ho corners the truth into a slick, very plausible lie, then shrugs. If the kid buys it, the scam works. Jin Soa vaguely remembers the Mortal Kombat racket last night, but Yan Ho gaslights him, insisting it was dead quiet. Actually, he bagged the assassins and hurled them onto the magistrate's doorstep like a sack of laundry, then went back to slurp his noodles and declared all of Hubei ripe for the divine handmanner to devour. Right as he's reveling in the taste of monopoly, a servant barrels into the victory feast and bellows that a visitor has arrived. Jin Soa's face twists in confusion. Then the guest glides in and the room's temperature plunges 10 degrees. Brace yourself, Jin Yeren, a matchless beauty whose razor gaze could slice right through glass. Jin Soa froze, stammering that his sister was trembling in terror as his peaceful noodle break detonated into a full-blown family crisis. Jin Yiren slashes through the pleasantries and snaps at her little brother. "Quit and come home, now!" She rips into him with a disappointed older sibling tirade, snapping that medicine is a noble, benevolent art, not a get-rich-quick scheme for merchants. She seethes, sickened watching him toil for nothing but profit, tossing the family's values aside. Jin Yiren barrels forward, demanding he pack his bags this instant. But Jin Soa, for the first time, he found his spine and shattered her high and mighty lecture with a blunt dose of reality. Aren't doctors human? He erupts into a blistering tirade, bellowing, "Why does every other profession get to chase fame and fortune while doctors are expected to live on gruel and good vibes?" Jin Yiren slams down the ancestor card. Jin Soa snaps back that their benevolent forebears lived in mansions, not mud huts, and Jin Yiren scrambles to split hairs, insisting their wealth was a byproduct of benevolence, not its goal. Jin Seo finally snaps, roaring that she's the one who doesn't get it, admitting he's no saint, but pointing out he's not drowning in the same arrogant, self-righteous hypocrisy she is. He lays bare the cold, hard truth. If they swallow her starry-eyed, desire-free creed, the divine hand manner will vanish into oblivion, its name forgotten because nobility doesn't pay the bills. Shinjin Yiran freezes, speech ripped from her throat, utterly blindsided by the ferocious rebellion erupting from her meek little brother. Jin Soa snapped, "You go your way, sister," spun on his heel, and vowed to make the divine hand manner famous on his terms, cutting the conversation dead and stripping her of any authority over him. Jin Yiren lunges forward, crying out his name in raw disbelief, while Yan Ho leans back on the sidelines with a smug grin, basking in the spectacle. Shunjin Yiren snapped her gaze from her rebellious brother to the slacker watching off to the side. Yan Ho plastered on an innocent grin, then snapped, "Why are you staring at me?" Jin Yiren's eyes blaze with pure rage. Her logic is merciless and simple. Her sweet, obedient brother never would have grown a spine on his own. With cold, terrifying calm, she pins all the blame on the young hero who corrupted him. A carriage slips away beneath the silver moon. They drag the operation's mastermind from his failure as the masked young master inside snaps a new order. Obliterate every trace of their presence at Divine Hand Manor. Leave nothing, just in case. His subordinate nods, then can't help asking, "Are we really going to abandon the entire foundation we built in Wuhan?" The young master concedes it's a waste, and snaps that it's wiser to cut their losses now than cling on and lose everything. The mission failing isn't the real disaster. It's the unknown. An unidentified boy tore our plan apart, a tiny omen primed to explode into full-blown chaos. He knows an expert that's skilled never fights alone. The hidden backers will surface, and taking him on would only blow the whole thing up and draw dangerous attention, win or lose. Best move: fold, sweep the place clean. Erase every trace like they never existed. Rage boiled in the young master as he watched his older brother pile up win after win, while he sank under setback after setback. Time is his nemesis, and he's fixated on unmasking the boy expert who derailed everything. Realizing he can't tackle this alone, he vows to escalate the situation. Heart racing, they sealed a letter for the main house and vowed to warn the higher-ups that an unknown threat had surfaced. One that could shatter their entire grand cause. Back at the manor, Jin Yiren throws back a drink alone, clawing for sense from the day's chaos. Yan Ho bursts from the shadows and hurls a blunt, unsolicited health warning about drinking on an empty stomach. He shrugged and tossed out the question, cool as ever. "Has your temper cooled down?" He stood unshaken, utterly immune to the death glare she'd leveled at him just hours before. Under the serene moonlight, a bottle tilts and liquid cascades into a small cup. On a balcony railing overlooking a hushed courtyard, Jin Yiren perches alone, unleashing a long, ragged sigh as she keeps pouring her drink. A voice shatters her solitude. Yan Ho steps into view, chiding that drinking alone will ruin her stomach as Jin Yiren lifts her cup and takes a sip. Yan Ho forces a casual scratch at the back of his head, daring to hope her anger has ebbed. He flashes a sly smirk and teases, "Spare a glass for me too?" He vaults onto the railing, drops down beside her and declares, "Drinking alone is poison." Jin Yiren snaps that her seeing his face would be the real poison. Yan Ho grins and teases she should just lie down so she won't have to look. And Jin Yiren scoffs that it's exactly the kind of solution Yan Ho would come up with. Her cheerful mask collapses as she sinks into a deep bow, begging Yan Ho's forgiveness, and Yan Ho, blindsided, demands to know why. Jin Yiren says, voice tight, that despite everything he'd done for them, rage flared in her and she fled, too ashamed to face him and apologize. Yan Ho shrugs and says, "Don't worry about it." Jin Yiren falls silent, a somber mask settling over his face. Jin Yiren shatters the silence, declaring that with the divine hand manner and her brother Soa, nothing is easy. Yan Ho shrugs and admits he honestly can't see what she's so worried about. His master's voice roars in his head. "If you want something, you must achieve it yourself." And he throws that creed full force at her family's plight. He fired off, "Isn't it the same for divine hand manner?" Then dropped the old proverb, "He who is thirsty digs the well." Dumbfounded, Jin Yiren chokes out, "Do you mean she has to be the one to raise the divine hand manner?" Yan Ho snaps, "Isn't that exactly what she wanted all along?" He snarls that SOA is the legitimate heir, but that doesn't make him the only one who can lift the family's standing. After a beat of silence, Jin Yiren drops her gaze and whispers the one glaring barrier, "I'm a woman." With a grin, Yan Ho throws down a challenge, daring her to point to any law that says only men can raise a family. He presses further, demanding to know whether gender even matters when lives are at stake. Jin Yarin recoiled, her heart hammering from his bluntness, and with a flicker of hope she breathed, "Do you think I can do it?" Yunho fires off a blunt, honest answer. Nobody suspects it. He forges ahead. He tells Jin Yiren that becoming a master physician and rebuilding the Divine Hand Manor are two different beasts. Since she insists only Soa is qualified, she spirals into obsession over him, every thought a tidal wave that drags her under. He slams down one last crushing truth. If she wants the Divine Hand Manor rebuilt the way she imagines her ideal physician would, she has to do it herself. Jin Yiren pins him with an unblinking, razor-sharp stare. Yunho snaps, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Eyes closed, Jin Yiren lets a faint smile bloom on her lips, and declares him a very strange person. Yunho shrugs and says he hears that all the time. Jin Yiren nods and admits he's really strange. Yunho sips his cup and fires one last truth. Those who never move, never try, who only think will never achieve anything. Jin Yuran chuckles and teases, "Are you being self-deprecating?" Yunho meets her eyes and simply says, "Yes." He booms that he's content with his life, craves no grand ambitions, and bets he's happier than she is at that moment. He flashed a mischievous grin and declared, "I'm doing what I want." Then shrugged, and almost as an afterthought, admitted he still has to endure the things he hates for his master. A sly smile curls on Jin Yoren's lips as he realizes his master must be a good man, the very one who can snap Yunho into motion. After her words landed, they both flung themselves back onto the railing, eyes locked on the sky as a warm, comfortable silence wrapped around them. Beneath the brilliant full moon they stand transfixed. Yunho's voice slips out, a quiet reply that hangs in the night. Elsewhere, a quiet guest house lay cloaked in silence. Yunho swaggered into the room and locked eyes on Doc B, the gambling king, sitting alone with a glass. He slid into the chair directly opposite and cool as ice asked, "Can I have a glass too?" Dickby jolted, eyes snapping wide as he shot upright and demanded, "How did you know I was here?" Yunho pours a drink with icy calm and says, "Ask around. Tongues loosen and people are always eager to spill." So Doc B's suspicion flares and he snaps, "Are you tied to the Hao clan?" Yunho shrugs off the question, lifts the glass and sips, emits a short hiss of disgust, then scoffs that it's his second glass today and he still can't fathom why anyone drinks that bitter stuff. He slammed his cup down, cut straight to the chase, locked eyes with Doc B and demanded, "Why did you do it?" Yunho slams the truth. "You threw the match." Doc B tilts his glass, a wry grin curling his lips as he dubs it, "An interesting story," then scoffs and snaps, "Are you seriously saying Doc B, the gambling king, would throw a match on purpose?" Yunho stays unfazed and presses on, saying that with Doc B's skill, at the final roll of their match, he could have effortlessly slammed down double sixes. Yunho flashes a knowing look and reveals he deliberately refused to lose. He admits he should have lost under normal rules, eyes locked on Doc B, and I want to know why. Doc B refuses to answer. He leans in and fires, "What do you think gambling is?" Then answers it himself, his voice crackling with theatrical flair. He thunders that gambling is a brutal contest. Gamblers unleash every skill and instinct to seize the outcome. Doc B fumes that useless plans and rigid strategies have invaded the gambling scene, and with a stone-cold face swears he never lost on purpose. His luck simply ran out. A cold smirk curls his lips. Because of his loss, the tide of people wrecking their lives at the Goldflower Casino will vanish. He knows another gambling den will spring up and the cycle will kick into motion again. But for now, he can still squeeze out a win. Yunho gapes, disbelief cutting through him as he snaps, "Was it worth it? You lost everything. Your wealth, your reputation, even your followers." Doc B, calm as a still pond, declares the vessel is everything. An empty cup? You just refill it. To him, losing everything can be the same as losing nothing. Yunho scoffs, hurling the word sophistry at it like a mocking verdict. Doc B explodes into laughter and snaps back, "Sophistry? So what? If I think it, then it is so." Yunho watches, understanding roaring to life in his eyes as he thinks of Doc B, the gambling king who lives where every win and loss rules everything, yet somehow treats those stakes like nothing. And as the truth lands, a strange energy pulses from Yunho's chest. Yunho rips the silence apart. "Isn't it strange?" he snaps. "Doc, lean in and ask what he's talking about." Yunho explains that for the past few days, he spent his days with the people he crowned the kindest, Jin Yaren and Jin Soa. But no spark of understanding ever reached him. They strode down a path he couldn't even imagine. He could grasp their motives with his head, but their struggles never pierced his heart. "Talking to you, Mr. Yunho keeps going, clarity blazing across his face like he just smashed the old mold. Doc B tipped his cup, took a measured, thoughtful sip, and said, "That's what people are. Even in the same moment, different feelings ignite in every chest, and each person ends up gambling on the path they chose." He hurls, "Isn't that what life is?" as their cups collide, and Doc B chimes in with a genuine smile spreading across his face. "That's why that match with you set my blood racing, young master," as night fell. Sunrise slams into Divine Hand Manor, and chaos explodes through its halls. Hida Bung, the branch manager of the Silver River Exchange, barreled in, clutching a crumpled piece of paper like a lifeline and shrieking, "Lord! Lord!" Jin Soa lunges in, demanding what's going on, practically shoving a paper in my face as he stammers, this, and gasps that the young hero we left a letter for has vanished. Jin Soa's breath catches as the note scorches his eyes, and the words slam off the page. It opens with a blunt, chilling line, "I am leaving." The rest of the letter spills out. I could feel forever closing around me, so I'm tearing myself free. I won't be any help to the Divine Hand Manor. Jin Soa gaped, baffled, wondering aloud what it all meant and where Yeonho could possibly be headed, while the letter ordered them to run the clinic themselves, not to get greedy for money, and closed with his firm confidence in them. "Mark my words, Soa will rise into a brilliant physician, and the manager will run the place with flawless, masterful skill." Then a cheeky postscript drops. "Save the profits. I'll come collect them when the time is right." Jin Soa freezes, utterly speechless. He steadied himself, whirled on Hedabung and barked, "Send people out now!" Hedabung, stunned, could only choke out, "Pardon." Jin Soa snaps at Hedabung, convinced Yeonho couldn't have gone far and demanding he find him now, certain he's still nearby. While inside he seethes that Yeonho dumped everything on them and tried to run. Out in a remote village, Jin Yuran hustles through a makeshift clinic, tending the sick and injured, and after scanning the patients, she tells one grateful villager, "This should be enough," and the villager pours out profuse thanks for coming all the way out here to make a house call. The villager bows and calls her Physician Jin Yoran. She brushes it off, no need for thanks, and slips a small jar of ointment into their hands for when pain strikes. Yoonho stands a short distance away, a small, satisfied smile spreading as he watches her, thinking she's utterly unstoppable. He strode up with a cocky grin, declaring that if her skills were truly that deadly, he'd demand a demonstration. Jin Yiren spun, stunned, gasping. Young Master Yeonho locked eye to eye in the sleepy, scenic village. Yeonho sneers at the miracle of a doctor making free house calls and snaps that it's sucking money out of everyone's pockets. "Do you know how much money you've squandered so far?" As they walk, he keeps grilling her without mercy. "Why are you pushing yourself this far? You don't have to trudge down this thorn-strewn path. A sense of duty, or something else?" Jin Yiren freezes and shoots a sharp look back at him. "This isn't about duty," she whispers. "You said it yourself, young master." Grinning with razor confidence, Jin Yiran snatched his own words and flung them back at him. "People who only think can never achieve anything." Then lifted her chin and announced with blazing pride, "This is the Jin Yiran style of rebuilding the Divine Hand Manor." Yeonho's gaze snapped to her, respect blazing in his eyes. He thrusts a bundled package at her and snaps, "Take this." He insists that since she keeps selling her valuables they can't mean much to her, but it gnawed at him, so he went and brought them back. Jin Yaran rips open the bundle and freezes as her precious jewelry glares up at her. Realization slams into her and she blurts, "Don't tell me. Last time too." Yoonho locks eyes with her, his gaze gentle but iron-strong as he snaps, "Don't sell them off anymore. Promise me." Jin Yiren presses the bundle to her chest, a warm smile blooming on her face as she answers, "I promise." Yeonho pivots on his heel and strides away, declaring, "Then, I will be off." Jin Yaran, thrown off, calls after him, "Pardon? Where are you going?" Yeonho warns that his master's dying wish chains him to the road so he can't linger, promises, "If it's meant to be, we'll meet again," then turns to leave. "Wait!" Jin Yiren yells, halting him, and Yeonho snaps back, curiosity burning in his eyes. She presses a folded blue ribbon into his hand, cheeks burning as she stammers, "It's a small gift," and begs him to accept it, then jabs him playfully and teases, "Your hair's always a mess, young master." Yeonho snatches the ribbon and twists his long hair into a tight, neat ponytail, his hair now swept back. Yeonho flashes a grin and declares, "I will use it well," then pivots and strides away. Jin erupted in waves, shouting, "Thank you," with wild enthusiasm. Yeonho forges ahead, a satisfied smile carving across his face as the thought settles. She chose to walk that brutal path on her own. Yeonho strides the path, his thoughts snagging on the siblings. Soa walks Soa's path, Jin Yiran walks Jin Yiran's path, and I guess I should start walking too. Just as a profound thought blooms, a childish tantrum shatters it. Ah, damn it, I don't want to walk, he whines. My legs hurt like hell. A sudden clatter of hooves and rattling wheels ripped him from his thoughts as a horse and cart barreled toward him. The cart driver yanks the reins as Yahello waves him down, and the cart shudders to a halt. Yahello barreled up to the driver, an elderly man with a long white beard. Yahello looks up with pleading eyes burning and begs, "Please." The old man stoops, puzzled, and asks, Gasping on the verge of collapse, Yahello thrusts out a trembling hand and pleads, "Just once, give me a ride." The old man leans in, a questioning hum vibrating from his lips, as Yahello heaves his head up and lifts a single trembling finger. Yahello stares up, desperation raw as he begs for just one ride. The old man towering over him, baffled by this sudden roadside beggar, asking if a ride is really what the young man wants. Yahello nods, says he doesn't care where, only to be taken wherever the old man is headed. The old man pauses, calls it a strange request from a stranger, but won't be heartless, and tells Yahello to get on. Relief floods Yahello's face as he vaults into the back of the open wooden cart and voices a heartfelt thanks. As the old man resumes walking, hauling the carriage down the solitary road, Yahello throws himself back against the cart's wooden planks, shuts his eyes, and revels in the sheer, delicious ease of effortless travel. Hours bleed away as the warm hues of evening melt into cool night. The carriage rolls steadily through silent, moonlit mountains while Yahello lies fast asleep, arms resting behind his head, legs crossed, utterly oblivious, until the wheels screech and it stops dead in the middle of a dark, wooded path. The old man bellows at his passenger, sleeping so deeply drool beads at his lip, and only a second sterner command rips him awake. Yahello groggily surfaces from sleep, thoughts thick with haze, and the old man's voice snaps. This is where they must part ways. Yahello drags a hand across his eyes and admits he must have slept far longer than he'd intended, then vaults onto the cart to leave as the old man scans the desolate woods, worry flickering across his face. He shoots a worried glance and asks if the young man will really be all right being dropped off here. There aren't any houses nearby for shelter. And Yahello just shrugs, laughs it off, and jokes he'll sleep in a tree or dig a hole if he has to. He grins, gratitude blazing as he thanks the elder for bringing him this far and accepts the farewell, and the old man nods once. Take care, Yahello. The young martial artist plants himself on the dark path, bowing with quiet dignity as the carriage clatters into the night, and he offers one last, solemn farewell. The wooden wheels clatter on the dirt dwindled to a whisper, leaving Yahello standing alone, a tiny silhouette swallowed by the forest's vast moonlit expanse. Farther down the road, the old man presses on, dragging his horse beside him, his back already turned to the boy he just left behind. Night's hush pries open his thoughts, and he mutters under his breath that Yahello was one intriguing kid. The warm, benevolent air around him snaps. His face clamps into stone. The friendly crowd melts into a cold, commanding force. He hisses one name into the dark. Red Moon. In a heartbeat, a figure explodes from the shadows. A long, dark-haired man wearing an eye patch and purple martial arts robes lands soundlessly, drops to one knee, bows his head in utter submission, and waits for his master's command. He shoves formalities aside, lifts a hand to his face, claws his fingers into his jawline, and with a savage tug starts peeling his skin away. The white beard and sagging skin ripped away like paper, bearing a razor-hard face scored by a scar across the nose. As the last scraps of disguise fluttered down, the elder spat out the real reason for his interest in the traveler. It wasn't a chance meeting. He had realized Yahello had noticed Red Moon's concealed presence the whole time, and Red Moon stood frozen, visibly shaken. His lone eye snapped wide, disbelief igniting. A seemingly random traveler had pierced his concealment, a feat no ordinary person could pull off. Under the moonlight he loomed, clutching the tattered remains of his old man disguise in one hand, as he spat a cold demand to know exactly who they were dealing with. Then in a voice that brooked no argument, he ordered Red Moon to investigate the boy immediately, and the subordinate dropped into a low bow, accepting the order with absolute loyalty. Deep in the forest, the one everyone's been eyeing is completely unfazed. Yahello plants himself at the base of a colossal ancient tree, its knotted roots and sweeping branches carving out a natural shelter from the night. And after a quick, practical scan, he claims the spot as his bed for the evening. Elsewhere in the same dark woods, the silence shatters as a woman bolts through the trees, her frantic footsteps ripping through the night. She's on the run. She bursts through the underbrush, breath ragged and heavy, mind racing as she forces her body onward with every last ounce of stamina and inner energy drained dry. She knows she can't keep running forever. She skids to a halt, desperation coiling through her as her eyes rake the wide-open wilderness. She must find cover right now, but out here safety is nowhere to be found. Her desperation zeroes in on the massive ancient tree nearby. She springs up, claws the rough bark, vaults onto a high branch and melts into the dense foliage. Crouched in the shadows, she clamps down on her ragged breaths until they slow, then forces out a sharp, whispered order to herself. Calm down. He drew a razor-slow breath and readied turtle breathing, the shadowy stealth method forged to erase every trace of a person from the world. Just as she forces her focus, a cold knot of dread tightens in her gut. A cold knot gnaws at her. The tree's silence doesn't feel empty. Someone else is already there, so she edges forward and peeks over the edge of the thick branch. Her eyes snap wide with horror. There, wrapped tight in his white cloak like a cocoon and lashed to the tree, Yahello lies fast asleep. The shock slams into her, impossible to hold, and a piercing scream rips from her, shattering the silence she was trying so desperately to. Yahello jolts awake, groggy eyes scrambling to process the sudden crash. Panic rips through the woman as the sickening realization she's just made a colossal mistake hits, and she lunges forward on pure instinct. Before Yahello can even force out a single protest, she slams her palm over his mouth like a vice, smothering his words. Hands still clamped over his mouth, she jams a finger to her lips, eyes wild as she desperately signals for silence. She leaned in close, whispering with desperate urgency. "They're chasing me. If they find me, you'll be dragged into danger." Her eyes begging him to stay stone silent. Below them, the forest floor teems with armed pursuers. One of the men reports to his superior, frustration rasping in his voice as he admits they've found no trace of the fugitive. High above, cloaked in the ancient tree's dense canopy and shadows, the woman clamps down on her breath and presses herself against the tied-up traveler to avoid detection. The search leader refuses to back down, snapping an order to keep searching as the group fans out, plunging deeper into the wood's darkness to widen their perimeter. As the pursuer's footsteps die away, the taut branch beneath her slackens, and she scans the shadows, whispering, "Are they finally gone?" Yahello, her face brutally flattened by her grip the whole time, finally unclenches and huffs out a shaky, relieved breath. He looks up at her, his face a deadpan, unimpressed mask, treating the life-or-death chaos that just erupted like nothing but background noise. He snaps, "Move a little." Grumbling she's too heavy, she goes rigid, staring down at him in sheer disbelief, stunned by his audacity. She scrambles backward across the big branch, putting more distance between them, while Yahello snaps out of his sleep, flings his arms up in frustration, and yells that he'd been sleeping peacefully until this disaster hit. She shoots a quick apology, face taut and eyes locked on every shadow. Staying in the tree is too dangerous, she insists. "We have to keep moving." Yahello asks why, and she snaps that their pursuers are merciless. If they're seen, the enemy will slaughter everyone, even innocent bystanders. Shame claws at her as she scans the area and admits this whole nightmare is her fault. She seized his arm and urged him to follow, vowing she'd take responsibility and lead him safely out of the forest. They plunge into the woods bathed in eerie blue light and press onward. She steels herself and shatters the hush. Whispering, she admits the situation feels strange and introduces herself as Seo Moon Daeyeon of the Shulman family. Yunho replies, relaxed and unbothered, and she adds she's on a mission for the Song-Chen Martial Alliance. Yahello pins her with a look, surprise and amusement crackling, and says her frantic dash made him assume she was a thief. Silman Dion confesses she can't prove her identity right now, swearing that the moment he lays eyes on her pursuers, doubt will crumble, and he'll have no choice but to believe her as he walks beside her. Yahello hurls the most pressing question, who exactly is chasing her? And his voice slices through the dead silent woods so clearly it sends Dion spiraling into panic. She snaps, frantic, ordering him to lower his voice. Yahello nods and quiets, but plants his feet and demands to know who they're up against before they take another step. Daeyeon leaned in, grim as a grave, and hissed the truth. Her pursuers are from the demonic cult. The name hits Yahello like a thunderclap. He narrows his eyes, frowning, and snaps. Wasn't that cult supposed to have been wiped out? Dion confirms it, eyes blazing. These are the destroyed faction's last remnants, clawing to keep their legacy alive. Yahello, gaze trailing off, mutters, "If that's the case, this is dire." Dion, convinced he's only just grasping the gravity of their peril, snaps at him, snarling that she'd already warned him it was serious. Yahello snaps his head, cutting her off. No, that's not what he meant. His gaze rips away from her into the dark forest, and his face hardens as he fixes on a single spot in the trees. Yunho's voice cuts through the night like a blade. "Come out. I already know who you are." Showman Dai-yon freezes midair, stunned, and following his gaze, cranes her head up into the dense canopy. Two ominous, glowing purple eyes pierce the darkness, and a cold, genuinely baffled voice slid down, snapping, "How exactly did you know we were here?" Shadows writhed beneath the trees as hidden threats tore free. Masked warriors in dark martial robes poured into the moonlight, encircling the pair and aghast that their once perfect concealment had been seen through so easily. Shamundyon's face drains to chalk as she chokes out a single stammered word. It's them, the demonic cult she ran from. The group's leader, a man with a purple bandana, locked Yanho in a razor-sharp calculating stare and barked, "Were you sent by the Martial Alliance?" Surrounded yet utterly relaxed, Yanho shakes his head and calmly insists he has nothing to do with the Martial Alliance. He'd rather steer clear of them if he could. The answer sparks cruel amusement in the cultist, a dark, twisted smirk curling one corner of his mouth. Without another word, he clamps his hand on the hilt and draws the sword. The blade thrums with a lethal purple aura. He tells Yanho he'll take his word, but that trust comes with a condition, then lunges forward, roaring that Yanho can finish this conversation with the King of Hell. Before the cultists can strike, Xiaomundaeon hurls herself in front of Yanho, arms flung wide as a living shield, screaming for them to wait, desperate to stop an innocent bystander from being slaughtered because of her. Ringed by armed enemies, she pleads, voice cracking, insisting this man knows nothing of their feud, and begging them to spare him. When mercy flatly fails, she slams down a desperate bargain. She locks eyes with the leader and vows, "Let Yanho leave unharmed, and I'll tell you every secret I know." The leader falters, weighing the proposition, the coiled tension in his shoulders loosening as a smirk slides back across his lips, and he admits it's not a bad deal. Just as the agreement is about to be sealed, Yanho leans over Da-yon's shoulder and obliterates the moment, casually, like he's doing them a favor, blurting that they're demonic cult scum. Da-yon spins in sheer disbelief, screaming that he just sabotaged his only chance to survive, while Yanho shrugs and says he figured they might have forgotten who they were. The cultists freeze, shooting stunned glances at one another as silence thickens and they wonder if this stranger is truly insane. The playful glint dies in Yunho's eyes. His features harden into a cold, razor-sharp mask as he finishes, declaring that since he knows they're the demonic cult, he has absolutely no intention of walking away peacefully, and Yunho reaches back. His hand clenches around the heavy cloth-wrapped bundle slung over his shoulder. As he pries the bindings loose, he calmly recites a lesson etched into him since childhood. His father hammered one rule. If he ever crosses paths with the demonic cult, he must never, under any circumstances, let them walk away. Xiaomundaeon gapes, bewilderment blazing in her eyes as she calls the statement absurd. That cold, ruthless logic smells like reckless abandon, not a martial artist's creed, and she asks what kind of father would teach someone to give such a violent command. Yanhe shrugs off her confusion and proclaims with absolute conviction that his father hails from Guangdong's Y clan and bears the character Zhong in his name. A roaring aura explodes behind him, conjuring the spectral form of a fierce, golden-eyed warrior, the legendary Weizhong Han, radiating crushing intensity. The revelation slams into the cultists like a physical blow. The leader's eyes pop wide in stunned recognition as he screams the name he knows all too well. The Guangdong Y clan, Weizhong Han. Shock snaps into white-hot hatred. The leader grinds his teeth, his face twisting with rage as he realizes he's standing before the Righteous Alliance swordsman's son, the one he despises above all. Rage shatters his restraint. He rips up any talk of negotiation and bellows for Yanho to go complain to his father in the afterlife. Then the cultist rockets skyward, his sword humming with lethal purple energy as he plunges down for a death blow. She clings to the sidelines, helpless, as Mundian freezes, instinct roaring that this just turned fatal. A purple blade of energy hurtles down to cleave Yanho in two, but it slams into immovable resistance as Yanho intercepts the blow with a deafening clash of metal, his eyes erupting into a razor-gold glare that slices the darkness. The blow slams into the leader, a shockwave ripping through him. Rage crumbles from his face into stunned disbelief as he realizes his full-power strike was stopped cold. The deflection hurls him backward. He skids across the forest floor, digs his heels into the dirt to catch himself, eyes blown wide at the young man he'd underestimated. Xiaomundaeon froze, breath caught, the clash's lingering energy painting her face in an eerie glow. Amid the settling dust, Yanho stands utterly composed as the thick cloth wrappings that hide his weapon begin to unravel and slough off in tattered strips. the white fabric fluttering to the ground like shed skin, while he speaks in a calm, detached voice. He admits he's no model son, but some things force his hand. He seizes the hilt of his revealed weapon, a magnificent sword radiating a cold blue aura, and vows he'll follow his father's advice when the chance comes, the ornate blade now fully exposed and humming with power. Yanho drops into a combat stance, facing the ring of enemies as the last strips of white cloth scatter into the night and unveil a massive, broad-bladed sword that gleams with pure ethereal light. He plants himself in the eye of the swirling energy, a calm mask over razor-focused eyes, and clamps the hilt as a blue aura of his internal energy swells around him like a brewing storm. He stares down the stunned cult and delivers a chilling final warning. Brace yourselves. This won't be an easy fight. Confidence roaring from his stance as he breaks from his lineage and vows, "My blade will be sharper than my father's," igniting the battle where he'll eclipse Wei Zhonghen's legend. Under the pale moonlight, the demonic elder and the crimson moon loom on a cliff, staring down from the shadows. Below them, Yanho and Seo Moon Daeyeon squared off against the demonic martial artist who had been chasing Seo Moon Daeyeon. The towering demonic elder, one eye burning a menacing red, pins them with a stare and shatters the silence to demand answers from his subordinate Red Moon, Yanho, the eye-patched man who snaps back the intel at once. It seems he's the righteous sword's second son. The demonic elder scowled, baffled, and snapped, "Why hasn't the martial world whispered his name? A boy with those skills should have been spotted long ago." Red Moon claims he was missing for years, and whispers tie him to the lust demon. Watching Yanho and Seo Mundaeon below, the elder's mind snaps the pieces together. Recognition hit him. That's the connection, and he was blown away by the young man's prowess. That level of martial skill wasn't won easily. The demonic elder's glowing eye snapped wide and he jerked back in shock, and down below one of the demonic martial artists stammered, "Ha! What is that?" Every eye locks on Yanho as he clenches his sword, which now thrums and blazes with a fierce, spiraling blue aura. Silman Daeyeon, standing right beside him, is utterly floored by the unleashed power, her mind reeling as she thinks, "What's happening here?" One of the demonic martial artists sneers, "I thought he was a fool." Before they can react, Yanho rockets forward, a sharp clang as he snaps the blade aside, effortlessly parrying the incoming sword strike. Wasting no time, he rips out a piercing cry. He rips a colossal horizontal slash as a torrent of blue energy blasts from his blade, sweeping the forest clearing while the demonic martial artist grunts and barely parries the devastating wave, the collision detonating a shockwave through the air. Yanho explodes into motion, his glowing blade a streak as he engages another opponent, their swords colliding in a deafening clang. He spins without hesitation, the blade arcing like lightning to cut down an attacker who drops lifeless, and within seconds the clearing is littered with the bodies of the fallen demonic martial artists. Yanho's brutal smash rockets another attacker into the air. Another attacker hurtles down from above with a savage battle cry. Yanho pivots and with a lightning flick of his wrist, sends the strike skittering aside. The air snaps. A blue-haired demonic martial artist rockets forward, claws blazing with lethal purple energy as he lunges to kill, and his strike rips into where Yanho stood only to meet nothing but air. "He's gone!" Panic ripped through him. Where did he vanish to? Too late. Yanho snaps back into view as a blur, evading the attack with impossible speed. He roars, swings his glowing blue sword in a savage arc, strikes the attacker head-on, and the cataclysmic impact blows the demonic martial artist backward with a sickening crunch. Yanho rockets off the ground, catapulting two more defeated opponents into the air. They crash down with a thunderous thud, out of the fight. Before he can even touch down, a hooded assassin explodes forward with a savage cry, and at the same moment, a long-haired martial artist drives his spear straight at him. Yanho snaps into action, parrying the spear with a sharp clang, and driving the momentum into a blistering spin, his glowing blade deflecting and cutting down the remaining attackers as the air hums with the song of his whirling sword. He slams a final, crushing stomp onto the last enemy, shattering the earth beneath him and finishing the fight as the impact reverberates through the clearing. In a heartbeat, the battle snaps shut. Demonic martial artists crumple, sprawled and defeated, their weapons littering the ground. Yanho stands unshaken in the wreckage, a blue aura thrumming along his sword as he casually spins it between his fingers. Yanho unleashed a blazing, razor-fast sword style, zeroing in on the demonic martial artist's wrist and feet, with a blistering flurry of surgical slashes that crippled his hands and feet. One of the martial artists howls in agony as his hands are severed clean at the wrists. As he plummets, a dark red, spiraling energy oozes from the fallen man's body, the malevolent aura snapping toward Yahello and coalescing into a humming mass at his feet. Suddenly, the defeated martial artists convulse and groan as their bodies contort beneath a dark, pulsing red energy that swallows them. A voice snaps, "Get up!" They surged upright, eyes blazing a renewed demonic red as guttural roars ripped from their throats. Red energy surges, coiling around them as they spring to their feet, their bodies levitating eerily above the ground, while Yahello stares at the reanimated red glowing bodies. A smug smile curled at his mouth. He scoffed. "I cut your tendons and you're getting up?" One of the revived warriors, his face twisted into a mask of demonic fury, snarled. "Looks like your father never told you the whole truth about the demonic cult." Yahello scoffs and waves it off. "Ah, whatever," he says, unimpressed, then snaps his sword into a reverse grip with a confident grin carving across his face. "If cutting the tendons doesn't work, I'll cut your legs off," Yahello snarled, then bellowed, "Come at me!" His voice ricocheting through the clearing as demonic warriors, blades aglow, plunged at him in a blur. Yahello rockets like lightning, his blade flashing as it meets every attack they unleash. Steel screams and his sword slices the air with a thunderous whoosh, foes dropping one by one as a fiery aura blooms around him. Mercy will only bring regret, he thinks, his face a grim mask. In the martial world, mercy gets you killed. Ruthlessness is survival, and Ares' demonic aura swells as his inner voice hammers that truth. Yahello already lives by it. With a sweeping slash, he blasts two red-glowing warriors skyward, their screams choked off as they're hurled back, and he spins without pause, his blue blade slicing through another demonic warrior. Yahello cleanly sheared through the reanimated fighter, ending him for good, then effortlessly snapped his blue blade up to parry an incoming strike as it arced in flawless, fluid motion. He drove a two-handed swing that shredded the demonic horde, spraying blood and bodies, and when a snarling warrior screamed, "Die!" and slammed his glowing blade down, it was already too late. A flash of blue, and Yahello's sickening slice cut him down where he stood. Suddenly the remaining demonic warriors unleash twin purple beams that slam toward Yahello. He plants his feet, smirks, and thinks this blow wouldn't even hit a turtle. He locks eyes with Siomundian, who's glued to the scene with worry carved into his face, then exhales a tired sigh and admits, "I guess it can't be helped." As the beams hurtled toward him, he snapped his sword up. A roaring, swirling blue aura erupts from the blade, blasting an impenetrable shield around him. A river cannot be blocked, Yahello thinks, as blue energy cleaves through and casts aside the purple beams. "It just flows," he continues, and it turns its blade. The blue energy shield collapses, snapping the purple beams back into the stunned demonic warriors. "Don't go against the flow," he growls as he whips into a whirlwind of blue energy, and unleashes a torrent of razor-blue slashes that bury them. They can only watch in horror as their own attack, fused with Yahello's, barrels straight at them. "Once the wave strikes," Yahello says, smirking confidently, "the misfortune bound to your sword will snap back into your own hands." He finishes with one fluid motion, and unleashes a blistering flurry of blue energy that slams into the whirling blue and purple mass, leaving the demonic warriors paralyzed with terror as the fused assault barrels toward them. A massive, churning vortex of destructive power. A massive explosion rips through the clearing, the blast shattering the ground beneath it while the demonic elder eyes the chaos from the cliff. Stone-cold unfazed, he absorbs the shockwave head-on. When the dust settles, a heavy silence smothers the battlefield. The once forested clearing lies ripped open into a massive crater, strewn with the shattered bodies of demonic martial artists. Bleeding and barely conscious, the group's leader, the head of the demonic martial artists, spat up blood and lay shattered, then forced himself upright, clutching his chest, and rasped, "Am I the only one left?" as cold dread slammed into him. He swallows his defeat without flinching. He knows there's no way he can win. He scrapes his tongue beneath his teeth, searching for something. Yahello lets out a puzzled, "Ah!" Yahello thundered at Siomundian, "Capture him! Answer me now!" And Siomundian, still shaken, stammered, "It would be good if you captured him." Too late. The demonic leader's body convulses, a wet, gurgling cry ripping from his throat as his tongue balloons, exposing a strange green pill. Yahello sneers, "Who gave you permission to kill yourself?" His hand a blur as he lunges forward with blinding speed. Just as the demonic leader snaps to bite the poison, Yahello rockets in and slams an open palm into his face. The head snaps back, the pill pops free, and Yahello snarls, "Not on my watch," as the leader slumps unconscious. A tiny, glowing green vial shoots from the demonic martial artist's mouth and skitters across the floor. Yahello snatches the vial with a flick of his wrist, grinning as he inspects it. "Sheesh, you guys are nasty," he laughs, spotting the tiny poison pill jammed in your molars, then hoists the vial like a trophy and smirks. My father's boring old war stories are actually coming in handy. Shimundian freezes, awe and bewilderment warring across her face as she watches him in absolute silence. Yanho snaps back to Seo Munde Yun, quizzical brow raised. Why? You said to keep him alive. Seo, cheeks burning, stammers. Yes. Silence chokes the air. The last demonic martial artist, pinned and dumbfounded, can only stare at Yanho in awed reverence, thinking, such an incredible master. Sun scorching the world, the scene snaps to Zhang Yol, the beggar sect branch leader, who jerks his head up, shock slamming into him as he yells, He left! Hedabung, the branch manager of the Silver River Exchange and now also the manager of Sacred Hand Manor, leans in and confirms, yes, one of you is a beggar from the beggar sect, and the man beside him looks just as broke. Sanho looms silently behind Yung Yil as he forces a jittery laugh. Ha, is that so? A scowl tightening his features. Hedabung fixes them with a cold stare and snaps, Who are you two? You don't seem from around here. Zhang Yil hastily replies, We're not suspicious people. I'm Zhang Yil, branch leader of the beggar sect. Hedabung lifts an eyebrow. Why would the branch leader be looking for young Master Yanho? Zhang Yil rushes to correct. That's not me. Senho steps forward, his face utterly serene. I am Sanho, Yunho's older brother, and I press my palms together in a formal, solemn greeting. Tell me, what in this world could be a greater reason than finding your family? Dabung staggered back, eyes snapping wide as he blurted, Huh, brother. Did you just say you're young Master Yanho's older brother? Sanho's lips curved into a calm smile as he answered, Yes. I am his older brother. A wide grin splits Hedabung's face as he practically bounces with excitement and cries, Well then, please wait a moment, I'll go bring the Lord, before scurrying off and racing up the steps to the Sacred Hand Manor's main building. He tore off, kicking up a trail of dust. Yung Yil watched him go, confusion writ on his face, then spun to Sanho and demanded, Why the Lord all of a sudden? Is your brother in trouble? The carriage's wheels thunder into the air. Yung Yil snaps around, a quizzical curl at his lips as it bears down on them. Yung Yil's eyes snapped wide with recognition. It's a Haman carriage from the house sect, no less. Sanjo pivots toward him, curiosity blazing in his eyes. Can a beggar sect branch leader divine that just by glancing at the carriage? Yung Yil snapped his head and shook it hard. No, that's not it. The coachman's a yacht geek straight out of Halman. Sanho's face snapped serious. Could the house sect leader Gui Neng have trailed them here? His gaze glued to the approaching carriage. Yung Yol sighed, resigned. I guess so. She's a venomous woman. The carriage creaked to a stop in front of them. The door swings open and a shadowed figure steps out. It's Yong Han, the Y clan's patriarch and Y Young Ho's father. His face a grim, imposing mask as he descends from the carriage. Sanho's eyes snapped wide in shock as he cried, Father! Yong Han pinned his gaze on his son, and one soft name slipped from his lips. Sanho. Yanho's mother bursts from the carriage behind him, relief and concern warring across her face as she grips her husband's hand. Both stagger, stunned. They were searching for their youngest son, and instead have found their eldest. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button now to unlock the next part. Now you can! Smash the subscribe button and rally behind the channel. Your support fuels every video. Improvement surged. They blazed through the content.